All right, it's 9 o'clock, and I'd like to call this meeting to order. And I would like to start with a land acknowledgement statement. I'd like to respectfully acknowledge that we are on the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe and under the terms of the Robson-Huron Treaty number 61 of 1850 and the Williams Treaty of 1923. And I'd like to specifically recognize the Wata and the Moose Deer Point nations that are direct neighbors of ours. I'm grateful to be here, and I hope you are as well. Together we honor all Indigenous peoples, First Nations, Métis, and Inuit for their cultures, their languages, their wise teachings and ways of being, their stewardship and protection of the lands and water and life that have shaped this country since time began. Together we commit to acknowledge, to learn, to educate, to create opportunity, and to honor sacred places, and to take actions towards real truth and reconciliation in support of our commitment to wellness for all, and to walking the path together in respect, peace, and harmony for future generations. Megwich, thank you. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest with regards to the Planning Council? Councillor Bocek.
Yes, I have a pecuniary interest and possible conflict of interest in item 7B of the agenda for PLM services in Northern Select.
Thank you. I know there was to be a presentation this morning, but I understand the individuals involved are not here, so we may insert that a little bit later in the morning if they arrive. And with that, somewhere here you have a motion for me. Be it resolved, the Council adopts the agenda of the December 9th, 2019 Planning Council meeting as amended. Sorry, as circulated. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. So we have a public meeting scheduled this morning with two files in front of us. There's a public meeting scheduled for 3 proposed zoning bylaw amendments. I will briefly summarize the procedure to be utilized for the meeting. First, the acting clerk will advise council as to when, how, and to whom notice the public meeting was circulated for the proposed amendments being considered. The acting clerk will also advise of the appeal procedures. Next, staff will advise of the purpose and effect of the bylaws and provide any other information that is relevant to the applications, and the acting clerk will summarize any correspondence on file. From there, the public will have an opportunity to provide comments on the amendments being considered through the mayor. Please be respectful of others' time and be concise with your comments. There's no need to repeat others' comments. It is fine to agree with the previous comments. All commentators are encouraged to provide written comments to ensure the accuracy of the comments provided. After the public discussion, the public meeting will be closed. Council will then have an opportunity to provide comments for clarification. I now declare this meeting to be a public meeting pursuant to Section 34 of the Planning Act to deal with the following proposed amendments. Z 19-14, Herald. I hope I'm not making too bad a mess. Herald. Z 19/15, Herald, and Z 19/17, Island 195. To the acting clerk.
Notice of the public meeting were sent by first-class mail to the respective owners and assessed persons within 120 to 800 meters of the property subject to the proposed applications, and to those persons and agencies likely to have an interest in the applications. These notices were sent at least 30 days prior to this morning's meeting. Including in each notice was an explanation of the purpose and effect of the proposed applications and a key map showing the location of the properties or a description of the lands to be affected by the proposed amendments. Other relevant information may also have been provided. These circulations were all provided in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act and the Township of Georgian Bay Official Plan. Members of the public are advised at this point that unless they make an oral or written submission to council before council makes a decision on these applications, that any subsequent appeal to the local planning appeals tribunal may be dismissed by the tribunal. Anyone who wishes to be notified of council's decision respecting the proposed zoning bylaw amendments must submit a written request to the planning department.
Thank you. Our first file is regards to zoning bylaw amendment Z 19-14 and Z 19/15 to the planner. And the planner is up and moving. That could be very helpful. Thank you very much.
Application Z1914 for Harold is in regards to lands located at 10 Island 2360 in Cognasheen. So an overview of these applications, and again, you did see these applications in the past in the October meeting. So these are back for another public meeting as some adjustments were made regarding the septic location for this property. So the purpose of this application is to change the zoning of the lands from the shoreline residential type Island Type 5 Exception 12 zone to a site-specific zone in the same category that would permit a building envelope within the newly adjusted lot boundary. And the second application that we are discussing here is in regards to lands located at 6 Island 2360. So the purpose of this application is to also place the property in a site-specific zone that would recognize all of the existing development on the subject lands and maintain the permission for 2 sleeping cabins on the property. Here we have the overview location of the property in relation to the township properties. And here we are zoomed in. So the properties are located on Ava Island within the Cognasheen coastal waterfront community. An overview, so this was the previous lot boundary of both the properties. So we have 10 Island to the north, which is the vacant lot, and 6 Island to the south. And the new conditionally approved boundary, as you can see, was slightly adjusted here to allow for a greater building envelope for the north property. And so here we have a slightly zoomed in version of the survey. It is hard to read on the screen, so I did print out a copy for everyone to reference. So essentially the purpose of Z19/14 is to allow for the proposed building envelope, as you can see on the survey. This proposed size of a dwelling is what would have been permitted if this small separation that does exist between the 177.4 contour did not exist. So essentially, this 233 square meter proposed dwelling is the same size as would have been permitted if this small separation did not exist. Through the completion of a site visit, staff do support the proposed development on the subject lands, as well as the ability for the south lot to maintain their permission for an additional sleeping cabin development in the future. Both applications do conform to the policies of the official plan, and again, staff do support both applications. This time we do have the applicant and their agent here as well for additional comments, which I will relay to them. Do you have any questions for myself or them?
Well, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, do you have any letters of support or not on this file?
The District of Muskoka sent 1 piece of correspondence citing no objections, and 1 letter of support was received from the Cognasheen Cottagers Association.
Thank you very much. Are the applicants present? And do you wish to add any additional comments?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I'm John Harold. I'm one of the applicants. My wife is the other applicant. She's not here today.
Excuse me for a moment. Feel free to sit down, but if you could turn on the mic, it would be preferable, as we are being recorded. You've been warned.
Yes, as I said, my name is John Harold. I'm one of the applicants. My wife is the other applicant. She's not here today. And my son-in-law, Alex Steele, is also here today, and he is a very interested party because he and my daughter will be the ultimate builder on that lot to be developed. And,
Feel free to sit down, by the way, if you would like.
And Alex has put together a little presentation to give you all some background with respect to the application.
Thank you. Alex.
Council, again, as John said, my name is Alex. I'm hopefully one day going to be Beth and my wife are going to be the developers on the island. We realized that this application came before council in October, and we realized that it came before a council without much context. So we wanted to provide a little bit of context to the application so that a lot of what we're requesting hopefully makes a little more sense.
Just before you go ahead, I do want to apologize for not being here in October. We had understood it was to be deferred and not discussed, and that's why we weren't here. So I do apologize for that.
But we're certainly happy to be here today. So this, oh, there we go. Okay, so Ava Island, as Victoria mentioned, is right in the heart of Cognachine. Actually, if you Google Cognachine, the red dot that comes up for Cognachine is right off the front of Ava Island. John and Gail bought Ava Island in 1985. It was severed, they started the severance process immediately in 1986, and the severance was complete in 1987. The idea was that one day, both lots would be used as family lots, one to maintain the existing cottage and one to eventually be developed. So that day where the development started to be considered arrived in 2019, which is when we first started talking to the town about potentially developing on this site. We realized we had some challenges. We went through the consent process. We had the property line redrawn to affect those challenges, or to counter those challenges, which were really just locating the septic. And here, of course, they were just here to finalize that zoning. The whole purpose of this application is to reconfigure both lots to make the lot areas more equal and to improve the location of the septic. We want to put the septic in a place that isn't going to have any impact on our neighbors, mostly visually, because it's a very high site. It's also vegetated with mature trees. We wanted to make sure that we could preserve as many of those as possible. So we've decided to change the property boundary to be able to do that. So as I mentioned, those are our goals. And I'll point, if I can figure out how to use this. I'll use this screen right here. This picture is a bit dated, but it provides a sense of how much greenery and mature vegetation exists on this property. This is a fairly mature stand of pine trees. This is a very mature stand of pine trees. And this is also mature pine trees that have been growing, and John will correct me, they predated your purchase of the property, so
Yes.
it's quite tall and quite old. This over here, for those who've been out into Georgian Bay or out into Cognachine, this is the main channel. It's a pretty steady thoroughfare of boat traffic. And out here, which is unfortunately not on the map, where my green pointer is open water looking out at the Giant's Tomb. So this piece of property is located both between the channel and the tomb. It's quite high, and it has the luxury of a little bit of vegetation. Our goal through this whole process has been to keep the vegetation, because if we remove it, which the township for very good reason has suggested they don't want us to do, that ruins the view of everybody that travels by in the channel, ruins the view of our neighbors who are on this side of the property, and would impact anybody who was looking at the property from out here, out in the bay. So, long and the short of that is we're looking to maintain as much vegetation as we can. The other thing we've looked to do through this application is to preserve the existing zoning that exists on site. The north property is already able to be developed with one sleeping cabin and one cottage. We're looking to maintain the same permission, one cabin, one sleeping cabin and one cottage. The south lot at the moment, the developed lot, already has one cottage, and we're looking to maintain that, and also has the permission to build 2 sleeping cabins. We're looking to keep that the same. So what we're really looking to do is to, again, equalize the lots, preserve vegetation, but maintain the same number of buildings that are allowed to be built on this entire property. So this, to fill in some blanks, is what the survey looked like, or what the property looked like according to the 1987 survey. You'll see that it's one continuous island made up of 2 lots, parts 1 and part 2. This, of course, is the developed lot. This is a vacant lot. This vacant lot is continuous above the high water mark. It's connected right here, where my pointer is. So for 32 years, John and Gail have used this island functionally as one connected piece, which it is. And legally, as far as anyone knew until 2019, it was one continuous portion of island connected right through here. So when we first met with the town to figure out what we could do to develop the lot, we were thinking that we were working with one connected piece of property here, that it was going to be a fairly simple process. Of course, when you want to do any development, you have to get an updated survey, for good reason. The updated survey came along, and I'll go back actually to, do I have an updated survey? Right there. As Victoria already pointed out, when the survey was done, suddenly, perhaps because of new technology, this small little area dropped 30 centimeters below the high water mark. creating this separation in lot areas, which was news to us, but something that we figured we could work with. So Jamie and Victoria explained to us that that little complication introduced this issue of lot area. Because the south portion of the vacant lot is now separated from the north portion by about 30 centimeters, we have lost about 3,000 square meters of property, or 0.3 of a hectare. So our property became 0.3 of a hectare smaller than it had been for 32 years. So that area that is 30 centimeters below the high water mark is this. This is, if you have the survey in front of you, I don't know which papers you guys have or which computer, what you have open in your computers, but if you have the survey, you'll see that there's a small boardwalk. This is the boardwalk right here. Now that boardwalk was installed, and again, John will correct me if I'm wrong here, but that boardwalk was installed because this is particularly rough terrain to walk across, not as a bridge to get over water. For the entire time that I've been visiting the Harolds at their property, which is coming up to a decade now, this has been dry, and it still is dry. So this was actually, the fact that this was below water was a surprise to us, but it is 30 centimeters below water. But this island, or that piece of property, and I'll go back to show you the survey, this chunk, again, this is what we're discussing here, the vacant lot. This has always been used as one island. In fact, it's actually so closely tied to the other island that it's where the main docks are for both pieces of property, both properties. So you can see a small bridge there that connects another high point on the land. That's because this is a constant thoroughfare from the beach over to the dock and back. This is where all the boats are parked. It is really intrinsically tied in to the other property. The other thing you can see here is that this is a very high rock. I don't know the estimate of height, but let's say it's 20 to 25 feet. It's a very high piece of land. This is Jack, John and Gail's grandson, but he's looking over at that isolated or newly isolated piece of land. And as you can tell, this isn't a great angle, but it shows how this looks and feels continuously like one island. Whereas we can also see the same thing from it here. The other thing I'd like to point out, we'll get to it when we get there, is that this area, this newly orphaned area, doesn't have any building envelope on it. You'll see in our most recent survey that it's impossible to build anything on here because you'll never be 20 meters set back from the water. So we have become intimately familiar with the zoning bylaws definition of lot area and how you calculate it. We realized, or we thought, that we weren't meant to be captured by this definition of lot area. Thankfully, that opinion was shared by Greg Corbett, who was hired by the Cognasheen Community Association, or Cottagers Association, to give an opinion. I have excerpts of his report, which I think was circulated to you. If you had a chance to read it, that's great. If not, I have some slides that show the text of his report. He has provided an example of what was meant to be captured by this definition of lot area. What it's supposed to prevent is a cottage owner or developer being able to site a large building on a small island by pulling together the lot area of separate and distinct islands. This example up here in the right-hand corner, for example, you could, if you were the owner of all 6 of these islands, you could aggregate the land area of all these separate and never functionally attached islands in order to be able to build a large dwelling. Obviously, what would happen then, of course, and Victoria can speak to this probably better than anyone, but you would end up with a large cottage on a very small site. The reason you have a very large cottage is because you've aggregated all that land. That's the mischief that the zoning bylaw is looking to counter. The zoning bylaw was not meant to capture properties that have 1 or 2 low areas that bring them into this definition of lot area, but aren't what the definition was looking to capture. So some excerpts here from Greg Corbett's report, which he produced for the CCA, not for us, explain exactly what I've just said. And of course, most importantly, he pointed out that the present case, which is our case, is significantly different than these 2 examples, which is what the zoning bylaw was looking to. Now, the zoning bylaw predates my history with the Township of Georgian Bay, but I'm told that Greg Corbett was also a lead author or a lead consultant on the drafting of the zoning bylaw. So, we did have the opportunity to watch council's debate and hear some of their comments at the October session, and for good reason. There was a bit of surprise about how much we were asking for, how much of a departure we were looking for from the existing permissions. And that's, I think, because the context of the application wasn't presented, which is that this used to be one island, and this is why it suddenly looks so small. So if this island is treated as it is, which is one continuous lot, all of a sudden, our request looks certainly much more tame. In fact, it's completely in line with the average property and your standard permissions for Cognizant. So if we use 0.93 of a hectare as the lot area, rather than the smaller amount, the 5,993 that the lot area, that the zoning bylaw ends up forcing us to use, our application no longer has a lot coverage of, now it has a lot coverage of 3.8%. Our dwelling size, which is 2,500, is actually smaller than what's permitted. And we're looking for the exact same number of sleeping cabins as would be permitted under the bylaw. So if our property is treated as one large continuous lot, what we're asking for is at or below what would have been permitted as of right. So this isn't the first time that this issue has come in front of council, or it's been grappled with by a landowner or a developer. This is an island, Island 6 Island to 2520, which is just down the bay from John Gale. It had a very similar issue. You'll see that it has 3 separate lot areas, 3 separate building areas that are separated by these low portions. Small little dips below the high water mark. Here, they were actually given permission to build a dwelling size of 221 square meters, despite only having 7,000, that's cubic meters, but certainly square meters in total lot size. And the numbers aren't really what we're concerned about here, because we're actually asking for significantly less. But the principle is that this has been discussed before, it's been dealt with, and council, to our understanding, and the zoning bylaw, don't intend to capture these kinds of islands when they define lot area. Just also give a little bit of context for this island. Our application, or our proposal for the zoning bylaw amendment, asks for a dwelling size of 2,500 square meters, or 2,500 square feet, which is 233 square meters, which is the same size as we would be permitted as of right if the property is treated as one. This would be smaller than some recent permissions that were given to this property down here on the point at the end of Ava Island. As you can see, back in 2015, they were granted permission to build a just under 3,000 square foot cottage with more significant setbacks and certainly a smaller lot area than ours. So just to give a little bit of context, because I'd like to avoid the impression that we're asking that this is a novel request. This has certainly been done before. And when you get the context of the whole application, we are really just asking to be given the zoning that would be given to any lot of a similar size. So that's one issue that was raised by council, which was the lot area, and that we've discussed, and I'm certainly happy to take any questions, and if John has anything to add, please do. The other issue that was raised was the question of sleeping cabins on the already developed lot. So as Victoria mentioned, this has existing site-specific zoning. It's currently developed with 1 cottage, 1 small sleeping cabin, and it has permission to eventually, should that day come, build a second sleeping cabin. When we rearranged the lot line, or reconfigured the lot area dipped slightly below the 1 hectare minimum. It dipped 0.027 hectares below the 1 hectare minimum. So when we were meeting with the town back in, I think February or March of last year, realized that this had happened, and we're wondering if we should be concerned about it, and the thought was, no, yes, it's strictly below the 1 hectare, but it's not a concern because it's so close. And again, this was an opinion that was shared by Greg Corbett, who again was the planner hired by the CCA. I have his report on slides to follow, but he described the 0.027 hectare drop below 1 hectare as being a slight deficiency that wouldn't be perceivable to anybody on the property. And most importantly, he advised that this setup and zoning to allow 1 building and 2 sleeping cabins would conform generally to the official. Across both lots, the developed lot and the north lot, our goal here is just to maintain the same number of dwellings. Across both lots, you can build, or you would be able to, as of right at the moment, before this lot line was changed, put up 5 dwellings. 2 cottages, 2 sleeping cabins, 1 sleeping cabin. And we're looking to maintain the same thing going forward. And this just illustrates exactly what I had just alluded to, which is that we're looking to maintain the same number of dwellings. Of course, we're maintaining the same number of dwellings, but we're locating the septic in a better location. So for our neighbors, these 2 lots will be as densely built if we were to build to our full ability under the zoning bylaw as they could be built right now. So the other thing I wanted to point out is that this has been a fairly long or thoughtful process for John, Gail, and I as we went through the consent process and the rezoning process. We started working with the township well over a year ago, and Jamie and Victoria have been very helpful in that process. We, as you can see from the report, we have planning support. We've also had a visit to our site from Dave Fedori and Kaylee to discuss the best possible septic location. They came up this fall and both recommended the spot where we've chosen to put the septic. The Cognishine Cottagers Association, they've certainly been to the site. They've reviewed the application. We've had conversations with them at length, and they've given us their support. Greg Corbett, of course, I've perhaps belabored the point that Greg Corbett has given excellent recommendations for us, but he supports our application. We've been open and clear with our neighbors about the extent of our plans, and they have not objected, and they support what we're doing. And of course, this application has been through the Committee of Adjustment once to give us the land that we now have. So this, just as a refresher, is what we're looking at. These 2 lots, which are separated by a drop of about, I believe it's 30 centimeters or 30 inches below the high water mark right here, which is causing a little bit of a complication. And of course, we're dropping 0.1 below the 1 hectare minimum on this lot, both of which we're hoping are issues that are de minimis or trivial in the grand scheme of the zoning bylaw, which is something that Greg Corbett serves for. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer anything. Also, John, if you have anything to add, please do. If anybody has any specific questions, we do have Greg Corbett's report here. I've also added some diagrams to show what the site looks like, where the lines are at the moment. And on that note, I will point out one other complication about this site, which is here. This is the old property line. This black line is the new property line. And this red line is another line on our property which has caused some issues, which is the hydro line. We're one of the few lots that is bisected completely by the hydro line, which of course eliminates a very large chunk of our building envelope. But that's Ava Island. That's what we're looking to do here. And we're certainly looking for council support in moving this forward so that we can.
Thank you very much. I do hope you noted in the one slide you said you were going to build a residence of 2,500 square meters. I don't think you're going to get approval for that.
And I think our immediate neighbors would hopefully would agree that we shouldn't be allowed to build a small school on the island.
Are there any members of the public who wish to comment? Seeing that there's only one at the moment. Council Cooper.
Just some clarifications, please. The last slide, if you wouldn't mind. No, the very last slide that you showed, which I think was the aerial of Ava Island and the outline.
This one?
No, keep going. You had it filled in black and you said this is for the location. That one.
Oh, this is highlighting our neighbor's property. These are the Weavers who have the point. Our property is actually located up here.
That's what I thought. I just wanted to make,
Yeah.
it says subject property, and so I'm
Thank
just,
you for pointing that out. And just to clarify, this is the subject property, which is a screenshot from the Weaver's application. And of course, we are dealing with this piece at the north end, the opposite end.
so just a couple of more points of clarification. You showed Mullaboy Island. Could I see that? This is immediately adjacent to me, so I know it pretty well. I know the application. And the land, the area was reduced by some bays embayments that came in that showed it to be a smaller area. However, also the reason it was initially indicating less land area was that there were some, I'll call them crevices, internal to the property that impacted the actual area. So that was sort of a different situation. This isn't two pieces of land aggregated together that you're talking about. This is,
I realize that was a Kent and Cooper application, so Councilor Cooper, you're likely more familiar with it than I am, but when I read it, I understand that there were a number of factors at play, but one of the key factors was that there were separations between their lot areas. And of course, no property is the same and no planning application is the same, which is why we
Right.
give them all a second look, but it was a significant point of discussion in that application, and Greg Corbett, once again, I believe, was actually hired by these applicants in order to opine on their problem. And his application, his opinion was a large part of what I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong here, allowed this application to move forward, to be able to build a cabin that was more in line or better aligned with the full scope of the property, rather than just the smaller lot area.
I only raise it in that some of the area that we're talking about, though, is internal to the high water mark, as opposed to being aggregating pieces together. So anyway,
That's a fair point. And if I can turn to a copy of our survey, or this is actually a useful picture too. This, our little disconnected point here.
yes,
I know it might look to people who aren't familiar with the island, like somehow this newly orphaned portion is separate, and it might be different than what you're envisioning as an internal piece. But functionally for the Heralds, this is actually the epicenter of the island. Where my green dot is, there's a small beach. Off where my green dot is now is where the diving platform would be. There's a small cabana that's been here for 30 years. So this piece, although there is a slight inlet here to this low wet area, it really is functionally internal to the Herald's larger property. Also, where my little green arrow is, that gap is so small you can walk across it in one step. And we often do that. There's actually a small fire pit over here that we use fairly regularly. All that to say that I hear your point, and I think I understand it. But functionally, from a use perspective, that little gap is in the middle of the island. It is internal.
so I don't dispute that, and but it is I think it says somewhere in the report here, 8 meters across, 0.3 of a meter in terms of depth under the high water mark. But it is 8 meters across, and it is a separate piece of property. I'm just trying to clarify in terms of understanding.
With respect, it is not a separate piece of property, and that 8 meters, that may have been what the surveyor calculated, but if you're there, and there were some photographs here, well, there's that photograph right there, whatever he was talking about, I mean, I could take a couple wheelbarrows of sand and a few rocks, and that would all be above the high water mark. It's not like it's an open stretch of water, clearly not navigable.
I understand that. That's not the point I'm making. It is still, anyway, for the calculation purposes though, what I'm really trying to get at here, are we using this aggregated piece of land to the other piece in order to get the allowances or not? That's what I need to understand.
So yes, so our application, which requests permission to build a 2,500 square foot cottage. That's based on treating this island or this property as it is, which is one continuous aggregated continuous piece of property. Because our position is that for 32 years it was one continuous property, and it still is. So now that when the zoning bylaw was passed, including this definition of lot area, it truncated the property, intersected, divided it in two, which I think is done for good reason. It's to avoid people building large cottages on small islands after aggregating actual separate islands. Our position is, and it's a position that was shared by Greg, and Victoria certainly can say otherwise, but the position that was shared by town planning is that our island was not meant to be affected by the lot area definition, because it's having an unintended consequence of having 30% of the lot area.
I think we are all quite clear. I'm just wondering if any other councillors wish to ask any questions. Councillor Jarvis.
I'm not finished.
Oh.
Still have several other questions.
All right.
For clarification. So, if I may, so what is the area of the two parcels, shall we say? So the north piece and this center piece where you're planning to build your cottage, what is the area of that center piece? Could you said it was 0.3 hectares was the north piece? Sorry, yes, the north piece. So what is the size of the
actual lot area is 0.93 of a hectare, or 9,003, it's actually 9,302.1 square meters.
That's combined.
That's combined. The north portion, which is the 0.3 of a hectare, is 3,328.5 square meters, or
Right.
0.3 of a hectare. The south portion is 5,993.6, or in other words, 0.6 of a hectare.
So I think you're getting to the point, which is some of the calculations you show, I believe, are related to the south area. Is that correct? Did I see some of those calculations?
I think our calculations are always treating the property as one whole lot area, because that is, I think, the crux of our application, which is that north portion is one island. So all of our calculations that we're presenting are treating it as if it's one continuous lot.
So, okay, so we don't have any calculations based on that central portion.
We do, sorry, Councilor, we don't mean to interrupt there. I believe Victoria outlined them in the notice and in her planning report.
That's maybe where I'm going to get my answer.
Through your worship, yes, so the way that the proposed bylaw has been written is based on what the lot area definition is, which is that south portion. So in terms of the discussion that the applicants are having, that's more from a justification side of things.
Right.
But the way that the technical proposed bylaw is written is based on how it is supposed to be on that definition.
So that's what I thought. So in fact, it's, if I remember correctly, it's something like 5.9 based on that one area, not the two areas. Is that correct?
That is correct, yeah, the
Thank you.
5.9% is that.
Whew,
Yeah.
okay, we got to that.
Yes.
And I have a couple of other questions. So I just wanted to be clear on that. And the other piece that I'm sort of okay with that. I just wanted to understand it fully. The second thing is that, there was some land removed from the southern portion to allow this to become bigger, and that's lovely. But it went under a line in the sand, which is 2.5 acres for 2 sleeping cabins. And so that's the other request here. And so the request is to go under the line in the sand from 1 hectare to 0.97 of a hectare. And I guess my comment is to the planners that we are crossing a line in the sand. And each time we do that, where do we draw the line? Next time it might be 0.95, then 0.90, then 0.85, and et cetera. So I wonder about that. And one of the solutions I thought of is that perhaps allowing 2 sleeping cabins, but the second one being the difference between what is allowed in 1 sleeping cabin versus what is there presently. So if we allow 600 square feet in a sleeping cabin and we have one that's 200 square feet, we could allow a second sleeping cabin at 400 square feet as opposed to allowing 1,200 square feet in total. That might be a solution to deal with that particular matter. So that's the other point I wanted to raise.
And thank you, Councilor Cooper. I appreciate the suggestion, certainly. And we do realize that's an issue, and that is also something that was discussed by Greg Corbett in his report, which I've put here on the screen. And he has made some comments such as this one, which is this sentence, which is only to say that if you were to walk the property, the lot area, the difference between 1 hectare and .9723
I know.
is minor, so it wouldn't be perceivable. For the spirit of the official plan and the spirit of the bylaw, it's being complied with by.
Councilor
Thank you.
Jarvis.
Yeah, I have a couple questions. One is actually to the planning department, more so than to you directly, and that's my concern over the current high water marks that we've been experiencing and the forecast for future water marks. The property's bought in '86, so there would have been a bit of water in that, I'll call it a gully for the sake of,
That's correct.
and there would have been water in there then. I presume during the high water this year would have been similar. I'm just curious, I more than anything, just want your observations on how much water was in there in '86 when you bought the property.
Well, we actually bought the property in 1985, but 86, I think, was the high water
Yeah.
mark. And same thing in 1986 as we experienced this year. At the highest of the highs, there was, in the grassy area that was depicted there, it was squishy when you walked across the grass, but you could still walk across there. The boardwalk was put there because it's been dry for most of that time, and it's the shortest distance to get across to the docks, and
Yeah.
it's craggy ground, so it was put there not to cross water, because there's actually higher ground to the left of the boardwalk. This year there was some water under the middle of the boardwalk, but it didn't go all the way through. And as I say, at the worst, it was squishy as you walked across the grass. This is what I say, if it had been drawn to our attention by the surveyor that this was an issue, because he said, you know, if you rolled a few rocks in here and brought in the sand, you'd be over the high water mark. I didn't recognize at that time that
Yeah.
it was an issue.
I understand, and then back to the planners, I'm really concerned if we are dealing with a new high water mark, and we don't know that yet. I would really like to be able to see a 178 contour line on these maps. So my curiosity revolves around a 178 contour and where that is in relation to everything else on here. It'll obviously reduce the size of the property that is buildable, I think, and setbacks. Not just with this property, that's a general statement. It really does apply to almost everything that's going on in the in the island area of the Georgian Bay now. So I'm concerned that with regard to that. I appreciate all your clarifications, guys, on the island itself, but I am familiar with it, having gone by it about 8 million times in my life. My only other question then is, and just for clarification, and planning can help me on this. So currently, the south section of property, there are 2 cabins allowed, based on the 1 hectare size?
So through your worship, prior to the recent Committee of Adjustment application, yes, the developed lot had the permissions for 2 sleeping cabins to be developed. Once the lot boundary adjustment occurred, that is what brought the lot area down. And just to clarify, the existing sleeping cabin on the property is 210 square feet. So it is not built to the full extent of what a sleeping cabin typically is. So the permission for a second sleeping cabin, and again, that was part of planning's opinion on the application, was allowing for a new sleeping cabin to be built to the 56 square meters, taking into account that the existing sleeping cabin is not to the full extent developed, just to clarify.
So again, my brain's a little clogged up and not that well today, though some people would say otherwise. Anyway, yeah. So currently, if we were to assume that south piece of property with a new line drawn on it it's just under 1 hectare, that's correct?
That's correct, yeah.
That the 1 hectare, within the 1 hectare, 2 cabins are allowed?
Within the 1 hectare, 1 cabin is allowed. It's 1 hectare and above that 2 cabins are permitted.
Ah, I see.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Bochek.
Yeah, I want to thank you both for coming in and doing this presentation. It was very concise, probably one of the more completed applications that I've had to review in the past few years. And I personally want to deal with what's here today, the water heights that are here today, the facts that we see in the survey today, and that I think you've done a good job. I think our planning department has done a very concise job in scrutinizing this application, and just wanted to let you know I appreciate the effort that was put in, and I'm willing to support this application moving forward.
Council, I have two motions in front of me that I will read, and if there isn't any further discussion, I will take the vote. The first motion is, be it resolved that council receives Development Services Report 2019-130 and enacts bylaw number 2019-101, being a zoning bylaw amendment regarding the lands located at 6 Island 2360 in Cognasheen. All those in favor? That one is carried. Thank you. The second motion reads, be it resolved the council receives Development Service Report 2019-130 and enacts bylaw 2019-102, being a zoning bylaw amendment regarding the lands located at 10 Island 2360 in Cognasheen. All those in favor? And that is carried.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you, Council, and thank you to the town planning staff for your assistance in this process.
Our next file in front of us is Development Services 2019-134 in regards to Island 195. And I'll say to the planning department as soon as they're ready.
I was gonna say, I haven't touched anything yet. Thank you, Your Worship, and members of council and member of the public. Today we have a public meeting dealing with Island 195. There's a bit of a history associated with this island, and as well as a history associated with small islands in the township. At a previous meeting of council, there was a resolution passed to bring forward undersized islands, and specifically to bring forward Island 195 to a public meeting. In January, we will be considering a public meeting to deal with some other islands, but this specific public meeting just deals with this one item. So the purpose of this application is to consider rezoning this island from an SRI 2-1 zone to an NSI-2 zone. The reason for the NSI-2 zone is because there are structures on the island, but there is no dwelling. This unique exception is to recognize a former court decision, and the history on this is that when zoning bylaw 2014-75 came into place, and this is all detailed in the staff report, but when it came into place, the idea was that properties that did not have dwelling, or islands that did not have dwellings but had structures on them and were small, would get placed in an NSI exception zone to recognize that there is a structure on them. It would legalize those structures so everybody knew what was there. And this island, for some reason, got placed in an SRI prefix as opposed to NSI. So what this zoning effectively would do is fix that and put it in the NSI exception. With respect to this, this exception, it does a couple of other things beyond what the current SRI 2-1 exception includes. And what it proposes to do is effectively, from an optics perspective, make it very clear for anyone looking at the zoning in this island in the future on what is permitted and what is not permitted. So what's important here is the history of the island as well. And what this slide identifies is what the specific items which are in the proposed exception would include. What it would permit is a dock and a ramp dimensions as per permit 10-146, which is an 8-foot 6-inch by 18-foot 6-inch dock with another piece of dock that's 6 feet by 43 feet and a ramp that would connect to the shore of 8 foot 4 inches by 4 feet. So that's the docking structure that permit 146 was issued for. Those are the exact sizes that were identified and signed off in the permit application. What it would also do is identify that the privy and any other buildings or structures on Island 195 shall not be expanded or altered, and there shall be no further plumbing hookups. This comes from the court decision. It identifies that no buildings or structures are to be expanded, so what they've got there is what they're allowed to have going forward, but they can't alter them without coming for a planning approval. The only permitted structures are the ones that are legally existing, so again, all they've got is what they've got. No new buildings or structures, again, I don't know, we've said it about 3 different ways here in terms of what restricting development on the island. Legally, existing buildings and structures may be reconstructed in accordance with section 411 of the bylaw. So effectively, all the structures on the bylaw would be considered non-complying because this island would not permit buildings and structures otherwise than what's existing. But what this does is make it clear that there is a section in the bylaw that allows you to replace or reconstruct what's there currently. So if a structure falls into disrepair, the bylaw does allow for the reconstruction of that structure. So we wanted to make it clear to anyone purchasing the island, they can't do anything new, but they can reconstruct what is there to the exact dimensions of what's there right now. And that legally existing buildings or structures, again, may be restored or replaced or reconstructed in accordance with section 412. So that deals with non-conforming uses. Again, this would be considered a legal non-conforming use on the site. So that's what's included in the draft zoning bylaw amendment that we're asking council to consider. Just in terms of the location of Island 195, you've got Beausoleil Island here and Tomahawk here, and then the subject lands, Island 195 is this is Star Island. That's the island that's owned by Russell Stars. And it's in the Cognachine community. Or sorry, it's in the Honey Harbour community. The boundary between Cognachine and Honey Harbour is sort of in this area right here. So it's just on the very north end of the Honey Harbour community. So there's a bit of a blow up of the island. The docking structure that exists, again, is on the west side of the island in about that location there. Here's a picture of the aerial of the island. And this dock isn't the actual location of it. It's more over here, I believe. But I think in the winter time it had been moved. So here's a copy of the survey that was prepared for the island. So we do have a survey on file. If you recall, there was an application for official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendments submitted for this island a couple years ago by the current owners of the property, and that there was a public meeting held and they chose not to proceed with those official plan amendment and zoning. But as part of those application submission, there was this survey that was provided that specifically details the location and the size of all the buildings and structures that are on the site. So we do have that in our files, and we are aware of the size of those structures. The one thing, again, that this proposed exception does is define the size of the dock specifically in accordance with that permit 1046. What I'd like to do now is, if you do have a copy, it's important, I think, to run you through page 23 and page 24 of the staff report and the history of the building permits related to the docks. I know there's been some questions associated with those. I did have a conversation with Mr. Starr on Friday related to the court decision and related to the permitting history and specifically the ramp associated with the dock. So I wanted to provide council with some information related to that. And that's what this history section provides for. So What we did was take a look at the former bylaws for the municipality and the timing of construction to just sort of provide council with a snapshot of the history. So this island was used prior to bylaw 7253, which was the first zoning bylaw for the municipality, for picnicking and tenting and other uses. 9119 then put this property in an open space zone, which effectively made all the structures legal non-complying and the use non-conforming. A number of permits were taken out in 2010, and those permits were 1044, 10145, and 10146. Those permits were challenged through a Superior Court decision, and I'll provide you with some details with respect to those. The permit application that's most applicable here is 10146, and that was issued on May 28, 2010. And it proposed, and that's item 5 from this report, it proposed a dock that was 8 foot by 24, 6 foot by 40, and an 8 foot by 6 foot ramp. That's what was included in the permit application. Then fast forward to 2012, those permits were brought into question with respect to the Superior Court decision. And those 3 permits, one was for structures, the second one was for the holding tank, and the third one was for the dock and the ramp. And what the item 6 does is provide an overview of what the Superior Court decision indicated. And what it indicated is that it states that building permit 10144 issued for the Township of Bay was withdrawn by Lori and Marie Hutchison and subsequently rescinded by the township was invalid. So that first permit, 10144, was invalid. So that's got nothing to do with this consideration today. What it stated was that permit 10145 for the holding tank was affirmed. So that holding tank was subsequently reviewed, signed off on. It's in existence today. It also said that permit 10146 for the dock was also affirmed. So there was a site inspection done following this court decision, and then subsequent sign off by the building permit on that permit 10146, which was for the dock. It says dock here, but it's dock and ramp. They were both included in that application. And that's what the subsequent items of this report deal with. You'll see under item 6B, there's a Roman numeral 1 and 2. Those are effectively what's included in the amendment as well, related to not allowing any expansions to the privy or expansions to other buildings and structures. And then item number C, under 6, so 6C, does identify that no further building or plumbing permits issued in respect to 195 for any buildings or structures without either a change in the Building Code Act provisions that include municipal zoning bylaws within the applicable law that must be complied with prior to issuance of the of a permit, or without an amendment to the minor variance being made. So effectively what that's saying is that if you're going to do any new buildings or structures, you need to apply for a Planning Act approval. And that's what this zoning bylaw does complete. However, that's talking about new buildings and structures. If you were to replace an existing building and structure, or replace a dock, for example, that had a permit, you could do that. We would still require a permit for those things to be undertaken, but it's not a new structure. It's something that was permitted as a result of this decision. And that's an important fact to keep in mind. Sorry. So item number 7, the holding tank was installed. Item number 8, in May of 2012, so after the Superior Court decision that brought into effect those conclusions, a site inspection was completed, and the dock that was on the site was measured as follows. If you recall the pictures of this dock, it's a plastic style dock that gets pieced together. So it was on the property prior to the court decision. That's what the original permit was for. So measurements were taken on May 28th, and the dock was 8 foot, and the dimensions are identified here. Those dimensions are slightly different than the dimensions on the original permit application, if you recall, but those are the dimensions that were measured. And then in November of that year, the building official went to the site. And the key item with the court decision was they also put on what was called a shore platform at the time and connected the dock and ramp to that. So by November, the shore platform had been removed, and the building official identified that the permit should be closed, that it was finalized. And that was based on the dimensions of the dock that were identified in May and that had previously existed on the site. So with that, that's why we're recommending those dimensions for the dock and the ramp be included in the bylaw. Those are the dimensions that were signed off on by the building permit and that were again affirmed through that court decision that affirmed permit 10-146. Optically, do we need to include those dimensions for the dock in the bylaw amendment? We don't need to, but we think it just provides some clarity to the current owner, to the neighbors, and also to any potential future purchaser on the size of dock and ramp that's permitted on. So that's the main information. Just a few questions that I'd like to, and a few comments through discussions that I'd like to address prior to receiving any questions of council or the public on this matter, is that the question of what can be replaced. I think I've alluded to this, but what's there currently can be replaced. Building permits would be required to undertake construction. Just like if anybody was doing a renovation to their cottage that required a building permit, they would seek those permits to undertake. Other question, if the water level changes, can the dock move in and out with the changing water levels? Practice in Georgian Bay is that docks, when a permit's issued, a dock can move in and out with the changing water levels. There's many people that have different pins associated with the shoreline with changing water levels. So this dock, from staff's perspective, could move in and out with the changing water levels without a building permit application. That's consistent across the township. If this person were to apply right now, currently there is no ramp associated with that dock. Currently there's a dock, there's a couple 2x12s, it's my understanding, that they use to get between the shore and the dock. So if this individual were to come in and apply today for a ramp, building permit 10-146 was granted for a dock and a ramp. Planning staff would evaluate that building permit application, a new permit application for a ramp based on that historic one that did allow. And the question is, well, that size of ramp won't allow someone to get to shore currently because of the water levels. It's too great of a distance. And that hence comes the response I've provided related to the dock being able to move in and out with the changing water levels, which again is consistent with how we deal with docks on other properties on Georgian Bay. So those are some of the comments and questions and discussions that I've had with Russell Starr. And the property owner has reviewed the draft bylaw, has indicated that they are supportive of the draft bylaw and moving to that NSI 2 zone. They wanted some clarity provided about replacements of existing structures and those things, because they wanted to be sure that if they ever sold the property that future owner knew exactly what they could or could not do with the property. So that's the intent. So, sorry for the long-windedness of the presentation, but I think it was important to go through.
Well, thank you very much. Mr. Member of the Public, would you care to comment on this file? Sorry? Oh. Okay, well, Mr. Public is not speaking, so sorry, I'll go back. Are there any correspondence in regards to this file? Sorry.
Well, yes, there is, Your Worship. 2 letters of support have been received from Martha Davis and Johnny Mike Irving. 2 letters have been received from Alita Starr, one in support of the rezoning to natural state and one objecting to the ramp. 2 letters have been received from Russell Starr, one in support of the rezoning to natural state and one objecting to the ramp.
Thank you. Any members of council wish to speak to this? Councillor Jarvis, followed by Councillor Cooper.
Jamie, when you were talking with Russell Starr, I know he was quite upset over the concept of the ramp. Were you able to alleviate his concerns with regards to that ramp?
Your Worship, I provided him with the background. I'm not sure that it alleviated his concerns, but I provided him with the background information and how docks are considered in other properties in Georgian Bay. He did note that this was unique because it did have a court decision. But I've read you what the court decision says. I've got a copy of it. And what it says with respect to the dock is that it affirms permit 10146 was for a dock. That's all I can provide.
Now my follow-up goes back to the previous application at high water mark. I'm looking at this, I love this map. I can blow up and I can see the contour lines, which really helps, I guess, because it's been looked at so many times, there's a lot of detail. I see that there is a screened platform that is above the 177.46 contour line, but below, is it the 178? 178.33, excuse me. I'm concerned with the way things are going right now. I'd be surprised if that platform was still there. And I'm wondering what the situation would be if that platform were to be removed by Mother Nature. Would the owner of the island at that time be allowed to replace it where it currently stands?
Your Worship, the bylaw does allow for replacement of legal non-complying structures, and if this structure is in a non-complying situation, it would be permitted to be replaced at that location.
Well, but it would come before council, would it not?
No, it would not. The bylaw allows for
Okay.
those as of right.
Okay, so that's something we need to look at. Okay, appreciate that.
Councilor Cooper.
Just a few clarifications. Certainly very comprehensive report, Jamie. Thank you. It was a history lesson for us. And so the questions are just starting with the ramp. The ramp is a certain dimension, but the ramp is to be attached to the dock, not to the shore. Is that correct?
Through your worship, a ramp is connected to the shore and a dock. So the shore at one end, a dock at the other end. The court decision really dealt with the ramp at that time was connected to a shore platform, and the requirement was the shore platform had to be removed.
Right.
But it still has to be fastened to the shore.
Well, okay, but so we haven't clarified that the ramp, for example, would be on hinges on the floating dock that would go to shore and move on shore, as opposed to the ramp being sitting on shore coming to the dock, because they're two different things. And the one where it's on shore goes back to the issue of a shore platform, so I'm wanting to get clarification as to what we're going to allow or not going to allow.
It's not a shore, through your worship, it would not be a shore platform. A shore platform would not be permitted here. It would just be simply a ramp that connects to the shore and then to the dock at the other end.
So anchoring at the shore would be allowed.
That's all that's permitted. If it's anything else, it's a shore platform and it's not permitted.
Okay, so effectively what you're saying is the ramp, though, could, in theory, be at the shore, going over to the dock as opposed to the other way around. Affixed, in other words, which end is affixed? You can't have, well, you can have both ends affixed too, I guess. Are you suggesting you can have both ends affixed?
I think both ends would likely be fixed, yes.
Okay, what were,
You'd have a hinge at the shore, or you'd have pins at the shore, and you'd have a hinge at the other end.
Okay. Just a couple of other questions. So you said you spoke to Russell Starr, but you're not sure you alleviated his concerns, so what were his concerns? This is important to us because we don't want to end up in court again.
Yeah.
Your worship, I think there's a differing of an opinion on what permit 1046 permitted, as opposed whether it permitted just a dock or whether it permitted a dock and a ramp. I think that's sort of key concern related to that. And then there's also a concern on whether a dock can be moved, or if this is the only location it can be at, or can the dock actually move in and out with the changing water levels. And I think there's a differing of an opinion on that. So, my recollection of my conversation is those were the two sort of key main concerns related to Mr.
Yeah, so those are, and your solution, I think, in terms of moving in and out with the water certainly makes some sense, and so I just wanted to understand what we might be up against. Just a couple of other issues. I'm looking at the survey. I'm not sure what year this was done. I'm quite surprised, though, to see that we're using the water's edge. And in fact, what we've got here is a similar situation to something we saw earlier this morning, which is essentially two pieces of land. It looks to me like, anyway. In other words, we've aggregated the north piece to the south. Is that correct?
Through your worship, this survey was not related to this discussion today. Specifically, this was the Farncombe application. It identifies the 176 or 177.4. It also shows where the water's edge was at the time they did the survey. That's all it's showing. So yeah, that's
But what I'm looking at here is it's really two, in high water, there's water running in between the lower right and the upper left.
yes, yep.
I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you. A couple of other questions. I had written down, when was the court case, but you said it was in 2012, is that correct?
Through your worship, yes, the judgment was issued January 12th, 2012.
Okay, and this whole matter has historically cost the township close to $200,000, which I'd like to remind us of that for future reference, so we don't repeat this. So essentially, we had a court case that cost a lot of money, and yet we put, for some reason, a zoning on it, incorrect zoning, after we'd been through all this. Is that correct? Is that what I'm to understand from the history?
Through your worship, council passed the zoning bylaw. That's the history on it. I don't know anything more. This wasn't, I don't know if this was top of mind when the bylaw was passed, but yes, there was an incorrect zoning. I'm not sure the history is that relevant.
So the township passed a bylaw in 2014, and it had been zoned open space or whatever, NSI, and it was, when the bylaw was passed, inadvertently, or an error of some sort, it was given the wrong designation. Is that correct?
Your worship, I've already explained the history. I'm not going to explain the history.
Well, thank you. I just wanted to clarify what happened here. Thank you. It's helpful to the council.
Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you. So I was most interested in your conversations with Mr. Starr. I sat on the planning committee beside Armin Grigatus, who volunteered that it had cost the township over $300,000. Nobody seemed to object at the time, so that's a ton of money. If we are receiving communication from the Stars that they would not be agreeable to the ramp, but they would be agreeable to the zoning, I think it behooves us to avoid a ton of additional litigation costs by resolving that issue before we pass anything. Because if we pass this and we go back to court, we're going to be faced with probably hundreds of thousands of dollars of additional court costs to resolve this issue. And I think we have a very simple matter to deal with directly with the Stars, to get them on side with either agreeing that this is the right thing to do, or having them convince us that the ramp is not the right thing to do. And I think we need to have that conversation before we endure additional legal costs. Thank you.
Please.
Just as a point of clarification, I don't think there's a question there, but I just want to make sure council's aware of all the considerations before them. Sort of two paths that this could potentially go down. If the applicant were to come in today and apply to construct a ramp on the property, whether this ramp is included in the zoning bylaw amendment before council today or not, a permit would likely be issued for it because of the compliance with the original permit 1046. Whether it's included in this amendment or not, building permit would be issued to reconstruct that ramp. That's most likely. If that occurred, if Mr. Starr does not like that, he could appeal that decision to the courts on the township's issuance of the building permits. That's one thing that could happen. Another thing that could happen is if the municipality passes this bylaw that's before them today, and Mr. Starr doesn't like the inclusion of those ramp dimensions in the bylaw, he could appeal that to LPAT. So that's something that could happen. Those are things that could happen depending on what council decides to do with this application. The other considerations are that if the township was not to issue a building permit application, for example, if they applied for that ramp, then the owner of the property could appeal that to the courts on not issuing a permit application. So I just want to make sure council's aware of those different paths that could happen. What we've done is we've reviewed the history, we've reviewed the file, we've discussed it with our lawyer, and we're giving council with what our recommendation is from staff's perspective to make this issue as clear as possible for everybody moving forward. So it's up to council to decide what they do with that information, but that's the best information that we can provide.
And the court decision of January 2012 affirmed building permit 10-146. And at that time, that building permit included a ramp.
That's correct.
So therefore, the court affirmed the ramp.
That's correct. That's our review of the application.
Thank you. Councilor Cooper, followed by Councilor Yanko.
So I think, though, you mentioned 3 different avenues. Another avenue was what Councillor Hazelton was talking about, was to perhaps we could defer this until such time as we get a better understanding of how we might be able to avoid going to court, and working with Mr. Starr to see what we can do to get to that point. So I'm just raising that as a 4th alternative. Thank you.
Councilor Yanko.
Well, I don't like the idea about it being blackmailed by the public in making a decision today. If the courts have already agreed to the ramp and they've given the measurements of the ramp, I think we need to go ahead and proceed and approve this application or this new designation. I can't imagine the court saying you can build a dock, but you can't build a ramp. In other words, take a leap from shore to, there's no way that's going to ever happen. If Mr. Starr wants to take us to court, can't stop him. If he wants to go to the OMB, we can't stop him. The only thing we can do is maybe go after court costs if he goes ahead and does this, but I'm not going to sit here and say be blackmailed and have our staff go back and negotiate something which probably is not negotiable. And we already have a good leg on the legal aspects here, so I have no problem going forward with this today.
Councilor Bochek.
I thank Councillor Wienkel for his well-thought-out comments. I really would suggest that we move ahead and vote on this today and don't defer it. To deny somebody access to their property by not allowing them a ramp, so they're supposed to jump off and walk in the water, is ridiculous. And I would hate to think that if there was ever an incident that involved the movement from the dock to land caused an accident or an interest, the liability that this township would be involved in would be immense. It's simply joining a dock to a piece of property, allowing access there. So I don't see any reason not to go forward with this application, and if it's the will of council not to go forward with this application, I think we're looking at, put it this way, $300,000 was enough to spend on this already of taxpayers' money. We don't need to be spending more, so I'm going to move ahead with this.
And if I may, I think it's very important that the court decision did include ramp with dimensions.
Correct.
Councilor Jarvis.
Sorry, to clarify, the court decision didn't include dimensions. The court decision affirmed the dock permit application. What I wanted to make clear is the original permit application was for one set of dimensions. When the site visits were conducted, the dimensions were slightly different. So that's one key point that I want to make clear. But when the court decision was made in 2012, the dock had already been constructed and was in place as it exists. So, but the decision affirmed the permit. That's what it did.
Councilor Jarvis.
And I'm going to harp on that one point. Well, I appreciate what Councillor Wienko and Councillor Bochek have said. My concern goes back to what Councillor Hazelton has said, and what you seem to have confirmed is, and I'm looking at the history, I don't see anything in the court proceedings that indicate that 10-146 is affirmed, and 10-146 is the dock permit, correct? I see a confirmation for permits 145. I apologize. It says 146 dock are affirmed. Okay, so it's the following clarifications. Okay. So, again, bear with me here. The court has affirmed the dock, period, not dock and ramp. Just by, I mean, maybe there was just somebody missed something, I don't know what, but that's what it is, right?
Your worship, what it reads, what the decision reads, is building permit number 10-145 holding tank and 10-146 dock are affirmed. It has dock in brackets, but the permit itself, 146, was for a dock and a ramp. So I think what they're saying here is that the dock and the ramp are one effectively, but the permit itself was for a dock and a ramp, and that's what the application provided. The permit wasn't for the shore platform, so that's why the shore platform.
I tend to agree with Councillor Pochek on this, that if you're going to have a dock, you got to have a ramp. Thank you.
Council, the motion reads, be it resolved, the council receives Development Services Report 2019-134, and the council adopts bylaw 2019-115 and approves the township-initiated zoning bylaw amendment for Island 195. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 5-2 carried. So that includes the public meeting portion of our planning council meeting. We have a couple of staff reports, and unless anybody objects, I'm going to suggest that we complete the planning council and then take a brief break before we get into the regular council. Everybody's willing to go a little bit further at this moment. So under staff reports, our first staff report is the Development Services 2019-131 with regards to an extension of a draft approval for Emerson Real Estate Limited. To the planners.
So the subject lands are located at 40 and 50 Lone Pine Road, just across the road from where we are today. The owners of the subject lands are Ib Amundsen Real Estate Limited. So there is a draft plan of subdivision and draft plan of condominium that was approved by the Ontario Municipal Board in 2010 on the subject lands. And this approval permitted the development of 6 semi-detached dwellings, 2 single detached dwelling lots with communal roadway and docking facilities. So the applications to extend the draft approvals were made by the owner to the district in September of this year. And staff did provide support to the district to extend such approvals for no longer than 2 years. Staff have had ongoing discussions with the district on the applications. So just an overview, so this is the draft plan of subdivision that was approved. So this plan here essentially creates the proposed residential lots, as you can see. And then here is the draft plan of condominium that essentially creates the communal roadway and docking facility for those lots. So the resolution in front of council today is to receive the report and provide support of the extension of the approvals by the district. It is important to note that through ongoing discussions with the district, that this would be the last time that extensions would be permitted to these plans, given current policies in the district. So the owner would be required to essentially go through the entire application process in 2 years if they do not fulfill the requirements within the next 2 years. And so staff are in support of that to allow them to have 2 more years to try and get this done, and if not, council would see new applications come forward in the future.
Thank you. Council. Councilor Rienko.
Yeah, that's the issue I was going to bring up because I was involved in the district official plan that where they put in 10 years as maximum. And then you have to go back to square one and do the whole thing over again, mostly for environmental issues. This was approved in, you have 2006 this first came to us?
So through your worship, the applications first came to light in 2006, but then it was the OMB in 2010 that made the actual
Okay, so
approval
we're looking
final.
from 2010 plus 10 years, which is 2020.
Exactly, the
Okay.
district uses the 2010 date.
Is the proponent made fully aware that he has to do something in 2 years or start again? Has he been made aware of that?
Yes, myself and the district have had many discussions with
Okay.
the owner, yeah.
It's very important.
Councilor Jarvis, did you have your hand up?
Yeah. Just curious, the first photo you show of the overhead schematic, the site plan or whatever, that, no, that one there, right there, there doesn't appear to be any water on the backside of those properties, yet in the photograph there is. Has the water level gone up that much?
So, through your worship, yeah, it's hard to see, but this whole entire area here, it is actually water, just for some reason our CGIS does not
Thank you.
have it blue, but it is a water lot, yeah.
Okay, that clears that up. Thank you very much.
Council, the motion reads, be it resolved the council receive Development Service Report 2019-131 and support the proposed extension of the conditions of draft approval to files S 2006-8 and C 2006-9 for Ib Amison Real Estate Limited for an additional period not to exceed 2 years. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you.
If it pleases your worship, I'd like to ask a question of our CAO on the next matter, and that is that I've declared a possible indirect pecuniary interest and a conflict of interest. Does that demand that I leave the room, or may I sit in the audience and not comment?
The only time that a member of council has to leave the room is if it's a closed session matter. So you can sit in the audience.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
No faces?
If you wouldn't mind relocating yourself, we'll review this file. So this is Development Services Report 2019-132, the site plan agreement application for PLM services at 98 Honey Harbor Road, to the Planning Department.
Right, so the site plan agreement application that you have in front of you is for Northern Select Inc., call it PLM Services. So they are co-owners. Northern Select is the owner of the property, and PLM Services has signing authority. So the subject property is located at 98 Honey Harbor Road. So you can see the property on the screen here in black. It is just under the bridge, and if you were heading to Oak Bay on the right-hand side. All commercial properties within the Township of Georgian Bay are required to enter into a site plan agreement, and this is in front of you today as they do not currently have one in place, and they're proposing the construction of a new storage building. The property is approximately 1.0 hectares in size, which is 10,724 square meters. The site has historically been used as a construction yard and equipment storage for PLM services. The current owners have owned the property for approximately 10 years, and prior to that it was used as, so I'm told, the Honey Harbor bus lines and repair shop. So the intent of the owner is to maintain the existing use, but to construct a new storage building as they have outgrown their existing building. So it's for the storage of equipment such as barges, tractors, dump trucks, snow plows, that sort of thing. The proposed use is in compliance with the zoning bylaw, and the proposed building, as you can see here on the screen, will be located in compliance with the setbacks of the zoning bylaw. So they have their existing shop here, and the new storage building will be in this location. So it does meet the intent of the official plan, and it does comply with the permitted uses in the zoning bylaw. Staff are in support of the proposed site plan agreement, and the owner is present if you have any questions for him, or if you have any.
Councilor Yanko.
I don't have any problem with this application, but at some point before we issue a building permit, do we need a proper survey?
Through your worship, for a non-waterfront property, we don't require a new plan of survey.
You do or don't?
We do not for a non-waterfront property.
Oh.
Councilor Jarvis.
Just curious, how does that property relate to the new development that's being proposed, I guess in behind it, right?
Yeah, so the new development, so this is sort of the commercial lot
Okay.
on that new, and then Port Severn Heights is this portion.
Thank you. And then the other question is the permit we're looking at today allow for any kind of plumbing for this facility?
I don't know if they propose any plumbing in it. I think it's just solely for storage
Thank
so
you.
that they can keep everything covered.
Seeing no other raised hands, the resolution reads, be it resolved that council receives Development Service Report 2019-132 and the council adopts bylaw 2019-114 for the proposed agreement which approves Schedule B site plan to the site plan control agreement for 98 Honey Harbor Road. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Be it resolved, the council adopts bylaw 2019-116, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the December 9, 2019 Planning Council meeting. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. And be it resolved, the Planning Council does now adjourn at 10:30 a.m. until Monday, January 13th, 2020 at 9 a.m. or at the call of the chair. All those in favor? Thank you. I'm going to suggest perhaps a 10-minute recess, and we'll reconvene at approximately 10:40. Thank you. Councilors, as soon as we've collected all the motions, I'd like to get this meeting going, moving ahead. Thank you. I'm going to let you sort. Bocheck still has some, doesn't he? You have to learn to get motions to people who don't talk. Thank you, Jamie. Councilor Bocheck, you have motions in front of you that we require. No? That's what it looks like.
Mr. Jarvis has a pile in front of him.
Oh, I see. Pass the buck. So what do you have in front of you then?
Well, these ones I'm not going to sign them because I'm going to have Mr. Cooper sign them.
I see.
Okay. I know they're just motion to bring them onto the floor, but I really don't want my name on them. You can motion them and then Peter, I don't think Peter can second them, we will have to go over to Paul Meany.
We might, there's a few things you might have to carry over to tomorrow. If we recess from council and do it tomorrow. One of those things I would recommend, Brad, if you might hear, the Promenade agenda, because Jen's not here. She will not be returning today.
Oh,
So, tomorrow will be better for that presentation, if there are questions on Monday.
All right.
And she also has 2 closed session reports that I can speak to, but
We'd rather have a few reports. Only no apologies on the motion. All right, we'll move forward in the order we have.
So what I heard was fantastic.
Can we call this council to order, please? And we're going to do it at 10:45. And the first thing I have to ask, is there any pecuniary interest declarations that should be made with regards to our agenda in front of us that you're aware of? Councilor Cooper?
I've already filled in the book.
Okay. Anyone else? All right. The first motion in front of me is, be it resolved, the council adopts the consent agenda of December 10th, 2019 as circulated. Are there any comments or questions? All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Next one is, be it resolved, the council adopts the regular agenda of December 10th, 2019 as, sorry, that should be December 9th, I think. My apologies. And that one should have been December 9th, too.
I don't know what day it is.
Okay, well, it's December 9th according to my computer. Be it resolved, the council adopts the regular agenda of December 9th, 2019 as circulated. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. The next thing is communication from council and mayor. I don't even remember last month where I started, which end. I said, okay, so according to the clerk, whose memory is better than mine, we started with Councilor Bocheck last time, so we're going to start with Councilor Douglas this time.
Okay, thank you. This was a bit of a quiet month for me, just with some restraints with being water access and so on and the weather, but I was able to attend the November 29th Indigenous training at Watak, the blanket ceremony, I believe it is. It was extremely interesting, and I highly recommend if anybody has an opportunity to attend that particular training. It's very informative, and it's also quite shocking to see how history actually has been presented to us as kids right through school. even up till the present, and is now, just now, in the last few years, being rectified to what the actual truth of the matter is. And it was an extremely well put together, and I thought it was a great event to be able to participate in. Aside from that, I've just been communicating with some of our constituents on various items. And recently I've been able to, as far as the MCDA and Mississippi Activity Park, I was able to find a designer, which I'm quite excited about, to be able to follow this up, that does parks for a living as a architect designer or a landscape designer, that may become a part of a school project for one of the schools. So I'm going to follow that one up anyways, and I'll report out as we find out whether we can actually make that happen. And I think that would be interesting to have this part of a school training session for park students and architects. That's it.
Thank you. Councillor Yanko.
I too attended the Indigenous training course on November the 29th at the Water Community, or the Administrative Office there. On the 30th, I attended the Baxter Snow Riders Christmas party at the Baxter Hall here. On December the 1st, I attended the Honey Harbour Santa Claus Parade. It was a lot of fun. Last week on the 5th, I attended the Township Christmas party. And then on Saturday, the 7th, I attended the MacTier Santa Claus Parade and was quite pleased that our new MP, Scott Akerson, also attended. So it's kind of nice to see him attend some of these Santa Claus parades.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton.
There's lots of events that I would have liked to have attended in late November, but something about having Americans in the family and American Thanksgiving, and people seem to schedule events in that time frame up here, so I missed them. However, I was able to enjoy the staff Christmas party, stayed for the entire event with games and everything, and was able to contribute to my team. That felt good. And then on Friday, again, made the trek back up here and attended the firefighters and spouses appreciation dinner, which again was a good event. It's always great to see the recognition for our firefighters, and so I was pleased to be able to participate in that. Thank you.
And wore impressive Christmas ties while you were at it. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you. It's a busy month. Aside from district council meetings in mid-November, I attended a fundraiser for the Georgian Bay Land Trust, the Bayscapes Art Auction on the 22nd, which I think was very successful and I think incredibly well attended, close to 200 people I would guess, and people from up and down the coast of Georgian Bay. On the 30th, I attended a function at the McMichael Art Gallery for the presentation by the Great Lakes. I'm not sure I'm going to get the whole name right here, but
Georgian Bay Great Lakes Foundation.
Thank you.
I had to put down the initials here so I wouldn't forget it.
Perfect. And very interesting presentations. Particularly, I took a lot of interest in an individual from Baird Environmental or Baird Engineering around water levels, a very knowledgeable individual, and boy, we sure have some challenges ahead of us. It may have some challenges ahead of us with respect to water levels. So that was most interesting in understanding the history of high water and low water and what happens in between. On the 29th, I attended the Indigenous training at Wata. I think I've got that date right. And on top of which, in December, I attended a staff party on the 5th, last Thursday, and dinner was great, and games, and it was in the afternoon, sorry, not in the evening, but it's sort of an afternoon event. And wonderful games in the afternoon after that, and December 6th, I attended the firefighters dinner once again at the Baxter Community Center, and we had a terrific time, and thanks to Tony for that. That was a great event. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
Busy month, Honey Harbour Santa Claus Parade, then the SSEA Partners Reception up in Horseshoe Valley? Yeah, I think it was. Bayscapes in Toronto, a good fundraiser there. The Kairos blanket ceremony on the 29th. 30th GB Great Lakes Foundation event. And then the Township staff lunch and the firefighter dinner. They're all very good stuff. But I'm not going to probably just repeat what everybody else has said.
Councillor Wojcik.
I too did attend the Santa Claus Parade in Honey Harbour for Port Severn and Honey Harbour, and to thank our donator from the Galaxy Theatre, I believe it was, for the gifts that were given out to all the kids on the parade route. Every kid on the parade route received a gift from members of council and the mayor, which was awesome. I did attend the Children's Christmas Party at the Baxter Ward Community Center, where Santa and Mrs. Claus again gave out gifts to every registered guest in the township, which was fantastic, very well attended. Had meetings with Big Shoot Marine and the owner, Brian, about past dealings with the road closure, which shut his business off for a period of almost 3 months, and how he's to move forward with compensation on that, or if there's any to come. Met with the Smith family with access to public lands on Bonneville Road, and we continue to work with staff in getting a resolve to that, or more information on that. Attended the Moore Point Christmas Party celebration. It was a great time. I'm going to apologize here to both our staff and to the fire department for not attending the Christmas parties. It had nothing to do with me not liking to eat. Sure. It was simply a conflict in my schedule, and I was unable to make it. Of course, all the work that's going on behind the scenes to do with the Pratt Road culvert, I haven't given up on that. I know there's a resolution coming in front of us, but council's word is council's word, and whatever council decides, council will decide. I stand behind council's decision, although I think this is something that's going to continue beyond today's vote. Also attended a seminar, a very interesting seminar, which a lot of local inland members asked me to attend, on mold spores and bacteria found in maple syrup production. Becoming a very big thing that a lot of independents are making maple syrup in their sugar shacks and then marketing it to the public. And we're finding out that a lot of bacteria and molds are forming in these non-pasteurized processing of the syrup. So it's becoming a big thing, and I am going to be producing a paper on this in the new year at Maple Syrup Time to inform our residents on some of the proper procedures and cleanliness that should happen on that. And that was my month.
I didn't expect to hear about maple syrup. Thank you.
Yeah.
My list of activities the past month started on November 14th with the Muskoka Area Indigenous Leadership Table. That was our second one that we've held with the district, that's organized by the district, and that was hosted by RAMA, and I found that very informative. November 15th, Committee of Adjustment. November 18th, District Council, where they had a special meeting before the regular council meeting to continue discussing development charges. As you can well imagine, there's some debate going on there as to which way we should go with development charges. November 19th, I was in Parry Sound for the Biosphere Reserve State of the Bay Conference, where things like climate change, water quality, lower food web, and fish communities were the topics of discussion. I found that very interesting. And then I attended their annual meeting, their AGM, where I was re-elected treasurer for that organization. November 20th, we had a district joint committee with regards to the rate budget. Budget's always fun this time of year. November 21st, I was up at the MacTier Legion meeting with Bruce and Mary Henn with regards to there seems to have been some awkwardness of one form or another between the Legion and the township, and I'm hoping sometime in the new year they might come in here and give us a brief presentation on a bit of their history and what they're doing for the community in MacTier, just for our information. November 22nd, at the Georgian Bay Land Trust Bayscapes event down in Toronto. I thought it was a great event. Take great pride in that my daughter was a primary organizer of that event, and I think they raised lots of money, and it was great to see lots of people. Quite interesting. On November 25th, I was at an event in Barrie called Illuminating Conversations, and it featured Laura Berman, who belongs to a group called The Land Between, which I must admit until a short while ago I'd never heard of. But this is another organization that tries to protect our environment, maintain our natural state, and they consider the land between more or less starting from the eastern Georgian Bay coast and running almost to the Ottawa River Valley, and starting at the top edge of, let me call it, Southern Ontario farmland, and going up to not quite North Bay, and so it's the transition zone, if you will, between our southern and northern parts of the province. So I found that quite interesting. November 26th, I found myself in this room at the Georgian Bay emergency exercise that our chief was hosting or running with a number of others to make sure that the township and the staff are prepared in case some emergency takes place. And I talked to a couple of people who are were instructing us, if you will. And the comment they said is that our township is in far better shape than they were a few years back, that the things are being learned, and that we're far more prepared now than we were, I don't know, it was 5-6 years ago, I forgot what figure it was, but, so I think that's all very good, and I appreciate Chief Van Dam's contribution to getting us better prepared for the emergencies, his line of work, if you will. November 29th, Indigenous Relations Training Exercise at the WATA Administrative Building, the Kairos Blanket Exercise, as Councillor Douglas made reference to, that it was, I think, a very very interesting, informative way of presenting basically history. And I know that Tracy from the Moose Deer Point Nation was there as a sort of like an assistant with this whole exercise, and I suggested to her that maybe sometime in the new year, if she wants to run herself, we have a township office here that would be a great site for one of those, because I think it was a terrific thing. So I'm hoping we can get something going for the rest of council and staff, because I think it was a wonderful way of presenting quite a few centuries worth of history. Unfortunately, because I was there, I missed the MacTier holiday train arriving in MacTier, and I was quite pleased that Michael Dubin passed on my regrets and was able to cover for us. November 30th, like a couple others here, I was down at the Georgian Bay Great Lakes Foundation Science Symposium that was held at the McMichael in Kleinburg, where they talked about water levels and invasive species. And I'm not sure how much I was cheered by the water level expert. It said, well, by this time the water should be going down, because it's not. So does that mean that we just have to be a little more patient, or does that mean we're in trouble? Of course, he didn't know. And then I followed that by going up to Hidden Valley, the other side of Huntsville, for the district Christmas party, which was quite an enjoyable event. And the next day, I was in Honey Harbour for the Honey Harbour Port Severance Santa Claus Parade, and plus I guess you might want to call it a reception or food hosted by Village Marine, Phil and Diane, which was quite an enjoyable way to meet lots of people. December 5th, the staff Christmas party here, of course. December 6th, the Firefighters Appreciation Dinner. Quite enjoyed that event. I think it is very impressive how hard many of our volunteers and staff are working and being prepared to handle emergencies when they take place. And I think we should all be very appreciative of that, because that's when we need help immediately. And they're there. And the following day, the MacTier Santa Claus Parade, followed by the Children's Christmas Party at the Baxter Ward Community Center. And that was my month. Acting CAO Gunby.
Thank you. So I also attended the firefighter dinner and the staff Christmas party, and I can say that staff were very appreciative of the support they received from the councilors who attended, and may or may not have cheated during one of the games. I'm just throwing it out there, not looking at anyone. The jury's still out on that, I think. But it was great for the participation, and I rode the holiday train from Midhurst to MacTier, which was a new experience for me, and I was pleasantly surprised at that. It was very enjoyable. I attended the Bayscapes event in Toronto, which was a great turnout, and I got to meet a lot of people. And also, I took part in the Federation of Ontario Cottage Association's AGM webinar, and I forwarded all that information on to council because they did speak a lot about septic reinspection.
I'm surprised you didn't mention at Bayscapes, they sold you a youth ticket.
So the best part about that whole event was the fact that because I'm under 40, I am a youth. And I'm gonna go until I'm 40, at least.
And how many more decades will you be under 40?
Just a couple more years.
All right, well, thank you very much. Obviously, next on our list is the Integrity Commission reports, which we'll be doing at 1 o'clock. And I've been asked to postpone the next item, Honey Harbour 2020 Promenade tender results, until tomorrow, because we would hope that our sustainability director will be part of that report, and she will not be available until tomorrow. And then we have the Clerk's report 2019-24 with regards to Waste Management Committee. Well, I see that name here, or do you want, I presume it was Councillor Wienko you discussed this matter with. Would you rather he spoke to it? Would you like to speak to it, or?
Well, I will, but no,
Oh.
if you want to.
I took his information from his report, put in my report, so it's the same.
So basically, you're saying we should read our agenda.
Or I can read it, it's up to
I just haven't scrolled down quite that far yet, because that is page 78. Councillor Wienko, do you want to add any color to that report?
The only thing that I'm somewhat concerned that we're lacking this whole thing is the communication aspects. Many people, especially out in the Bay, do not know that this is happening, and I don't know exactly how they're going to be told and how they're going to react. And I see this committee doesn't have any responsibility for communications, and I don't know if that's what you really want. Again, we haven't talked about a communication strategy, and I don't know when we should be doing that, but just putting it in a tax bill is probably not a good, that's one way of communicating, but this is one of probably the biggest, in my opinion, this is one of the biggest issues to hit this township in years, and I think we need to have a very well thought out communication strategy, and I don't know if this committee is responsible for that, or if somebody else is taking responsibility for that.
Acting CEO?
Thank you. Through your worship, the committee would not have any role in the communication, which is why it's not in the terms of reference. That would be a staff matter, and we would work with the committee on ideas, but we wouldn't be leaving it up to the committee to do any sort of communication.
I think we probably need communication sooner than later. I would hope that we would have some communications, full communications out there before this committee gets underway. So is there a strategy or a plan or some kind of document that you can bring forward with the...
Not at this point, but we can chat with the district about getting what they have and sending it out. But that's a separate matter from this report on doing a committee.
Will council see a communications plan before it's implemented, or would that just...
I doubt it. We would probably just send something out that whatever the district has.
But how you send it out, like it's going to be, okay.
Councillor Cooper.
Just given that this is sort of, well, it's from an execution perspective, ultimately it's a district issue, but this is an initiative from our council. So I would suggest that perhaps one of the things that we might want to do from a communications perspective is, and since the bin site aspect of it is one of the elements, I think it might make sense for the councillors to get in touch with the various communities out on coastal Georgian Bay to make them aware. In fact, I was thinking of getting in touch with some of the associations to also see if we can get some active participants on this. So that was one point on this waste management issue, but I had a couple more. I thought we discussed so we've got basically 11 members going to be put onto this committee, but I thought we discussed the actual membership of the council members for this committee at our last discussion. Specifically, I think we said that Councillor Wienko and myself and Councillor and the mayor would be on it, but then he was going to be ex officio so that Councillor Hazelton could be on this committee, so I would like to make sure that we include that point of fact that we've discussed. It's not in the report, so I'm just making that recommendation. The other thing is that I think we might want to also include at least one or two of the other areas of the township, because I think the point of this committee is to look at all our expenses associated with solid waste management. So it's not just bin sites, is my take on it, and I think we discussed that as well. It's looking at the overall costs associated with this and trying to figure out a better way forward. So I just wanted to make sure that we have a broad enough terms of reference to include all waste management, not just bin management. Have I missed something?
No, it's not called the bin site committee, thankfully for that, it's called the waste management committee. So.
And Acting Clerk Way, you wanted to speak to the one part of this?
Yes, certainly, Your Worship, through Councillor, to Councillor Cooper. In regards to which members were appointed and not appointed, that officially, it was passed by a resolution at the last meeting. However, we still would need to do an appointment bylaw with all of the members being appointed. So the point of this report isn't the specific members of council, just that there would be 3 of them with 8 members of the public. So right now we're just looking for approval of the terms of reference. And then when we have those applications in, we can appoint those members along with all of the councillors.
Thank you for that clarification. And so it's in our collective memory that what we did last time is there, and we're just going to go. So I'd be happy to engage in terms of getting in touch with various associations, but I'm sure Councillor Jarvis and Hazelton will be equally active in terms of trying to get us some applicants. But I might also suggest that we would want to get, since it's discussing the entire matter, that we might want to get people from other parts of the community, inland lakes and inland areas, rural areas, et cetera. So
absolutely, because quite a few of them will be affected by this. Go Home Lake is one example. It would be definitely affected by this.
That's if it's bin sites, but there may be other issues that we're looking at. Well, there are other issues that we'll be looking at here. So,
Councillor Bochek, followed by Councillor Douglas, please.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Cooper, for the recognition to us in the inland that 40% of my constituents don't belong to any sort of cottage association, or they're simply residents. So the communications part is a big deal to me. And I find that when I receive communications in my tax bill comes out, I give it to my accountant, I throw the rest in the garbage. I never see anything that's in it. Most people.
And you're a councillor?
Most people do the same thing. Well, as a matter of fact, a lot of people get their tax bill delivered directly to their accountant, and it doesn't even come to their household. So communication is going to be key here, and to get it to my constituents who don't belong to a cottage association or any type of association. I think a separate letter, somewhat what we circulate when we're circulating 800 meters around a variance or something, a direct letter with only that in it. Once it is resolved and once we know the facts, get it out. And if staff needs direction on that or needs a budget allocation for the postage or whatever, I'm sure council will be in concurrence to get in on that.
Okay, so now we're going to go Councillor Douglas, Councillor Yanko, Councillor Hazelton. We're going to go to the other side now.
So thank you, Councillor Butcher, for bringing that up, because there is an entire other part of the township that does not have associations. And in fact, some of the associations on the inland lakes, they don't have full membership. So, they could be as little as 50% and lower for some of them. So the communication really has to be thought out well, and I'm sure the staff will do that. And, we have to think about how we're doing this, because I have to agree with the tax bill situation. Most people I talk to don't look at it, which is really quite problematic and their fault, but we have to take that in consideration in communication. And just on a side note, when this does come around for voting, I am very interested in being on this particular committee for the inland.
Councillor Yanko.
Yeah, I appreciate what the CEO has indicated, that it is a staff issue for the communications, but I think in this particular issue, being one of the biggest issues that I probably will be addressing in my career, I think we need to make an exception on the communications, and I think council should be made aware or at least have input into the communications process. I think it's important that this issue gets out to everybody in the township. So I don't know if there's support or some direction to staff that something come back in January with a communication strategy that we can all hammer out and agree, and not necessarily leave it to staff. I'm sure you can do a good job, but the point is, I think this is one of the biggest issues that we're going to be facing in the next little while, and I think we should have, this council should have input into that strategy. So I would ask as direction maybe that strategy comes to us next meeting. Also, I'm quite concerned that we have to have some formal report up to the district by next October. And I know in here you indicated we might meet every couple of months. I think we'll have to be almost a monthly issue. We almost have to meet every month in order to get some kind of report by October. So I was hoping that by January we would have a strategy that the council could approve, and also a list of people who want to be on that committee. And it's open to anybody in the township. So if somebody in MacTier or Port 7 or Honey Harbour in the urban or rural area who wants to be involved, fine, let them apply, and then we can choose a good round slate of individuals. So I think anybody should be able to apply, and that list should be available to us in January, and so we could start meeting in February. We're talking about some having a training program. We got to have it in February because we only have March, April, May, and June and July to resolve this issue, which may take more than just a few months. So I'm looking at a time schedule, plus I'm looking for, I was hoping to get some input into the strategy for communications.
Acting CEO Gumby, did you wanted to respond before I turn the floor over
Yes,
to
through your
Councilor
worship. I just wanted to clarify that this report is strictly for the terms of reference. So I appreciate there's communication concerns, and knowing how passionate council is about this matter, I have definitely no problems bringing something back in January, and the clerk can add it to the resolution that staff is directed to return in January with a communication strategy. So if this is passed today, we would be sending out the call for members today, and so hopefully also by January, we could have the list of applicants, and we could also decide on who's going to be on the committee. And also, if it's the will of council, even though I don't think it needs to be amended, but if you want it for clarity, it can be in the terms of reference, that the meetings will be monthly, just so people are aware of their expectations. I think we did, Nicole did put a minimum of once every 2 months or more if needed. So it's in there, but if you wanted it to be clarified for monthly, so everyone is aware that they will be required at least once a month, then we can do that for sure.
Thank you. Councilor Hazelton.
Thank you. I'd like to echo much of what Councillor Wienko said. I won't say it, I'll just agree with it or support it. I also I was pleased that we heard from Councillor Bocek to kind of quantify the communications challenge in his ward. And I would like to offer that in Ward 4 that I'm responsible for. Yes, there is a major association, but its representation is only about 30% of the community. And so 70% of the community are outside of that association, and notifying that association and having them distribute information is going to miss 70% of the people in my ward. And so communication, again, is an extremely important thing, and I think quantifying it as Councillor Bocek did, and as I have just done, allows us to be more sensitive to the challenge of that communication. Thank you.
All right, we're modifying the motion, and I'm going to read the motion as it currently stands, and that is, be it resolved that Council of the Township of Georgian may approve the Waste Management Committee terms of reference as amended to include monthly meetings, and that staff be directed to begin the recruitment of public members for the Waste Management Committee, and that staff be directed to bring back a report regarding communication of waste management. All those in favor? You have your marching orders. Next on our list is the Fire and Emergency Services Report with regards to a signed bylaw exemption. Who is anyone speaking? Oh, Chief Undum.
Your worship, We have a application that was forwarded to the municipality on behalf of the Esso gas station that's being retrofitted across the road. Their proposed signs that they were putting forward don't meet the requirements of our signage bylaw. So they've asked for an exemption with communications with that property owner. They've eliminated one sign and now have come in with just the one sign that they want to put forward. Giving you some history, there's two signs in the area that have been approved in the past for a sign exemption, so everything in the area seems to be all kosher with each other, so we're recommending that the sign application be approved.
Thank you. Councilor Wojcik.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Being that the subject property is a constituent of mine, I have met with him, and he assured me that he thinks he's following the intent of the bylaw, and that the intent of the bylaw was not to have big neon signs in cottage country. Yeah, right. And that he feels that his development is appropriate and in the area where development is encouraged by the township, and is seeking a little relief on the sign bylaw so that he can get competing signs with the rest of the businesses in the neighborhood.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Yanko.
Yeah, I have no problem with this. First, I have two questions. Number one, is the sign solely on his property? Because I know we have some right-of-ways down there, so it's going to be solely on the Esso property? That's the first question.
Through you, your worship, it's on the township road allowance. However, the township has issued a license of occupation for his business, and that sign is in that licensed of occupation area.
So, in my simplicity, wouldn't we kind of want them to buy that land and take it off our property? Because obviously there might be some liability associated with our property. Shouldn't we be making him buy that land?
That's a question that I'm going to pass on to somebody else.
Because of the road allowance, I think there's an issue with us selling it. That's why he has a license of occupation. The license of occupation covers insurance. He has provided us with a certificate of insurance, and it will be amended to also include the sign. Right now he has it for parking, but the sign is going to be located in that area that he already has a license of occupation for. But staff can look into the possibility of him purchasing it, but that would be a later discussion.
Okay, I'm not a lawyer, so I don't really know if we should insist that little piece of property, maybe it can be broken out and he could buy that little piece of property. But in my simplistic mind, I don't think I want the township responsible for signs on our property. The second one is this any higher than the Petro-Canada sign, or is it about the same size as the Petro-Canada?
Signage is actually just a little bit shorter than that signage.
And this is going to have, I know that Petro-Canada could not, when the sign they have on the highway, they couldn't put the price on that sign because of distraction. Is this going to have a price on it, or do you know?
Yes, it will.
Okay, seeing no other hands, be it resolved that council allows an exemption to sign bylaw 93-147, in particular Schedule A, Item 2, to permit the height of a ground sign to exceed the height of 10 feet to a maximum of 22.96 feet. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Under new business, Councilor Yanko, you want to refer to the Segbay request?
It's not my issue. I told him, but it's not my issue. It's a township issue.
I can speak to that.
Please.
So the reason Councillor Wanko's name is on it is because he did put it on the previous agenda, so his name just remained on it. I have received an opinion from a lawyer that we use stating that based on previous court decisions, we should not be appointing anyone to the Segbay Chamber of Commerce. I received an opinion from an integrity commissioner that is not ours, that stated that they see no issue with it. And then I also received an opinion from our integrity commissioner that states that appointed members if we appointed a member to the Chamber of Commerce, they would be able to participate in a vote at council where the chamber has a pecuniary interest in the matter by virtue of the operation of Section 4 of the MCIA. So our integrity commissioner states that it is fine if we appoint someone, but our lawyers does not recommend it.
Does anybody wish to speak to this matter? Councilor Yanko, followed by Councilor Cooper.
So if there was a complaint filed, it would go to our integrity commissioner?
That's correct.
And, well, in this case, she would make the final ultimate decision? Or could somebody then take it to court if they don't like a decision?
Like with any integrity commissioner report, if no one is happy with it, they can take it to court.
Okay.
Councilor Cooper.
Just for clarification, we've been over this ground for quite a little while now, and I thought we got an opinion from our lawyer, Chris Tsikis, about this. Is that correct?
Yes, and he is the one who does not recommend it based on previous court decisions.
Right, and we got
Stemming
that
from this township.
a year ago or
Yes.
more. Thank you.
Councilor Douglas, I think you had your hand up.
I'm just for clarification here, so if we don't appoint a counselor to that, a counselor could attend the meetings and report back with what that meeting was about?
I'm assuming their meetings are open to the public, so
Yeah.
that would not be an issue.
Okay, but not an appointment to one. And I think given what our past is, we all know that we can be sued for anything, and non-successfully, but nonetheless costs us money as a township, so, yeah.
Councilor Yanko, followed by Councilor Jarvis.
Well, since we have two integrity, well, we have our integrity commissioner, and then we have the office of the integrity commissioner saying it's okay. Has Chris seen these two documents?
No, but that's his legal opinion, so I don't think it would change.
I don't know. I don't know.
He's not free.
Okay.
Again, it's up to council if they want to appoint someone. I'm just stating this is the information I've received.
Councilor Jarvis.
I'm just curious, having not been to a Seg Bay meeting, are Seg Bay meetings open to the public?
I'm hearing yes, so I guess why don't we go with that answer for now. Councilor Cooper.
I thought we also discussed that there might be a way to have a counselor attend and not be a member of the board or something, or a non-voting member of the board. I thought we had that discussion as well, and would that not help us get by this particular issue? In other words, be there for information purposes, but not voting? I thought we discussed that.
Well, certainly the letter, if I may, from Segbay made reference to an ex officio position with no voting rights.
Right, okay. So, and is Chris Tsikis saying that they can't be ex officio?
He did not receive their request. The opinion I have was the opinion that he sent in previously. I didn't get a new opinion.
So that's, maybe we need to put a phone call into him just to make sure that if it's ex officio, et cetera, then we're okay. I don't know. Just a thought.
CEO Gunby, did you not solicit the experiences of numerous municipalities in the neighborhood, or whether they had appointed anybody to the...
And the majority has appointed. And actually, if I can correct myself, I didn't get a new opinion, but I did forward that to Chris Tsikis, and he did state that his opinion has not changed. Sorry, I forgot that.
All right.
Councilor Douglas.
I think there's a bit of a double-edged sword here. I mean, if we appoint somebody to that, to the Seg Bay, then I'm wondering, when it comes to voting on anything here that may affect Seg Bay, they would have to declare possibly a conflict or a pecuniary. So I'm not, my thought on that is that there should be a council that may want to volunteer to go to the meetings and report back out, but not actually sit on the...
Well, and
I'm not really sure, but it sounds like from a legal perspective,
well,
it could be dangerous.
I'll put it to you this way. I'm very curious amongst the council here, is anybody who's actually interested in this position if council were to go forward with this? Councilor Wojcik.
I'll comment on this. Due to the instability or the rules being vague on this, I certainly would not, as a councillor, entertain sitting on this committee as a member. The conjecture and everything else that comes out of that can lead one to believe that he would be sued in a court of law for being a voting member either on the committee or at council after a committee meeting. So personally, no for me.
Councilor Yanko.
I would be interested, well, if ex officio means I can't vote at the chamber meetings. I'm a non-voting member. But when I'm sitting here at the council, I am a voting member on the annual grant. So that's the position I want to be in. But I want to have another discussion with Chris DeZikas about this because I like to get him on board. Because if I do offer to be on this position, I'm pretty confident that somebody's going to take me to court. That's the way that's the society we live in this township right now. So if Chris doesn't change his mind, then I'm not going to put my name forward. But if I can get Chris to change his mind, or at least understand that ex officio means this, the integrity commissioner and the integrity, well, we got 2 letters from the integrity commissioner. If he understands their position clearly and still is against it, then I'll put my name forward. But I think I'd like to have another discussion with him on this. Maybe in closed session, we can have him phone in on this or something like that and have another discussion with him, because I'm not quite clear why he's saying it can't be done. Because other townships do it, and they get away with it. So, why are we being penalized here? Why is our lawyer?
If I can, Your Worship.
Please.
He was very clear that it was based on previous court decisions from this township. So I doubt he would change his opinion. But if council would like me to entertain that with him, I can. But to Councillor Douglas's point also, our integrity commissioner now, who would be the one investigating a complaint, states that it is fine if we appoint someone to the board.
Councilor Jarvis.
If it makes it any easier, I wouldn't have a problem standing for that position.
Sorry?
I wouldn't have a problem being on the Segway board. And maybe from my perspective, it's a little bit better since I don't have any specific vested interest in the community from a business standpoint.
Well, I'm going to read the motion, and of course, we can carry it, we can defeat it, or we can defer it, or there's another option we have. And the motion currently reads, be it resolved the council receives the correspondence from Segway Chamber of Commerce dated September 17th, 2019, and that the council of the Township of Georgian Bay appoints blank as an ex officio member of the Segway Chamber of Commerce. Is there an appetite for deferral until we do a little more digging into this?
No, if you want to put if you want to put Steve on it, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, that's fine by me.
Do we want this subject to further legal review?
That probably makes sense.
Yeah, I think.
Okay, then let's
Discussion here.
I'm going to suggest we defer it for the moment, so that we can just confirm that we understand the advice correctly, given what the integrity commissioners have given us. Can I leave that with you?
Sure can.
All right, thank you very much. Councilor Jarvis. Sorry, Councilor Jarvis. The next item we have is a high water level in Georgian Bay that I think you've asked for some discussion.
Yeah, I don't have a specific presentation, but I'm aware, and I think I've made some information available to a few people that recent circumstances on the Georgian Bay indicate, and forecasts from several organizations indicate that we're going to be dealing with some high water, possibly dealing with some high water levels that are new and unique in the future here, and I'm really curious to know how we would, or whether we can, review our policies with regards to where we use the high water mark that we currently use, and whether in planning matters we should also consider putting on not just high water mark as it currently stands, but also other contours, and I'm thinking along the lines of the 178 contour line, in light of the fact that on the morning of November 1st, the buoy down in Midland that measures water levels indicated a water level of 1.799 meters above chart datum of 176, which is effectively a 178 level. So I'm very, very concerned that we're considering everything right now based on a 177 for high water mark, when in fact we could be dealing with high water that is above that on a regular basis for at least a year or two to come, depending on what happens with Mother Nature. And I think we need to consider somehow subsequent discussion on this, how we would handle, going forward, any planning issues with regards to high water mark.
Councilor Cooper?
Yeah, I think this is an important matter, and I hope we have some fulsome discussion about this. I agree that we need to examine this issue. I would like to add to this that we also need to consider the low water mark as well. We dealt with the low water mark or low water issue, I should say, and for a long period of time where we had a long run of low water and then extreme low water in 2012, 2013, I believe I've got those years right. That impacts building and access to properties as well. So I think we need to give consideration to that issue in our planning, I guess, bylaws and official plan. So I just would like to add the low water issue to it.
Anyone else wish to speak to? Councilor Wojcik.
I concur with Councillor Cooper that we've had many applications come before us, and certain members of council have addressed the fact that access to this property is not there during low water times. So I think not only do we need a high water mark, a low water mark, but we need to come up with a benchmark. And we can work from that benchmark either up or down, depending on the year that we're dealing with, and the bylaws, I think, are going to have to be a moving target with this because we do find on Georgian Bay huge swings. Yes. So we need to address both high and low, and a benchmark of some kind where we can move from that to determine whether a piece of property is suitable for development or not.
Councilor Yanko.
From our, Director of Planning as to what he thinks could be done here, because we could talk about this all day, but what is reasonably possible to do on this issue?
Your Worship, put me on the spot here.
That's your job.
It's definitely something we would have to research and take some look at. We've been thinking a little bit about this whole high water mark aspect and what would happen if the high water mark becomes higher than what we've got currently in our planning documents. And there's obviously some different ways it could be addressed. What we use high water mark level for in the planning documents or in the zoning bylaw is really three things. It's related to access to the property, so getting access for new lots, those sorts of things, or for docking. It's related to setbacks for dwellings, and then it's related to lot area for calculating lot coverage. It's related to lot area for, is there enough lot area to support a septic system? And then also the setbacks to the septic system. So that's kind of what I think are the main reasons why this high water mark is important. And then also public health and safety. Are the setbacks appropriate? And are the elevations of building, opening elevations appropriate for public health and safety? So what we'd have to do is consider and do some research and consider some options on, are there changes that need to be made first off. But one thing we've been thinking about a little bit is, if we were to make a change, let's say, to where we calculate our front yard setback from, or are we going to make a change to how we determine what lot area is, for example? Those are pretty impactful changes to the planning documents, and might not necessarily speak specifically to, is there enough lot area to support a septic system on the lot, for example. You may not need to change those numbers in the bylaw to do that. Elevations over a certain contour might be appropriate as well. What I'm getting at is, we've had a lot of properties do surveys in the last, let's say, 10 years that identify the 177.4 as the mark we measure setbacks from, and it's the mark that we calculate lot area from. So if we were to change that number in the zoning bylaw on where we measure our setbacks and lot areas from, well, anyone that's already had a survey done is going to have to go back and get another survey done to identify a new elevation to calculate setbacks and different things from. It might be the right thing to do, but it might not be the right thing to do. There might be other ways to do it. I think the main considerations are we gotta make sure going forward that septics can be located in an appropriate spot, and from a health and safety perspective, that buildings and structures are sited far enough back from wherever that high water level is, and also from at the right elevation. But whether our starting point for measurement should stay at 177.4 or whether it should change, I think that's something we need to think about in a little bit more detail.
Councillor Cooper, Councillor Jarvis, and then we have Councillor Wienko, and I don't know who else has their hand up. Councillor Hazelton.
So just in terms of moving forward with this, the other thing I was going to suggest is that we do have quite a bit of knowledge on our planning committee, both from a planner's perspective, but also contractors, et cetera. So that might be, once we develop some verbiage, it might be worthwhile to get feedback from our planning committee. The other point I would make is that, and maybe you all know this, but the Middle Great Lakes are the only Great Lakes really that are impacted, or let me put it another way, the Middle Great Lakes have a bigger swing than any of the other Great Lakes. 6.5, and there's no control. So Lake Superior, it's a 4-foot swing and they can control it. The Middle Great Lakes, that's not the case. So I think we have a real challenge here, and it's looking very scary going forward if the water goes up. So I think we need to think about that from a public health and safety and emergency access. There's a number of different issues that relate to both high and low water. Thank you.
Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, my concern right now is if we, for example, we take that one island 195 as an example, there's a tent platform there that currently would likely probably not exist because of the high water we've had. It may still be there, it may not. That's an example of, I think, by doing something, I'm not defining what exactly, we'd be saving a few people from themselves, in essence, and saving a lot of money in the long run for people. And I'm wondering if, as a helpful suggestion can add to this for the planning department, is we just address this as going forward, any new surveys coming in would indicate to us where, as an example, the 178 contour line is, as opposed to making everybody that's already done a survey for stuff that's already been applied for have to redo their surveys. I like Councillor Cooper's idea of getting this over to the planning committee as one of their projects. I don't know how, I think they've probably got a lot on their table right now, but it wouldn't be a bad idea.
Councillor Wienko, you had your hand up, I believe.
Yeah, if it goes to the planning committee and then it has to be prioritized, and so we should probably prioritize all those projects again. But I'm just wondering, I think the 177.4 needs to stay in our documents. I don't want to get involved in that because that's going to be a lot of work to start changing that if the water's only going to be up for a year or two. Is it possible as an option to go forward, leave the 177.4 in there, but any new development requiring setbacks is measured from the high water mark as it is above the 77.4? In other words, if it goes to 70, I don't know, 178, then your setbacks are from the 178 for all new projects until the water level goes back down to 177.4 and below that. Something like that. It might be a lot easier to put into the planning regulations than actually changing the 177.4, which would be major and so on. So maybe just an interim solution for the next couple of years. And if it continues on for 3 or 4 years, well, obviously we have to change it permanently, but just have some kind of interim solution to measure setbacks.
To your worship, that could be done. If that's something that council wanted to do, then the bylaw would have to be amended to identify what elevation you're now measuring setbacks from. Another option is to just increase the setback from, doesn't really deal with the elevation aspect of it, but it's something that can be done, but a bylaw amendment would have to be considered to do.
Councillor Hazelton, you want to comment?
Sure. Thank you. It sounds like there's a lot of moving pieces here, a lot of options to consider this, consider that. We've already heard from one of our contractors who is very anxious to deal with the fluctuating water levels and dealing with docks. And so I think this is somewhat tied into that. So he sits on the planning committee. I think that it would be potentially useful for council to direct the planning committee to bubble this up to one of their top issues, because water levels are certainly present in front of us right now. This contractor is telling us that water levels on the bay are the #1 priority on the bay, and I tend to agree with him. So I think that, given that there are a lot of people with a lot of expertise who can think about all of the different impacts that are likely going to be made if we make changes, I think this is a very useful task to assign to the planning committee. Thank you.
Councilor Douglas?
I think that most of what I was going to say has already been said by my fellow councillors. However, I would like to, I was thinking about what you were saying, Jamie, about increasing the setbacks, was one of the questions I was going to bring up. Is it possible to put a bylaw together if that in fact ends up being the way, that is a temporary bylaw, that while the water is at a higher level and then it changes if it goes back down again? Can we do that? Yeah, I guess we can, actually. But it seems to me that that would make sense without making people do surveys again and change a lot of really crazy things in the Planning Act.
Your Worship, temporary use bylaws are something that municipalities have the ability to enact. They last for a period of 3 years or whatever. If council wants it to last for something different, you can establish a sunset clause on those bylaws. That's the difference from a zoning bylaw amendment. The process to enact those is the same process as enacting a normal zoning bylaw. The only difference is there's a sunset clause. They last for up to 3 years, but then council can extend for periods of 3 years thereafter. So those tools are available if that's something. And I'd suggest that's one of the options, as in the other ones, that we should probably research, take to planning committee, and then report back to council with a recommendation.
The sense I have here, well, I believe Councillor Jarvis has brought up what is a very important point, and that is that there's real concern about water levels. Clearly, in my opinion anyway, more work needs to be done. I have a motion in front of me, and I'm going to modify it slightly. And I say, council directs staff and/or the planning committee, that's my little addition, to, water level's already in there, man, okay. Council directs staff to report back on establishing a high, low, and bench water mark level to be used for setback measurements for structure applications.
Yeah, I don't think we need it in there.
Okay.
We wouldn't take it back to council without going to planning committee first.
Councilor Rienko.
Can you read it? I didn't see the word options in there. There should be some options presented back to us.
Yeah, your councilor. How about this? Council directs staff to report back on establishing options in regards to high, low, and bench water mark levels to be used for setback measurements for structure applications.
Clarification?
Yes, please.
We're only concerned with Georgian Bay right now. We're not concerned with the inland lakes, I presume. Is that correct? Do we need to specify where we want this being done for, so that we don't implicate and make it really complicated for everybody in our municipality?
We don't have.
I know, but that's the whole point. Oh, okay.
Okay. Council directs staff to report back on establishing options or high, low, or bench watermark levels on Georgian Bay to be used for setback measurements for structure applications. I think with all our discussion, staff will understand what we're after here.
And this is going to the planning committee?
This is going to staff who will utilize the planning committee, because the planning committee already has water levels as one of their mandates. This is what I've been told.
Yes, so what we would do is we would conduct the research necessary, go to planning committee with a couple options on what to consider, and then the hope from that is we would come back to council then with a recommendation. Council could be aware of what the options were that planning committee discussed, but council is here to make decisions, and planning committee is here to review it.
And who puts a priority on that issue?
That was my
I know there's a priority on this issue, that's one of my tasks for this afternoon, is to go through all of the priorities. We've got a planning committee meeting scheduled for January, so we just have to make sure, we've been preparing other items for that January committee meeting. Will this be able to get on that committee meeting? I'm not so sure, but we do have a lot of things to address at planning committee before.
But I think you
I
fully
recognize the
appreciate.
importance of it.
Yes. Shall I call who's in favor? All those in favor? That has been carried. So at this point, the only thing left on this agenda other than the Integrity Commissioner reports are closed session, and I'm going to suggest we not go into closed session for 10 or 20 minutes, but rather just recess this meeting to reconvene at 1 o'clock this afternoon. And the first item on the agenda at that point will be the Integrity Commissioner reports. And then I'm going to further suggest that depending upon how long those reports take, we may or may not, closed session, one of those items at least, or two of them you want to. So closed session, I propose that we postpone until tomorrow. Okay, so that means, if I understand my agenda correctly, the only item to be discussed this afternoon will be the Integrity Commissioner reports. Councilor Wojcik.
I'm sorry, could you run that by me again about why we're moving the closed session to tomorrow? I didn't.
Okay, one of the reasons is two of the main topics there are topics that we believe our Director of Sustainability will want to report to, and she's not available this afternoon.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that part of the
Okay,
conversation.
yeah, I know it wasn't said directly right now, it was a little while ago, but yeah. Appreciate you giving me the opportunity for clarification. All right, I now say we are in recess at 11:50 or thereabouts. I don't know if you have to record that, but you may. Thank you. Welcome, everybody, to the Council of the Township of Georgian Bay, in our afternoon session today. What's on the agenda this afternoon are a couple of Integrity Commissioner reports and reviews. The first one will be in regards to Councillor Hazelton, and the second one in regards to Councillor Cooper. And I think, I don't know if you want to declare for the first one a conflict or relocate, or what your preferences are.
I don't know what the status of the conflict is, but I understand I need to move. So
I think maybe that would clarify things for everybody a little bit. Now, before I call our Integrity Commissioner up to give her initial report, I would like to make a few comments, if I may, before we get this going. I will comment right off the top that I have received numerous emails, telephone calls, and what have you with regards to the matter in front of us this afternoon, and I thank everybody for providing their input. And just, you know, in case you're curious, input came from both sides of the challenge, if I can put it that way. And I wanted to comment how much I appreciate that, but I want to make one further comment, and that is, many people, when they sent something to me or called me, they were what I would call open-minded, and I greatly appreciated that. They wanted to know if there's something else that they had to know, and I couldn't always help them in that one, or they would acknowledge that they've only heard part of the story, what have you, and I think that was a very positive thing. Some were less so, and what I was disappointed with, a few people who were entirely certain of how all of us were going to vote. And I, on behalf of our councillors, I'm going to take offense to that. I've worked with this council for a year. They're all independent thinkers. They all carefully consider the subject, and I would like, if you're guilty of that, and I'm not sure I see anybody in the room who may be guilty of that, but if you're guilty of that and you're watching, please try to respect our councillors, because they do, all of them, carefully think, and we don't always agree, and you cannot predict how somebody, at least I find I cannot predict how somebody is often going to vote until they've heard the discussion. I also want to clarify that we are here to discuss certain specific behaviors of a couple of councillors. We are not, from my perspective, we're not judging their moral character, we're not judging their political values, we're not judging how well they represent or don't represent their constituents, or how hard they work, or how much service they provide to the township, whether or not they're fit to be a councillor, their intelligence, their likability, et cetera, et cetera. We're not judging that. And we're not actually judging, we're going to listen to a report, but it's about specific behaviors. So I say to all of you, let's understand that. Let's understand that we're looking at specific behaviors, and we're not valuing the councillor as a whole, just specific behaviors. And I'm going to finish my remarks right now by saying I would like this afternoon, this meeting, to be carried on with a great deal of respect. Respect for each other, respect for the councillors, respect for the different viewpoints. And I'm afraid I might become a little intolerant if you ever display lack of respect. And finally, whether you like it or not, I'm the chair of this meeting, which means unless I recognize you, you don't speak. Sorry. And with that, we have received last week, and I'm sure many of you read, a couple of reports from our Integrity Commissioner, Ms. Suzanne Craig, and I would like her to come forward and give us her highlights, her summary, if you will, of the investigation she did in regards to Mr. Hazelton. Suzanne, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of council, senior staff, and members of the public in attendance. I thank you for your indulgence in giving me a couple of minutes to go over the highlights of these two reports. Before I get into the first report, I'd just like to say a couple of things. I'm here today to submit two reports which present the findings of my investigations into the complaints of the two named members of council. I'd also like to state that I'm not here to re-adjudicate the matters on council floor, nor will I discuss the substance of either of the complaint investigations. I would like to take the opportunity to say that this is a democratic process. You have all been democratically elected. I respect that process. I respect this council, and I respect each member on this council. My work as Integrity Commissioner during these investigations took into consideration and was based on the laws that are in place in the Municipal Act, the rules of the Municipal Act, that respect the public and accountability and how town business is carried out. An individual councillor is one part of the decision-making team, as you know. An individual member of council has no authority under the Municipal Act. As you're likely aware, the requirement to declare pecuniary interest under Section 5 of the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act, which I will refer to as the MCIA, is a new provision which now allows the member of council who is subject of the investigation to speak to the item at council without running afoul of Section 5. So what that means, and I'm sure that you have received legal opinions, but your Integrity Commissioner can also provide advice as it relates to the MCIA. So I am saying to you now as a council and to individual members of council that a member of council who is subject of an IC investigation has a pecuniary interest. Why is that? Notwithstanding the fact that the Integrity Commissioner may not recommend a sanction of a suspension of pay for any amount of time, council is supreme. Council may decide to amend the recommendation of the Integrity Commissioner, and in that way would impose a financial penalty on the member. So at any time when a member is subject of an Integrity Commissioner's report, they arguably have a potential pecuniary interest. And for that reason, it would be advisable to err on the side of caution and not stay in your seat. And at the appropriate time, as the Municipal Act has said, you may come to the floor, speak to the item, and then not vote. In other words, the member who's been investigated can speak, they cannot vote, and we have to remember that the MCIA is about influencing. So this is not trying to muzzle the member of council, but rather, like in any other situation where a member of council has a pecuniary interest, they have to abstain from influencing your vote. And the only influence they may give is in providing a commentary to what is before you today. I've regrettably come before this council before with a report that made recommendations on sanction. To reiterate, by way of information, council is empowered by the Municipal Act and your code and protocol to accept, amend, or reject the recommendations in the report. I will not comment on how that is done. You have a procedural bylaw. You've got your subject matter experts of the clerk and the acting CAO. I will comment on my own experience and state that what usually happens is council will decide to receive or not the report. I give a presentation, members of council debate, the member who is under investigation comments, and then council will decide, pursuant to your procedural bylaw, whether or not to accept, amend, or reject my recommendations. In respect of both complaints, the code complaint investigations were not about, as Mr. Mayor has said, the member's character or the complainant's character. In the investigation of the complaint against Mr. Cooper, it was not about behavior subject of past complaints, and I'd like to make that very clear. I did not, in this report, make findings on past actions. This investigation is about whether or not members of council breached the rules in the complaint. Just before I go over my summary of the first report, which I believe you'd like me to speak to, the Councillor Hazelton report, I just want to turn your attention very briefly to the Bellamy Inquiry Summary Report. I think you all know, I'm not going to insult your intelligence about the Bellamy Report. I think you all know that there is recently an inquiry going on in a jurisdiction very close to here. And I think it's important to note that Madam Justice Bellamy, who conducted the inquiry several years ago and came up with volumes
which ushered in the new parts of the Municipal Act, which deal with accountability and transparency, stated at the recent inquiry that not much has changed. In her report in the executive summary, Madam Justice Bellamy stated as a recommendation, as it relates to relations between councillors and staff, number 15, both elected officials and staff should understand and honor their respective roles and responsibilities, act only within them, and never blur the distinction. Number 16, Madam Justice Bellamy recommended the mayor and council meetings, a committee chair, or anyone else in a formal or informal leadership role should immediately intervene in instances of uncivil behavior. Recommendation 17, Madam Justice Bellamy recommended councillors should not ask staff to perform personal services for them. And finally, recommendation number 18, Madam Justice Bellamy stated councillors should not attempt to influence staff behavior by direct or indirect coercion of any kind, including intimidation, bullying, alluding to future promotion or employment prospects. I will briefly summarize the second report, which is Mr. Hazelton. A moment, please. In this report, it presents my findings of the investigation under the Code of Conduct relating to the conduct of Councillor Alan Hazelton, who I refer to in the report as the respondent, in connection with the complaint I received on June 17, 2019. The complaint relates to the conduct of the respondent towards staff of the township, including non-compliance with the township's respect in the workplace policy, non-compliance with the CAO email protocol, disclosing closed meeting documents, pressuring staff to release information to which an individual councillor is not entitled, and not treating staff with respect. I broke it down into 3 issues just to ensure that it was formatted so that it was understandable to the respondent, so that the respondent had an opportunity to reply. On issue number 1, I found that the respondent did not direct inquiries to the CAO or appropriate staff as directed by the CAO and CAO protocol. However, I found that the respondent's conduct, though contrary to Rule 5.2 of your Code of Conduct, was not intended to interfere with town staff's professional role, and was committed through inadvertence. Regarding issue number 2, I found that by forwarding the closed session package and speaking with your external counsel and discussing matters that were subject of a closed meeting, the respondent did disclose confidential information and the subject of and substance of closed meetings, which is prohibited under your code, Rule 8.2. However, even though the respondent disclosed and discussed the closed meeting information with the township's external counsel, I found that based on his understanding that he was sharing the information with a professional engaged by the township to provide legal advice, it was reasonable that he believed that that was not a breach of Rule 8.2. I point out in several parts of the report before you that though the respondent's belief was incorrect, it was not unreasonable. He is a first-time counselor. I point out where he sought advice from the Integrity Commissioner. That does not waive the fact that there were breaches, but it certainly, as the decision maker, as it relates to the contraventions, makes it easier for me to be able to say that it was not unreasonable for this member of council to have made those errors. Finally, with respect to issue number 3, based on the information that I received during the investigation, I find that there has been a contravention of Rule 9.1. However, this too occurred through inadvertence. The respondent suggested that the real reason that the complaint came forward was that it was retaliatory because he had exposed errors of staff by his request for information. In essence, was saying that this complaint was frivolous and vexatious. And I point out in the report before you that I do not agree with the respondent's position. As I've said in previous complaints, having another purpose for filing the complaint does not make it de facto just simply a frivolous and vexatious complaint. No doubt, any complaint that I receive against any one of you is going to have some measure of irritation or aggravation. You're not going to receive a complaint against you and not be aggravated or irritated. However, your own code defines frivolous and vexatious and states that a frivolous complaint or vexatious complaint comes forward only to cause irritation or aggravation with no substance and no real value and does not trigger any rules of the code. I found that this was not a frivolous or vexatious complaint. What was the process? I received the complaint in June. I reviewed the complaint as per your protocol. On July 2nd, I contacted the complainant, I got clarifications, and I decided to open an investigation. On July 2nd, I provided the respondent with a copy of the complaint and the supporting emails, the supporting documentation. On July 3rd, the respondent requested that I provide clarification so he could better respond to the complaint. On July 3rd, I did so. On July 8th, the respondent requested a time extension. It was the holidays in the summer, and I granted that time extension. But I continued to investigate because your protocol does not state that where a complaint comes during a holiday period, it shall be held in abeyance until such time as the vacation time or other is over. Each party in a complaint has the right to an expeditious process, and when the Integrity Commissioner is seeking out witness statements from individuals, they may be on vacation, they may be fearful of coming forward, so there may be a delay. But rest assured that the time that was given to the respondent was ample time to be able to respond to the complaint, and then when I received their response, I went forward and I investigated. On July 17th, I received the respondent's reply before the July 26th deadline. Between July 26th and September 26th, I conducted interviews. Between September 26th and October 18th, I reviewed witness statements, video recorded council meetings, followed up with information provided to me, conducted further interviews with other individuals. With respect to the respondent's reply to issue number 1, through my review of information supporting documentation and discussions with the witnesses, the respondent's actions and comments demonstrate that he believes his right to question staff is unfettered. This is the foundation of the respondent's reply. And I think it's important to note, although we are not comparing the two complaints, that one respondent acted in a way that demonstrated that he didn't fully understand the difference between the role of councillor, which does not have status in the Municipal Act, and the role of council that works as the decision maker for the municipality. The public does have a right to know and have access to government-held information. That was enshrined in the 1997 court decision of Dagg versus Canada. In fact, the Supreme Court said the overarching purpose of access to information legislation then, and I believe now, is to facilitate democracy. As upheld by the court decisions and the decisions of the Office of the Integrity Commissioner of Ontario, the Information and Privacy Commissioner of Ontario, access to government information must be balanced with the right of personal privacy of individuals, of solicitor-client information, of information as it relates to purchases of land and court cases of the municipality. The respondent went on to say in his reply to the complaint, and I quote, "Additionally, I.C. Craig," that would be the Integrity Commissioner, that would be me, "provided the following response to this matter as it related to an email. It is my understanding," he puts in quotations, therefore I am saying, "it is my understanding that the request was just that, a request." I found that this was not unreasonable. From the time that I met with Councillor Hazelton early in his tenure until I provided this report to you, it is my position that he was seeking to understand his role. The effect of his actions contravened the code, but there was not an intention, in my view, based on the information that I received, to denigrate staff and intrude on their professional actions. That may have been the result. Based on the information that I received, that did not appear to be his intention. The respondent provided an example of his response about certain discussions that he had versus certain discussions that happened once at council. And the respondent said, well, that was a wonderful example of how members of staff and members of council can come together and discuss and ask questions without there being an issue. And based on the information that he provided, the emails and the overview, and talking to individuals concerned, it appeared that the two instances were different. It appeared, based on the information that I had, that Councillor Hazelton had started off with appropriate and general questions. Of course, as members of council, you may informally speak to your staff. That's how you informally get information. But it was my understanding, based on the information, that his questions became deeper and deeper and more detailed in the request for information, unlike the scenario that he was comparing to his situation, where the member of council went to the member of staff and asked general, superficial questions as it related to the matter. I find that the respondent's actions were not ill-intended, just based on an incorrect understanding of the rules. The respondent sought advice from other members of council who he believed had a better understanding of the Municipal Act rules governing the role of council, but it was reasonable for the respondent to address his lack of understanding with questions to colleagues, however, to not go further. Section 12 of the Code Protocol provides that the Integrity Commissioner determines what contravention she will recommend. And what I stated in this report is after having reviewed all the information that I had. Please note, that does not mean all the information that there is, because I cannot compel. Certainly I have powers of inquiry, and I could invoke my powers under the Public Inquiries Act, but I did not feel that that was necessary, nor did I feel that it was necessary to subpoena any individual, because individuals spoke with me voluntarily, and maybe I didn't speak to everyone that the respondents felt I needed to speak to, but within my discretion I spoke to those individuals who could provide me, in my view, sufficient information for me to corroborate or dismiss the complaint and the allegations. So why did I say that the member of council, in this case Councillor Hazelton, contravened certain parts of the code 52, 82, 83, 91, but they were committed through inadvertence? What does that mean? In one court decision, Campbell versus McDowell, if you'd like to look it up, inadvertence is said to involve oversight, inattention, carelessness, and the like. Based on the information that I reviewed during this investigation, the respondent had not demonstrated an understanding of his role as a member of council, and I believe that notwithstanding his over 40 years of experience in the business world and his experience on volunteer boards, they're quite different from the role of an individual member of council and the obligations under the Municipal Act, the Code, and the Code Protocol. For these reasons, I found that the respondent did breach the rules 52, 82, 83, and 91, but they were committed through inadvertence, and he did not breach Rule 5.5 and 9.4, and pursuant to the Code Protocol, I recommend no penalty as it relates to the actions of this complaint.
Thank you very much for your report. Councillor Hazelton, would you wish to make a statement? May I remind you to turn your microphone on, please?
So I'd like to begin by basically thanking the Integrity Commissioner for the recommendation of no penalty. It's hard to be considered a newbie when you're my age, but perhaps being a newbie is part of the experience that I've gone through. However, I would like to address a variety of things, the process and some of the facts. So, if we think about the process first, and although it's not defined this way in the current Code of Conduct, I would submit to Council that if a member was indeed in contravention of the code, then I think we would want that member to first hear about that contravention in a manner in which the behavior change could easily be made, and failing that, follow a discipline path that is very short, such as a maximum of 60 days. I would hate to think that we have a councillor on council violating the code, and we go through, as we have in this case, 5 months before we get to a report. If I'm not doing the right things as a councillor, I'd like to know about it right away so that I can change my behavior. I don't really want to wait for several months. And I think there needs to be a process that allows us to get there. Actually, the code complaint or the code of conduct does have a process for that, but that's for another story. Further on this code complaint on the process, it's difficult perhaps to get it in the report, but the allegation started off with 6 contraventions of the code. Along with those allegations, I was presented with 2 documents, 26 pages of letters and emails and threads that purportedly provided the evidence to support those allegations. And in these files, 8 threads of emails and 1 letter. So as IC Craig pointed out, I reached out for some clarity on that. And the response I got was, code complaints, like other areas of complaints, are not always set out succinctly in a way that facilitates a linear linkage. A complaint is required to identify behavior or activity by a member that they reasonably believe contravenes the code of conduct and provide evidence in support of those allegations. So to me, this meant that I had to start a guessing game. What piece of evidence was I provided that was intended to link to what allegation of code complaint? And I'm trying to suggest here that this is a very difficult process. I engaged the services of a lawyer to help me weed through the mires, if you will. I had to look at each allegation and look at the evidence and make broad assumptions about how many of the allegations or each piece of evidence might be intended to support what allegation. So I found that to be a very frustrating and confusing process, which required me to invest enormous amounts of my time and my legal counsel time so that we could then reach some deadline of a response which was required. I would suggest that most of the allegations could have been quickly handled in a non-confrontational manner without the need for an expensive third party and a cumbersome process. And I recommend that council invest more discussion on this at a later date. So IC Craig included in her report my concerns about the motivation of the complainant. I won't repeat what IC Craig has pointed out, but I will say that at the time of the allegations, it may have been reasonable for IC Craig to dismiss my concerns. However, as I think we are all aware, there is a judicial review process underway, and during which time we have waited for IC Craig's report, and we have learned lots of new things, or we have relearned lots of new things. We now know from the judicial review process that the township's lawyer, Ms. Mullen, had stated, and I quote, Ms. DeMarco raised a number of issues relating to the appropriateness of Macy Bay for development from an environmental and servicing perspective. These are all issues that can be addressed through the site plan, MNRF, and MOECC processes. The former CAO Kennard would have known from these proceedings that those future processes would need forums for community input, We now know from the judicial review factum that the duty of procedural fairness applies to every public authority making an administrative decision which is not of a legislative nature and that affects the rights, privileges, and interests of an individual. And individuals whose rights or interests are affected by an administrative decision have a right to have those decisions made using fair, impartial, open processes appropriate to that scenario. So we now know that the former CAO did not manage the Township of Georgian Bay in a fair, impartial, and open process that enabled and welcomed...
Councillor Hazelton, I'd be careful with what, if you're charging things that cannot necessarily be defended. Please be very careful with your words.
Thank you. So we know lots of new things. We have relearned some very concerning things. And I think we need to keep that in context of what the motivations are here for these allegations. With the direction from the chair, I will move on to missing in I.C. Craig's report are the details of 2 additional allegations that she initially said had merit and that she would investigate. These related to 2 communications from 2 residents that I had allegedly collaborated with to create. I now know that I.C. Craig did not reach out to those 2 residents to understand the background on their communications or verify these allegations. It would have been really helpful to me to hear from I.C. Craig up front that she did not consider these allegations to warrant further investigation. I would have known up front that I.C. Craig was disposing of these frivolous complaints, but this sadly did not take place, and I was required to provide comprehensive responses to those allegations that apparently were not further researched and were ultimately dismissed without merit. Again, I think from a process standpoint, those are things that we need to consider. Now on to the evidence. I feel that the evidence provided by me in the response to the allegations of code violations has not been received or weighed fairly in determining if a contravention was committed, notwithstanding the fact that it was concluded that these were from inadvertence. So the following information will provide clarity on this. And I'm not going to go down the path of quoting or citing paragraphs from the code or citing paragraphs from I.C. Craig's report. I'm going to try to address this in a much more simple manner because I don't know about you, but if you read the report, I had a hard time following it, and it was all about me and my actions, so I can't imagine how you thought about the thing, but I just didn't find it easy to follow. But the first point is, the first issue was an allegation that I did not adhere to the code when I did not CC the former CEO in emails to senior staff. It was suggested that the allegations, in the allegations and in I.C. Craig's report, that this was a CAO code. I don't believe there is such a thing. There is a code of conduct, and our former CAO sent emails out saying this is my code, but from a formal standpoint, I don't believe that that is really a code. I believe it's only a request. Also, to further reiterate what I.C. Craig has provided, I had a conversation with her, provided her some information, and she responded with, it was just that, it was a request. So I went on to explain in my response that in my 40 years of working with senior managers and executives, most executives do not want to be burdened with a CC unless there is a significant work effort requested in the email. In all of the emails I sent to senior staff, without a CC to the former CAO, I did not expect a significant work effort needed to respond to my note. I suggest that my actions actually were perfectly aligned with the former CAO's interests, since she stated in her request for CCs that it helps her monitor staff workload. So my conclusion, where there was no or minimal work load impact, there's no need to CC. However, as reported by I.C. Craig, we met on April 29th. And following that, I did follow her suggestions. She said, it won't hurt. You should just go ahead and CC the former CAO. And I did. So all future communications, I did CC the CEO. Issue number 2. Issue 2 alleged 2 things. Number 1, that I disclosed content of confidential information and the substance of a closed meeting to the township's external solicitor. And 2, that I requested information to which members are not entitled. I'll talk about the first point. I did release an entire set of closed minutes to the township's solicitor and had a discussion with that solicitor. Now, the allegation is that I had a conversation without the councilor's permission. So the complaint needs some clarification. Yes, I did speak to the township lawyer about a matter that I knew he was working on at that particular moment in time. The work effort of his was at the direction of council. In order to get him the information that was not provided to him by staff, because we chatted briefly and he said, I don't have what you're talking about, I said, I can send you the minutes. He did not discourage me from sending him the minutes. So here we have a situation where the lawyer knows I'm about ready to press send and send him the minutes of a closed session, and he doesn't tell me, no, you can't do that. So I have to believe that I'm allowed to. As I now understand it, he is entitled to view the session of closed minutes on the topic that we were discussing. However, I have learned that that is not something that I should be doing. That is something that other staff, our clerk, our CAO, are supposed to be sending him the information. However, I'm sure that you will understand when staff did not do what council had directed, and that there was a very tight deadline, it did seem like the right thing to do. Council had directed that our lawyer follow a couple of resolutions that we made in closed session, and the lawyer was not provided with both of those resolutions. It just seemed like the right thing. Clearly, we need new policies or procedures such that staff will be held accountable for doing the right thing and following council direction. So another further note on clarification. The information that I did release was authorized by council, was to be provided to the lawyer by staff, and it was a direction of council. Based on this fact, I do not believe that I contravened sections 8.2 or 8.3. It should also be noted, however, that I again reached out to I.C. Craig for guidance on this matter, and I have followed her guidance ever since. On the second part of this issue, it was related to requesting information members are not entitled to receive. Okay. So I have failed to find or hear any reference or examples of where I have requested or insisted on information that I was not entitled to, except for one, and I'll address that in a second. But I hope we can assume that the holders of the township information are more knowledgeable on who is permitted to access the information that they hold, and that one staff person will not necessarily know the constraints of information held by another person. Similarly, as a councillor, how would I find out if the information that I want is available to me or not without asking? Am I to be clairvoyant? Surely simply asking for information cannot be a violation of the code. In the one example that I mentioned, I've come back to, I have been made aware that I asked for more information that resulted in the staff person getting annoyed. And it is important to know that in that circumstance, I was directed by the CAO to go to that person and ask more questions, because I was asking the CAO, and she said, you need to go to that staff person and ask them more questions. They have the information. I was doing what I was told. It was only after asking for the additional information that that staff person switched from a pleasant, friendly state to an annoyed state, and I have to assume that this is the suggested reference or evidence in the allegation, because I've had no visibility into any other examples where I might have violated or bothered somebody or asked too many questions. But I come back to, how do we know if we're not allowed to have the information if we don't ask? I mean, there may be a few examples, but in the circumstances, I was just asking for more and more details on a particular topic. So I ask you to consider this. If you're not told, you're not allowed to have it, how do you figure that out? A simple response would have been, Al, you're not entitled to have that. That would have been great. I've since experienced another path to getting more depth of information, and that is to bring a resolution forward in council. Now, I can do that. That's not an unreasonable process. However, that is a formal process that, although it does work, I fail to understand why staff do not find that with one of the key township strategies of transparency, that it's easier to handle questions in a less formal forum. Either give me the information or tell me I can't have it. It's very simple. Okay, issue 3. The complainant alleges that several staff had indicated they felt intimidated by me. Wow. I've had so few interactions with senior staff, and I really would like to know who might have felt that way, because if I'm offending or intimidating anybody, I can easily change my behavior. But I think you can appreciate in this forum, this is not necessarily the forum for behavior change, this is the forum for confrontation. By the way, in the one case where I understand I have bothered a senior staff member, I have not had any further interactions with that staff person to ensure that I do not run any risk of being misinterpreted again. So I would suggest to council that allegations like this can be handled in a more discussion and mediation manner, and that would provide much better results for everyone at a fraction of the cost that has occurred in this process. And cost isn't just township cost, it's cost and time and legal costs for me, because I felt that if I'm going to provide a response, I needed legal coaching and guidance to make sure that I didn't say anything wrong in my response. Part 2 was the respondent said I deliberately included the complainant in correspondence on a particular file. So it's important to note that the information included in IC Craig's report I do not believe is accurate. And I have found it difficult to get a clear understanding of the facts that the IC used on this allegation, but since much of that information I think comes from closed session, I can't discuss it here. I can, however, state clearly that the resolution relating to this particular file was passed in closed session. It was unclear. It was passed in April, the minutes of which did not get provided to council until June. So we sat in a meeting, we talked about something, we passed a resolution, we had no clarity on exactly what the content of that resolution was until June, after the so-called complaint example. And furthermore, I can assure you, council, you go back and look at your closed session minutes, that there was nothing in the resolution that we passed that had anything specific about email message distribution regarding that particular file. So I ask you, how can I be held or considered like I violated that code when there was no resolution that said don't do it? The complainant also suggests a violation of 9.1 which relates to treating others with respect and ensuring the workplace is free from harassment. The suggested evidence is a CC on that same particular file. It should be noted that in closed session in April, we passed another resolution before the so-called suggested resolution about that was alleged that we don't CC her or email her, we passed another resolution that will prevent all harassing communication coming into the township to be directed to our former clerk, and she will not distribute it to any member of council. So, we now know from that resolution that there was no ability for harassment to take place. So, again, I'm confused as to how that could be considered a valid example of violation of the code. The other key element of that is my CC to the former CAO on that particular file was done because I knew that there would be a work effort resulting from the communication that was coming in. So we now know that the communication had nothing harassing in it, because that would have been stripped out before it got there. We also know that there was likely going to be a work effort, and we also know that that's exactly what the CAO wanted, which is to know when there's a work effort from her staff. I'm confused. Why are we even having that conversation? It's also important to note that since I was somewhat uncomfortable with the vacant management or CAO role responsible for that particular file, and for the importance of ensuring that the CAO had visibility into the workload, that I reached out to IC Craig for more guidance. And although IC Craig did not have access to all of the facts or the information that would allow her to render me a comprehensive written response, she basically said, "Don't do it." And I stopped. So perhaps you're getting a trend here. I have a question on how to proceed on topics of the township. I reach out to IC Craig for guidance. She tells me what to do, verbal or written, and I follow that code. Now, I will point out, I researched it in our code of conduct, and that I've extracted from that code section 9.1, which is advice provided to a member by integrity commissioner. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but the way I've interpreted it is a member is entitled to rely on the advice given by the integrity commissioner to the member. There's a lot more words in there than that, but basically it's telling me that what I did was the right thing. I reached out, I got guidance, and I behaved exactly how I was told to behave. So I'll offer again. I think this process and the structure of the complaint, response, report, and rebuttal needs to be revisited by council. This process has taken over 5 months. I would expect that most of the allegations would have been able to be handled in a few days with a mediator-like role at a fraction of the cost to our township. I would expect that a forum where there is a more transparency by the IC and what information was reviewed, who was contacted, would be very helpful at ensuring that she actually has the truth and all the facts, because I don't believe that she got all the truth and all the facts. I worked extensively in my response with regular oversight from a lawyer to prepare my response. It was 12 pages long. It did not include any extracts of code language, but instead provided truth and facts where, when considered, would shed light on the allegations, enable IC Craig and others to see the complete picture. As I mentioned when I began, I am very pleased with the recommendation of no penalty. But I do have issues with the conclusions drawn by IC Craig and the process that was followed in handling this complaint. Given the above review, I do not feel that I should have been found in contravention of any of the code allegations. Council for next steps on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Council, who would like to speak to this matter? Councillor? Sorry. Sorry, do you wish to respond? I apologize.
through you, Mr. Mayor, and no need to apologize, and as I said, I'm not going to re-adjudicate. I just want to point out that the respondent stated that he reached out to me, and in his concluding remarks stated that a respondent or any member of council may rely on the advice of the Integrity Commissioner in the event that there is a challenge, a code complaint, etc. And that has happened here. I think it's important for all members of council, and remembering that the accountability and transparency provisions of the Municipal Act and your Code of Conduct are not in place. It is not a penal statute. It's in place to ensure there is accountability and transparency. And while I could have simply mediated, where I receive a formal complaint, I always, and any of you who have been subject of a formal complaint know, that I suggest that the matter be informally discussed. And if there is not an appetite on the part of both for an informal resolution, I cannot impose an informal resolution. So the reason that there is no recommendation of penalty is in fact because the respondent did reach out, did seek advice, did attempt to understand what should or should not be done, and did follow that advice, notwithstanding the actions of the respondent did violate the code, as it's pointed out. And one other clarification I wanted to make, that there was no CAO code, it was a protocol. And it is my submission that if a staff person provides a protocol, a process that is known by all members of council, in order to respect that member of staff, it would be a good idea to follow that protocol or raise it at the appropriate venue. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Douglas, I think you had your hand up first.
I did. Thank you to IC Craig for your report, and I appreciate your response, Councillor Hazelton. Obviously, you don't agree with the findings, and I'm not going to try and comment on that. You know, we've had 4 sessions of education on this district-wide strategy corp. Our CAO and our clerk also provided some training. John Muscaron came in to do a session on training. So my question to you is that, and I think it's admirable that you reach out to our IC, but what can we offer you more so you understand your role that would be helpful for you? Because the report has come out, and there's no point in us really trying to go back and forth on this. You've made your comment, the IC has made her comment, but how can we help you? Because you seem to have a lack of understanding in some areas, and you reach out, which I think is admirable. But is there something else we could be doing as a council to provide better training or better understanding for you?
I'm not aware of anything. I will offer that I found it interesting. I see Craig just a second ago talked about where there was a willingness on parties to discuss something. I was never given that opportunity. And I have said several times that I believe that most of these concerns could have been easily handled through dialogue. So when it comes to training, I'm not sure that this is something you train for. This is human interaction, you know, CC on an email, asking questions. I mean, will you ever know what you are allowed to, what information you're allowed to get access to as a counselor? You ask a question, somebody says, no, you can't have it, fine. Go away. That's not a problem. Why do we need a formal process to investigate somebody who says they asked for something they shouldn't have asked for? To me, that's absolutely ludicrous. I can't imagine any environment where you will have perfect knowledge of what information you're able to access. So you could train me till the cows come home, you could train yourself till the cows come home, but there's nobody who is going to have perfect knowledge of everything, especially when it comes to information in a, for example, township environment. So why can't we have a simple process of, you want to know something? Yeah, ask a question. Somebody says, no, you can't have that information. Fine. That's not going to offend me. I never persisted on anybody when I was told no. And the one example where this person went from social, friendly, to annoyed, I have never had another conversation or email exchange with that person at all. I go to the CAO or somebody else to say, how do we get this information? Nobody else has a problem with it. I can't imagine, so I'm perplexed at how these complaints came forward in the first place. I'm perplexed at why we didn't have a more human process to engage in person-to-person or mediated person-to-person to solve these things. One thing that I learned of significance is I am not personally able to distribute closed session minutes. I get it. I learned something significant. But beyond that, I don't think there's any learnings in any of this. It's human dynamics.
In this video,
Why do we
I'll
have
show
to
you
human
how to set up and
dynamics
manage
stick it
live
into
stream.
a formal process that is confrontational. It's like litigating. Why do we have to go there? Why can't we just have a conversation? That's what I find most frustrating about this. And I've invested countless hours with myself and a lawyer to review all of this. For what? Hopefully, as a township, we can learn from this that it has cost us a fortune to go through this process, and we need different processes going forward. Because I don't think as a township, we want to keep funding this formal litigative type of process to handle these trivial interaction issues.
Thank you for your answer. Perhaps you can put together some sort of suggestions through our staff to come to us on how you think this should be handled in the future. I mean, I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying. I do respect IC's opinion on what she has been handed, and this is the process at this point. I think a lot of latitude has been given here because you're a new councillor, and I don't disagree with that, having been subject to litigation over something that I think was unfounded and obviously cost us a fortune. So I would ask that you would please put forward your suggestions on how to handle these in the future so we don't go through this again, because unfortunately, as much as I respect our IC, we've seen her here twice this year, and I would prefer not to see her back again. Sorry. But, and I think our constituents also feel that this is unnecessary as far as costs go. We don't want to see this happen in our council. It creates division. It makes it very difficult to sit here as a councillor to have to speak to another councillor about this. This is not a comfortable day for myself, and I'm sure for many people sitting here today. So I would be very appreciative if you would forward your ideas on how in the future we can deal with this so that we don't get to this point. Thank you.
I will try.
Councillor Yanko?
Well, again, thank you, Ms. Craig, and thanks for the comments, Councillor Hazelton. I guess I've been around too long, but I've learned over the years that information is always available through one way or another. I've never been turned down by any staff member for information. If I cannot receive information from staff, you can always go through the Freedom of Information request, or you can take it to council and determine if council needs that information. So I've always been able to get information on any of the projects I've ever worked on. The Macy Bay project has been the bane of all of our IC issues over the last several years. And it's a passionate topic for a lot of us here, some more than others.
Thank you for the comic relief.
It's been the source of a lot of grief for a lot of councillors here. And as I say, some councillors have taken it on more passionate than others. In fact, I know there's probably still information out there that we don't know about, and that have kept on bringing it up. Like some councillors are ahead of myself anyway on knowledge associated with the Macy Bay project, and I'm learning all the time new information about it through our councillors. But all that information comes through closed session, or open session here, and I appreciate learning more about the project. But I don't accept the idea that information is not available at times. Information is always available. You just have to learn the right process to get it. And CEO plays an important important individual in this process. If you're having trouble getting information, they will help you, or at least advise you how to get that information if they can provide it. But to start accusing them of holding back on information, as we have in some of the filings, that I have problems with. I've never, in my experience, found any information being held back. If it's not available, it's not available usually, that I find out. So, but I think the CEO has to work, especially with newbies like yourself, and you call yourself a newbie. So, you know, over the first year or two, councillors have to work very closely with the CEO to find out what their levels of latitudes are when it comes to providing information. I learned quite easily, I'm no different than the public. If I walk into this building and ask my CEO for information, I'm no different than the public. So councillors have no different or more importance to them about getting information. I'm a member of the public asking information. That's what they look at it. So I can see them turning you away at times and saying, okay, well that information is not available to you as a councillor. But if you bring it to council and council thinks it's important, then that information will be provided. So I think it's a matter of working with staff to find out what latitude you have in providing information or getting information, and work with them on that. And if you have a problem, that's why you come to council with a resolution, or you come to council in closed session and talk about it. But no one should be denied information. If you feel it's out there, it should be provided.
Councillor Hayes.
Councillor Rienko, I'd like to thank you for stating what you just did, because what I heard was, if you have questions, you come to the township, you ask questions, and if they tell you you can't have it, then you come to council and you run a resolution. And I want to reiterate that that is exactly what I did. Exactly what I did. So I did not ever hound somebody for information. All I did was ask a question. Can I have this? No, you can't. Get annoyed. That, and then now complaint. That doesn't make any sense to me. I would do exactly what you just said. Thank you.
Councillor Bochek.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, I.C. Craig, for doing your delegation. It was very informative. I do want to address a few things here to Council Hazelton. One is Council Hazelton and I have known each other previous to being on council together, and I knew his character before he became a councillor, and I truly supported him in his running for council because of his integrity and the way he was able to get to the bottom of things. Personal experience, everyone in this room can attest that I was a rogue councillor when I came on council. I thought I came on council because things weren't being done correctly. They weren't being done right, and I was going to change the world. I ran into a CAO that helped me change the world, but I had to listen to her, and I had to change my ways in order to achieve what I wanted to achieve. And my only suggestion to you moving forward, and I've seen great strides in all of this council maturing, following code of conduct, and doing things the right way. It didn't start off that way in this term of council, but it's gone that way. And I commend our council for that. We seem to work together quite well. We're not as divided as we were. But I would recommend to Councillor Hazelton that listening through a clear ear is what got to me where I am today. I took the advice of senior staff. I listened to it, I processed it, and I worked within the parameters they gave me, and I was able to achieve what I wanted to achieve. I commend you for digging deeper and deeper and deeper into issues, and I'm not going to mention what issues they are, to get to the root of it, because you weren't involved to the previous 4 years. When I came on council and we started talking about issues from the previous term of council, I couldn't grasp it. It was very, very hard for me to understand why the decisions were made the way they were made, because I wasn't a part of that decision-making. So, you know, I'm not here to preach what you should or shouldn't do in the future. I know you now as a man, as a human, and I respect you. But I would suggest that if you want to accomplish anything with this council or with this staff, it's really important to listen to them, because we do have a lot to learn coming from the private sector into the public sector. And I think I broke all the rules, but obviously not enough to have Ms. Craig come here and discipline me for it. I don't disagree with her report. I don't disagree with her resolve on how you should be treated moving forward. So I do agree with the report, and I think everybody's going to learn something from this moving forward. I'm glad to see there's no penalty, because I don't think there's a penalty deserved. I'll use your own words, you were a newbie, you were energetic, you wanted to prove to people you could get things done. You probably did get them done. Probably, as far as I'm concerned, you rubbed a few people the wrong way. It's life. It's life. I faced it, you'll face it, everybody here will face it. We need to accomplish what's best for our constituents and our taxpayers. If you're active part of council, you're going to do that. If you're not an active part of council, you won't accomplish anything. I found that out the hard way. And I don't want any response. I just thought I'd give you that advice. Thank you.
Councillor Cooper.
Yes, I'd like to thank the Integrity Commissioner for her report and Councillor Hazelton for his response. And I don't want to take issue with the report from the Integrity Commissioner. She worked with information that is interesting. But I will say that Councillor Hazelton has acted in council professionally. All the dealings I've had with him, anything I've seen in terms of his relationship with staff, have been nothing other than professional. And while he's a newbie, I think he's a pretty smart guy, and I don't think he treats people badly at all. So I just want to suggest that I am not supporting this or accepting this report due to the information that's contained therein. Thank you.
Councillor Jarvis, you got a turn as well.
Since I haven't spoken yet, I too have in my mind, as for Councillors Wianco and Douglas's comments with regards to the heated situation that transpired on the last council and has come over into this council with regards to one specific file. And I know full well how much passion some people have on this file. And I know that Councillor Hazelton wanted to address that, and he felt the best way to do that would be through this, among other things. I too chose to move into a position so I could get onto council for similar reasons. I was as concerned as many people were about that file. So I understand that there was a lot of heat. While I understand Councillor Hazelton's concept that in matters where there is a disagreement between staff, council, or councillors themselves, or staff themselves, the best way to work it out, as has been discussed here, is to talk about it. I'm sorry that didn't happen. I'm very sorry that didn't happen. I appreciate IC Craig's report, but I think the lesson we learned from this is the best way for us to proceed and progress is to keep an open mind and to talk to each other, because that's the best way to get things resolved. And providing a conflict of this sort as a result of that, I don't think is beneficial to anybody. Thank you.
I too wish that we hadn't gone through this process, and I have full respect for all the work that Integrity Commissioner Craig has done on this and soliciting the report, so I'm not being critical of the report in that sense. I just wish it wasn't necessary. And I'll allow you to speak in a moment. And I fully agree with basically in one way or another, the entire council is saying that, you know, the more we can talk about these things, the more we can prevent things from escalating into more cumbersome process, if I can use that phrase, and expensive, yes, you're right, the better. I fully respect the fact that joining council and learning the rules is a bit challenging, because yes, I've been in exactly the same position as you, in that sometimes you say, well, I'm told, well, you can't do that, and I go, huh? And it makes perfect sense to be able to, but no, there are rules in place that we have to follow. So I respect that, and I thank you very much for your response, and I think your concerns about the system are valid, and what we can do about it, I don't know, but I think that's something well worth exploring. Having said that, Integrity Commissioner Craig, you wanted to add a comment, please.
Just a couple of concluding comments through you, Mr. Mayor. I don't want to let it sort of hang in the air that the Integrity Commissioner received information, didn't receive information, took one side. To be very clear, you have a vetting process for an Integrity Commissioner. You had several people through your RFP process. You decided, rightly or wrongly, on this Integrity Commissioner. I am the Integrity Commissioner for several jurisdictions and have been for 10 years now. What I look at when I receive a code complaint is whether or not there are grounds, and I conduct an initial classification. And if it triggers in any way your code, i.e. looking on its face, is this something that one would have to go through a code process to determine? Or can I just say, on the face, it's not a code complaint, or on the face, I don't think there's an issue here. And I have done that on many occasions. As I have told you, perhaps not as vigorously as the previous council, if there's a complaint against you, I'll let you know. And I often say, and it's been dismissed. If I go forward with a complaint, it's because I believe there are grounds based on my professional expertise. To be very clear, a CAO has a role in statute. A CAO has a role to direct their staff through direction from you. So to be very clear, because this is not a large municipality, if I did not bring the names or the instances of situations where people felt aggrieved, that was because I couldn't, because I'm bound by confidentiality, and I have to give sufficient information to say this has occurred. The respondent has pointed out one instance, and I think we should be careful, because if an individual says, please, I can't give you further information, and your response is, I shall never speak with you again, the message to staff is, I probably shouldn't push back on members of council. I'm very pleased to hear that things are going well with this council, and it is my hope that that continues. And the reason that I request a retainer as opposed to an hourly, because it's my hope that with that retainer, you can come as often as you need to, and it doesn't go ding, 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 ding. The only time that hourly starts is when there is a complaint that I am investigating. And I have said to this council and others over and over, the reason why I am different from some of the other integrity commissioners, no disrespect, is because my goal is education and outreach. So I say, this is how much it's going to cost to have me, and whether you come to me 5 times or 5 million times, you've got my email, you've got my telephone number, and I encourage you to speak to me. So there should be no opportunity for anyone on this council to say, I didn't know, because I am here, and you're absolutely right. Things like this should be discussed. But when staff feels aggrieved, and when staff feels there's pushback because a member of council is asking questions that they shouldn't be asking, and then the response is, fine, I'm not going to talk to you anymore, that creates a situation that is unfavorable for getting things done. So I would just ask, as your counselor has asked, as all of you have pointed out, that there is a discourse. You have an integrity commissioner who is always available, and her default is let's talk about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I want to add, if I may, to that, what I find valuable about the reports, and I did go back over some of the ones from prior years, is the education content in them. I found myself wondering a few days ago if I couldn't just extract various paragraphs from the various reports you've provided over the last number of years and lead a course, because it's been very informative. I found them very helpful, and I greatly appreciate that, the instructive portion of your reports. Council, unless anyone wants to discuss any further, I have a motion I can read. The motion reads, be it resolved that Council receives the Integrity Commissioner's report dated December 4th, 2019 regarding Councillor Hazelton. Councillor Cooper.
Yes, question on the resolution. There's one resolution being read today, is that correct?
There's only one resolution with regards to Councillor Hazelton.
There was some other information that was somewhat different, that there would be more than one resolution, so I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, if I may, in regards to your report, there are a number of resolutions.
No, I'm not, I'm talking about in this particular case that there was, the report was to be tabled or whatever, and then accepted. In other words, accepting as two separate voting items. That was mentioned earlier by the Integrity Commissioner. So could we have clarification on that so that our council is... do you recall that?
I don't exactly recall, so I would appreciate clarification.
Through your worship, as with previous times that Ms. Craig has been here, the resolution is worded to receive the report. And that is the only resolution in this matter, is to receive the report.
But receiving the report, just for clarification again, is acknowledging and accepting what's in the report, and as I understand it. So if we vote to receive, we're accepting all the findings. Is that correct?
I wouldn't think that it would necessarily imply we accept every single word in that report. We accept the report as a whole, and I believe, I would argue that any report that we've accepted has contained the occasional item that we may or may not agree with, but if we agree overall with the direction of the report and the conclusion.
So I just wanted to make sure that everybody knew what...
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councilor Jarvis, you're more confused?
Yes, I'm sorry.
No apologies.
Apropos of the comments made by Councillor Cooper, are we accepting the report and everything that's in it by accepting it, or are we accepting it for us to consider?
This would be the final vote on this report unless we choose otherwise.
And if I can clarify, your worship, if for any reason this report does not get officially received, it doesn't cease to exist. So it's still on our website with the other reports. It's still attached to the agendas. It's still there. But if council chooses not to receive it, then that's up to council. But it's still out there.
Councilor Cooper?
So what I think is a bit confusing here is, and that's why I asked the question, is by receiving this report, we're acknowledging and accepting the findings. Effectively, that's what we're doing. We're acknowledging and accepting all the recommendations, all the content of the report by the Integrity Commissioner. That's my take on it.
I would argue, and I would wish you would, if you could speak to this, because I would argue we're accepting the conclusion in effect. Oh, sorry, I didn't have the mic on.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So, as is the case with the Municipal Act, often it has big gaping gaps where we have to just walk in there and say what we think. And oftentimes I've gone to policy committee at the Ledge and said, it would be really helpful if the regs gave guidance, and they haven't. To your point, Councillor Cooper, and through you, Mr. Chair, it has been my experience that with a report, council will receive it. And my understanding, I will defer to your acting CAO and your clerk, is that that just means literally what it is. You take the report, it is now before you legitimately to make comment. So a receipt is not an understanding and an agreement of all of it. It is just, we're taking it. Secondly, you have a debate, and if there are recommendations on penalty, you can accept those penalties, you can amend those penalties, or you can reject them outright. What you can do in the case of a recommendation of no penalty is you can vary that, or you can make comments as it relates to findings, but the Integrity Commissioner's report and recommendations are before you, and it is my understanding that receipt is different than approval of a resolution of the findings and the recommendations.
So I'm sorry, then that would beg what you said earlier, I think, which was an idea, you know, there could be actually two votes. After this vote, we would then have more discussion, it sounds like, from what you said, and then voting on agreeing with the report, not just receiving it. Is that correct?
You have an opportunity to accept the recommendations, amend the recommendations, or vary the recommendations.
So that's
Not the findings, the recommendation.
Right.
Acting Clerk Wade.
Just to provide some further clarification, so I do agree with the Integrity Commissioner Craig that this is in receipt of the report. That is all we're doing. Our code of conduct, although the legislation does agree and allow us to make amendments to any recommendations contained within that report, because her report only is making a recommendation that this is made in error and no official recommendations are made, we have no further motions to have because our code of conduct does not allow us to impose heavier or further or more stringent penalties against anyone that is beyond what is already recommended within her report. So because there are no recommendations for suspension and such against Councillor Hazelton, we can't debate any of those things, so there's no official reprimand to be received. All we need to do is receive the report.
I'm not sure I entirely understand that, because I believe we have the opportunity, if we so desire, to impose, in this case, would we have and I don't hear one, so I'm just theoretical. Would we have the ability to impose a penalty if we were so inclined?
Through your worship, the procedure, code of conduct states that when you receive a report from the Integrity Commissioner where there has been a violation of the code, council may impose the following penalties on the member: a reprimand or a suspension of pay up to 90 days. So you can do that if you so choose, but as the mayor stated, it doesn't seem to be the appetite of anyone. It goes on to state that on the basis of recommendation from the Integrity Commissioner, they can take any or all of the following corrective or remedial actions, and it lists 5 things that if the Integrity Commissioner recommends it, you can accept it or not. But there's no recommendations in this report.
Okay, I think maybe what's...
Does that make sense?
Yes, I believe it does. So I will read this motion, and following this motion, I will inquire of council if there's any further motions they wish to make with regards to this report. And once we've cleared whatever further motions there may be, I'm going to recommend a 10-minute recess before we go to the next report. So the motion in front of me is, be it resolved that council receives the Integrity Commissioner's report dated December 4, 2019 regarding Councillor Hazelton. All those in favor? Oh.
That's before the recording vote.
Okay. Over to you.
A recorded vote has been requested from Councillor Wango. Councillor Wango, how do you vote?
Yay.
Councillor Bocek, how do you vote?
Yay.
Councillor Cooper, how do you vote?
Nay.
Councillor Douglas, how do you vote?
Yay.
Councillor Jarvis, how do you vote?
Yay.
Mayor Kutsier, how do you vote?
Can you confirm what Councillor Bocek voted, because I couldn't understand him. I just, if you don't mind.
Yay.
Yay. Okay. Thank you for the, because I think you misheard that.
I did miss.
And I will be
Thank
voting
you.
yay.
Let the record show 5-1, the motion passed.
Okay. Does any councillor here wish to make any further motions with regards to this the Integrity Commissioner's report in regards to Councillor Hazelton? Seeing none, I'm now going to declare it, well, let's make an 11-minute recess, and we'll be back in our chairs at 2:55 to 3. Thank you.
Well,
it is.
Because normally I'm free
Talk to
and
her.
I'm like,
Could everybody take their seats, please?
then I can. 7A IC complaint responded. 7A.
Could I ask everybody to take their seats, please? It works! Wow! Okay. Councillor Cooper, you're next on the list of reports. And I believe you declared already a potential pecuniary interest. That was already explained, Councillor Jarvis.
Don't worry.
Okay. Integrity Commissioner Craig, the floor is yours. We've done the introductions already, so let's go straight into it, please.
Certainly. Through you, Mr. Mayor, the second complaint that I have relates to the conduct of the respondent, Peter Cooper, in connection with a complaint that I received on June 17, 2019. Following my initial classification, I determined it raised two issues: contravention of Rule 9, in particular 9.1, a member shall treat all members of the public, one another, and staff with respect without abuse of bullying, coercion, or intimidation to ensure that their work environment is free from discrimination and harassment. And 9.4, a member shall comply with the township's respectful workplace policy. With regard to issue number 1, I found that the actions of the respondent did constitute harassment as defined by the code. There are different definitions of harassment under the Human Rights Code, under the workplace, the Occupational Health and Safety Act. I am talking about harassment as defined by the code and Rule 9.1. And that is to treat staff with respect without intimidation, ensure that their work environment is free from harassment. The respondent's conduct I found in distributing emails subject of this complaint, in my view, constituted engaging in a course of vexatious comment against a worker in the workplace that was known or ought reasonably to be known to be unwelcome. These comments in the emails created and contributed to an intimidating work environment for the complainant and other employees, and this was contrary to the respondent's obligations. On issue number 2, I found that the respondent's conduct was intended to and did interfere with township staff's professional role in a manner that breached Rule 9.4, i.e. to comply with the township's respect in the workplace policy. The process is set out for you in the report. In the course of my investigation, I also reviewed public and confidential township documents, the respect in workplace, in the workplace policy. And I wanted to make it clear that one of the reasons that we have a process that some may find deficient is because there is an opportunity to speak with the Integrity Commissioner. To be absolutely clear to this council, to staff, and to the members of the public in attendance, this is not a court, although there have been comments that it seems to be an adversarial process. The process is not pursuant to the rules of civil procedure. There is not that rigor in the process. And I submit that certainly there is an opportunity as your Integrity Commissioner to further provide guidance. However, there is ample opportunity for the respondent in a code complaint to seek guidance from the Integrity Commissioner, i.e. saying, I'm not clear on what is expected of me. By way of context, to assist in understanding what is expected of the Integrity Commissioner when the province drafted Accountability and Transparency Part 5.1 of the Municipal Act. In a 2016 decision of the Superior Court of Justice Divisional Court, the court had before it an application for judicial review of the decision of the Integrity Commissioner of the City of Vaughan. The applicant, who was the respondent in the code complaint, stated in his application for judicial review of that Integrity Commissioner's report, and I quote, "The Integrity Commissioner filed a report, the 28-page report, prior to the meeting of Committee of the Whole, to which the applicant had no opportunity to respond. In the 2016 case before the court, the applicant claimed that the Integrity Commissioner's final report was different from her draft report and preliminary findings. To be clear, the draft report proposed findings provided to Councillor Cooper on November 26th contained everything in the report before you accept my response and comments to his November 29th comments and my recommended sanctions. My findings were in the proposed report given to him. Going back to the 2016 court case, the Divisional Court, and why am I going back to this case? I will say because the applicant in that court case was alleging, very similarly to Councillor Cooper, that the information that the Integrity Commissioner provided was insufficient to adequately and reasonably respond to the complaint. Here's what the court said to that statement by that applicant. The court said, "I reject this argument." What argument? The argument that the respondent was not given an opportunity to respond to the Integrity Commissioner's 28-page final report and that it was unfair. The court said in that decision, the applicant complains that the Integrity Commissioner's report presented to Council did not provide him in time to allow him to respond before the day of Council. This is what the court said. The court went on to say, the applicant complains that he did not receive the 28-page draft report until the Council meeting, and it differed in many important aspects from the preliminary report. The court found that the Integrity Commissioner, and this is taken from the 2016 decision, the Integrity Commissioner is not compelled to release every document submitted by anyone that causes the Integrity Commissioner to commence an investigation or make findings. The court found that the statutory scheme created by Section 223.5 of the Municipal Act, which is entitled Confidentiality of the Integrity Commissioner, does not create any expectation that the person who is being investigated will receive full disclosure of all the documentation or witness statements obtained by the Integrity Commissioner. The Integrity Commissioner says the court is the master of her process. It is assumed that she would be fair, but she decides who she will speak to, and she decides what information will be provided to the respondent. The Divisional Court rejected the submission of the applicant and stated that the Supreme Court, and why am I saying this? I'm saying this not to fill time, but I'm trying to point out that while this process of the township may seem flawed, may seem rushed, may seem one-sided, a court took a look at that Integrity Commissioner, who, by the way, was me, and said, I reject that applicant's argument, and said, here's why. They looked at the Supreme Court decision in Baker versus Canada, and I'm giving you this information so you can take a look. Don't take my word for it. In considering the degree of participation the applicant was entitled to have during the investigation. In assessing the factors set out by the Supreme Court, the Divisional Court said in that 2016 case, it was satisfied that the Integrity Commissioner exercised her discretion in a manner that properly balanced the applicant's right to meaningfully respond to the allegations in the complaint and the need to protect staff who had cooperated in the investigation. Full stop. Going back to the case at hand, in my interim report, I explained that the complaint investigation required longer than I had anticipated because I had to speak to people, because I didn't want to rush through it, because I recognized that it was summer and people wanted to enjoy themselves. but I had to get the information. Did I speak to everyone who everyone thought I should have spoken to? No, I spoke to the individuals who I believed could provide me with the information to either substantiate the allegations of the complainant or put me in a position where I could dismiss them. I considered the respondent's statement that the complaint is vexatious. The respondent said the CAO was literally going out the township door as they filed the complaint, having accepted the CAO role in another municipality. They had already made up their mind to leave well before the offending emails. And I disagreed with this. As I said in the previous report, having an ulterior motive, which I do not agree was the case here, is not a reason to not investigate a complaint if it triggers any rules of the code. Members are to refrain from making comments against a worker that is known or ought to be known to be unwelcome. And it is my understanding from the information that I received during this investigation that the comments made by the respondent were unwelcome. They were made to be known that they were unwelcome, or reasonably should have been known to be unwelcome. As I state in my report, my findings are not suggesting that the merits of a decision of the current or previous council over another are not fair to discuss. Of course, you can discuss something that you find inappropriate or you disagree with. However, you act as a body, you act as a college, and the respondent exercised his role to engage in a course of conduct that was directed at the complainant personally, not in her role as the CAO. The respondent personally called into question her professional competence. The respondent personally said that there was information that the complainant was withholding. In essence, the respondent said that the complainant was negligent, and that's a very serious accusation. And if that accusation is to be made, it is made by counsel. I've carried out my review of the evidence and submissions of both parties, and I've determined that the respondent distrusted all information provided by the complainant. That was clear. And I've considered the additional evidence provided to me by the respondent himself. In particular, I spent considerable time reviewing the emails provided by the complainant, some of which the respondent said were doctored. And I take that very seriously. And I look at the original emails, and I have access to your email accounts because the Municipal Act and your protocol says I can. So I look at those original emails, and I see what was taken off. And I submit that they were not doctored. I submit that what happened was some of the information was taken off because the complainant did not want to bring into this discussion staff who would then feel that they would have to speak to the matter. I spoke to them anyway. Notwithstanding the fact that the complainant wanted to protect the staff by taking their names out of those emails, I spoke to them anyway, but to be very clear, there was no doctoring of emails. The respondent's conduct and actions, in my view, amount to harassment under the code. The respondent's reply to the complaint is that the complainant was arrogant, professionally inept, had omitted to act in a way that was appropriate for a senior member of staff. Yet this very individual was given performance reviews that were above adequate. I submit that if there was a serious concern with any member of council that all of the performance reviews, which I looked at, would have said at some point, there's an issue here. Each member of council forms part of the decision-making body recognized by the Municipal Act, and you have a right and an obligation to ask those hard questions. Asking hard questions of professional staff is not harassment, at least not under the code. However, when the preponderance of questions comes from one source, the respondent, and they're probing decisions into the decision-making of that staff person, and those questions continue, notwithstanding answers by the individual and her staff, that becomes a pattern of conduct that ought to be known is unreasonable. Based on my findings in the report before you, I recommend that the township apply a penalty of a reprimand against the respondent and that the council of the township suspend the remuneration paid to the respondent in his capacity as councillor for a period of 30 days. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Cooper, would you like to say a few words?
Certainly.
I knew that.
I'd like to thank the Integrity Commissioner for her report, and have the following comments for you. So, break this down into 3 parts, sort of an opening piece, rebuttal, and a closing. My understanding, the Integrity Commissioner's report collectively looks at about 2 main issues: treating the complainant in a disrespectful way that rose to a level of workplace harassment, and tried to intimidate or threaten staff and even take reprisals against or out on them. I will add that in the initial report, there was a 3rd and more serious allegation that was not investigated. And I'll explain that later, but primarily because that was dealt with in a previous complaint and dismissed. My comment is that this report contains embellishments, conflated arguments, and outright falsehoods. It is defamatory to my character and my reputation. Also, there has been a serious lack of investigative rigor, always working to the disadvantage of the counselor. The IC dismissed my allegation that the complaint was made in bad faith. I contend this fits with a pattern of vindictive behavior by this complainant. I also suggested that an announcement judicial review may have had more bearing on creating a hostile working environment than anything I said. On page 16, paragraph 2, it differentiates between bad faith and good faith. Good faith is when this complaint would be filed in the absence of actual or constructive fraud designed to mislead or deceive or dishonest purpose. I contend that the complainant complained about the work environment was hostile at least partially because she may have feared certain discovery. Perhaps that the staff had intentionally or inadvertently or incompetently withheld vital information from council and the public. We know what file we're talking about here. The MOE was deceived about the contentious file. And also, the actions of staff and others under her leadership may have potentially put the Township of Georgian Bay at risk financially and environmentally. At the bottom of page 16 to the top of 17, the opposite of good faith is defined as implying or involving actual or constructive fraud and or designed to mislead and deceive another, or neglect or refusal to fulfill some duty or other contractual obligation. Plus, bad faith differs from the negligence in that it contemplates a state of mind and affirmatively operating with a furtive design or ill will. My belief is that there was a design on the part of the complainant or others to mislead and deceive, or possibly withholding important information, as I stated earlier.
You know I'm going to caution you to be very careful with your words. You can state beliefs, but not accusations, please.
I'm saying it's my contention. Why would anybody consider deceiving us? There might be 2 possibilities: to guarantee a specific outcome, or because the complainant believed that council might allow them to carry on with their activities and essentially, in this particular case, perhaps treat the council like they were mushrooms. So I don't know the answer to this, but this is my supposition. At this time, these are just speculations, but I expect we will learn the truth beyond a reasonable doubt through the investigations and findings of the judicial review and environmental compliance approval. However, evidence exists that the former that the complainant and others knew about a revised sewage work application, for example, yet the information was withheld. This very important information from the council and the township peer reviewers and the public, until it was discovered through an FOI search of the MOE files in the spring of 2019. Also, evidence exists that the township staff may have misinformed the MOE that a public process had already taken place. This was not the case. That was false. The result of this information is the public's right to be notified, to provide feedback, and to appeal certain decisions under the Planning Act. And it is my belief they were completely circumvented. Ms. Craig was unwilling to consider the possibility that the complainant was acting in bad faith, yet I provided information to the Integrity Commissioner that A, the applicant continues to badmouth me, my wife, and the township in her new position at a neighboring township. You'll hear that momentarily. There's evidence. On October 24th, I received the following email from a complete stranger, nobody I've ever met in my life, who personally witnessed this complainant allegedly slandering me.
Councillor Cooper, you are facing certain accusations here, and I think making reference to behaviors that occurred after the period of this is stretching it a bit.
Perhaps it is. I'm going to, the reason I'm talking about this is I think that it goes to continued behavior. I'll be talking about the specific behaviors, but I thought it was important to bring forward at the beginning of this something that happened the most recently, and I'll work back from there.
And I appreciate the care you're taking, but you know we have to make sure that we don't cross any lines.
I understand that, and I'm going to be reading a document that was not just sent to me, but to other people on this council. This was comments made at a corporate meeting at Severn Township, and this is, as I said, unsolicited. It says, "Dear Peter, yesterday I attended a corporate services meeting at Severn Township, and the complainant presented a PowerPoint presentation on the keys to effective governance. This included 3 slides that included 3 examples from the Township of Georgian Bay in which she presented defamatory information about the township, and she specifically talked about you and your wife. So the township, you, and a constituent. I found her comments to be quite disconcerting and extremely unprofessional, and I'm wondering if she breached the privacy laws. I am sharing this information with you as I was quite disturbed by some of the information that was presented in a public forum. So I present that simply to show ongoing behavior. Now I'll deal with that in more specific ways. There was at least, I'm tried to count, there were 29 pages in this report that came from the Integrity Commissioner. I think there were something like 27 allegations or statements in this report which I refute. So it's not just allegations, it's statements as well. The complainant filed a multiple of complaints against me as she was leaving the township. Many were based on old emails, some going back as far as 2015. Many were made on behalf of third parties without their knowledge or consent, or at least to my understanding. And as I understand it from other integrity complaints, third-party complaints are in fact not really allowed by most integrity commissioners, and we've had findings to that effect in the past. She filed a duplicate complaint about an MCIA matter, knowing full well that the first complaint had been investigated and disregarded. So, sort of the throwing spaghetti at the wall process here. Let's see what'll stick. So I want to give you some samplings of some of the matters that I'm talking about. On page 20, top paragraph, the Integrity Commissioner opines that the complainant expressed deep concern for staff and the reputation of the township. However, the email that I just read from a witness, which was slandering me and bad-mouthing the township in a manner that I consider to be unprofessional and defamatory, and directly contradicts the IC assessment of the complainant's concern for our township's reputation. If this former employee continued to slander is not evidence of bad faith, then I don't know what is. On page 2, there is an allegation that even after receiving the notice of this complaint, I continued to make denigrating comments about the complainant under their departure from town. I received the formal notice of the complaint from the Integrity Commissioner on Thursday, July 4th, just after the Canada Day long weekend. The complainant had already accepted another job and resigned by this point. Another 2 weeks of holidays were taken. I searched my emails and found no evidence that I copied the complainant on anything after May 31st. And that I mean copied. I'm talking about CC. It's not directing emails to this person. On May 29th, I emailed the Township Legal Counsel, explained why I had to bypass the CAO and go directly to the Director of Planning when the issue came up our file that we're concerned about. The complainant had been taken off this particular file at her request on April the 8th. And the mayor was out of the country at the time. In the email, I used the phrase, the complainant had abdicated her responsibility for the file. For some reason, she took offense to this. The dictionary defines abdication as to ask to be relieved of a duty or responsibility. There's nothing negative about it. It's simply asking to be relieved. Read the dictionary. So the word applied perfectly to the circumstances. I meant nothing derogatory about it by using the word, which appropriately described the request to be taken off the file. The allegation on page 19, paragraph 2, actually made by Ms. Craig that I accused the former CEO of filing false evidence against me. To be clear, I said no such thing to Ms. Craig. I did complain to the Integrity Commissioner that the former employee doctored several emails by redacting the subject line and the email addresses of those who were involved in the email exchange. Plus, I noted the chain was incomplete. Several incoming responses from others on the chain were omitted, making it very difficult for me to understand the meaning of these discussions. Redaction is not the same thing as submitting false evidence. But I'm really surprised that this Integrity Commissioner is conflating redaction, doctoring. I called doctoring redaction as false evidence. I never said anything about false evidence. So I take exception to that accusation as well. I find it defamatory. I asked the Integrity Commissioner to obtain copies of the full email chain without redactions, and that sounds like she has done so. However, from my perspective, I didn't get any more information. Thus, the import of the email chain has been obscured by redactions and missing responses in the chain. This gap in the investigation is very disturbing and shows bias, I'm contending. Makes me wonder if it's possible for an elected official to get a fair and unbiased investigation by the Integrity Commissioner. Fortunately, I was able to independently verify that the subject matter of this email exchange was indeed about our contentious file, Macy Bay. Council removed the complainant from the file on April 8th. Yet the email chain contains irrefutable proof that the CAO was involved with and making decisions on the same file on May 30th and 31st, 7 weeks after she was removed from the file. So the accusations of harassment simply because I CC'd her on an email. But the fact that she did not accuse the people on that email chain of the harassment demonstrates significant bias. If an elected official CC's her on as a courtesy somehow equates to workplace harassment, I have to wonder. But if an employee or consultant asks her to actually make decisions on this file, when they all knew she was removed from the file, that's okay? I'm very surprised by that. She did not hold them to the same standard of which she held me. Did she accuse them of harassment? I think not. In fact, I know not. This accusation fails to rise to the level of workplace harassment. And I'm sorry, but the Integrity Commissioner has failed to acknowledge the hypocrisy and unfairness of the double standard. That's another matter. On page 9, paragraph 3, in the exact words of the complainant, I consider the fact that you and the other councillor have continued to include me on correspondence on this matter in contravention of a specific council resolution to not do so, a form of continued harassment. On page 18, the bottom of the paragraph, the IC verifies that the former CAO told her that the resolution to remove her from the file expressly specified that she was not to be copied on the matters concerning this file. However, and this is the most important thing, the April resolution did not mention anything about not copying the CAO on this file. So, as a former senior manager in the business space, it's only natural for me to conclude that the CAO would continue to monitor the workloads and demands of those who continue to handle this particular file, Macy Bay. So, I think the Integrity Commissioner once again favored the employee's words over the concrete evidence that I provided to the contrary. A copy of the actual resolution proves that the complaint is false. Council removed the complaint from the file. The issue of whether or not she would continue to monitor the activities of others who continue to handle the file was not mentioned in the resolution. Also important, it's important to note that Council was not given access to the minutes of that resolution until June 5th, after the contentious emails had already been sent. So there was no reference point of when you go to council, there's tons and tons of resolutions, and yet that information was not available until June the 5th. So not only did the Integrity Commissioner ignore this evidence, but she notes in her report that the resolution was made in closed session, therefore she is not at liberty to divulge it. I wasn't asking for that. It is a shame she is unwilling to admit that my version of the resolution's wording is correct. I'm not giving you the wordings of the resolution, by the way. I'm just noting the sort of general content. So it's disappointing to see that my intention is not correct, but rather following the complainants. And so I'm concerned about that. Additional evidence I have submitted. I introduced a resolution in the June closed session to clarify the previously ambiguous resolution. I wanted to alert everyone in council that the employee was not to be copied on this and would no longer be involved in the file. In July, Councillor Hazelton introduced a resolution proposing that somebody be appointed to supervise this file, and so we went down that road. These additional resolutions seeking clarity are further evidence that the original resolution was ambiguous and that it did not specify that we were no longer to CC the complainant. One of the former CAO's allegations is that I should have known that my comments were unwelcome because I was on council when a workplace harassment complaint was filed against a former councillor by a senior employee. This is not factual. That harassment case was filed in October of 2012. I was not sworn into office for the first time until 2 years later, in December of 2014. This is not logical to conclude that I ought to have known. Incidentally, I've looked into that complaint and found some strange things. After reprimanding the former councillor, council ordered that he would not be able to deal with staff. He must deal exclusively with the very complainant that he was supposed to be harassing. That bizarre decision tells me that this case was more about punishment and placing councillor under the complainant's control than about so-called harassment. In the complaint before us today, the CAO complainant also alleged that I contravened the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act with respect to the OMB appeal for a property on Big Ship Island. So there's a lot of information about that, but I just spoke earlier about the fact that I'd already been, that complaint had been dismissed the MCIA action. Okay, so moving on from that one, one of the most defamatory allegations leveled against me by the complainant can be found on page 4, middle paragraph. 2017, a township, I think, staff person who had also been subject to the respondent's continuous harassing emails and otherwise had to take medical leave and subsequently leave the township. In the next paragraph, she refers to this employee as the director of planning. So I was able to identify what she meant. Facts matter. The facts here are that it was the former, or the complainant, who made the decision in 2018 to deal with this employee. I'm not going to get into anything more about that other than our council supported the decision by the CAO. It had nothing to do. So insinuating that I was responsible for this person taking medical leave and I caused this person to leave the township when in fact it was the former complainant, CAO complainant, to dismiss the employee with council's full backing. This is just blatant falsehood. It's astonishing to me. The Integrity Commissioner mentions that it's the protocol to follow up if a member of council is dissatisfied with employee job performance. In the case of this dismissed employee, I followed the proper protocol by informing both the former CAO and council that my constituents and I did not think that we were getting satisfactory performance, but that was it. That was dealing with the complainant. I did not harass anybody into leaving. That is defamation of my character, and everyone on council knows what really happened. Another allegation made by the former CAO complainant is that I and another councillor have publicly stated the council, legal counsel, planning consultant, former director of development services, and the former complainant CAO do not know what they are doing. I never said this. I don't know where that's coming from. I may have alluded to the fact that I believe that we've had trouble with a certain file that's gone off the rails, and that the township seems to have lost some control of that file. I may have alluded to the pending judicial review and indicated that I believe it will prove inappropriate actions, perhaps, on the part of the Township of Georgian Bay. However, I did not specifically cast aspersions on the professional capabilities or knowledgeability of the various individuals who have been involved with this file. All of our council meetings are recorded. I challenge the complainant or the IC to produce evidence that I and another councillor stated that those individuals do not know what they are doing. I did not do that. So in closing, last May, another councillor and I expressed a desire to attend a meeting between engineers who were going to meet to discuss a commercial sewage works design for a development that council will ultimately have to approve. The clerk at the time provided the CAO with the opinion that this was appropriate. In other words, we should be able to attend. Her rationale was simple. Council has to approve this development in some form or another, so to be more informed would be better than less informed. However, the CAO disregarded this opinion and attempted to use the council's legal counsel to dissuade the councillor from attending the meeting. By attempting to quash my rights, she also quashed the right of my constituents who have the right to be fully informed by their representative. When the former CEO sent the legal counsel on me, I took this as a form of intimidation and harassment, especially since the legal counsel could not identify any legislation that prohibited me from going to a meeting to observe and becoming more informed. So, all of these things, I started out by saying that there's an issue in terms of a pattern of behavior, and I'm demonstrating through a number of matters here that there is a pattern of behavior. So, finally, in conclusion, did I CC the former CEO on Macy Bay matter after April 18th resolution? Yes, I did. Did the resolution specify the council was not to copy the CAO on the Macy Macy Bay matters? No, it did not. Does CCing the complainant rise to the level of workplace harassment or a contravention of the resolution? I think not even close. I'm accused of being sometimes glib, and does my sense of humor include the use of sarcasm? Yes, it does. You can ask my wife, my family, my friends, and other council members. I use sarcasm on them all the time. Do I use sarcasm to disguise my contempt for people? No. It's simply my style of humor, and some people just read too much into it. Did I threaten or purposely try to intimidate or take reprisals out on the complainant because they complained about me? Absolutely not. And the complainant in this particular case offered no evidence to support this particular allegation. Did I harass the former director of planning to take medical leave and then leave the township? No, I did not. However, as I pointed out, that was reliant on a decision by the complainant. Council knows this. Did I complain to the Integrity Commissioner that the complainant had redacted parts of an email chain and left out some of the chain so it was difficult to understand? Yes, I did. Did I accuse the complainant of filing false evidence? Not even close, to my knowledge. And did I ask the Integrity Commissioner to obtain the complete and unredacted email information? Apparently that happened. I'm still at sort of odds as to why this would be considered me saying that there was false evidence. Why is there a double standard for councillors versus others? Did I say that I think the judicial review is going to expose some unfortunate behavior on the part of the Township of Georgian Bay, some of its staff, and so forth? Yes, I did. I've always seen the evidence. I've already seen some of the evidence. I'm not privy to all that evidence to give out today, but I have seen quite a bit of evidence. So, does stating the facts that are supported by hard evidence rise to the level of making a threat in order to intimidate someone or falsely or maliciously injure the reputation of staff? No, none of what I said was false or malicious. I was simply stating fact. Did I try to intimidate staff? No. I simply wanted council to realize the risks these actions have presented to the township before it was too late. It's a simple truth and council knows it. So, I'd like to also comment on one final thing, and that is, it appears that the Township of Georgian Bay Code of Conduct has been weaponized and is being used as a tool to muzzle councillors. That is most unfortunate, and I'm glad that Councillor Hazelton spent quite a bit of time discussing that particular point. With that, I close with wishing you all a very Merry Christmas.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cooper, and for the season's greetings. Integrity Commissioner Craig, would you like to say anything at this point before I turn it over to council?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I thank you for the opportunity to comment. I think the only thing that I'd like to state is that that's not true. There are a couple of things I'd like to state. The first is that I believe the report speaks for itself, and I believe that if following this matter's discussion, anyone believes that that the process was unfair, the Integrity Commissioner was unfair, or there were errors or omissions that seriously prejudiced the outcome, there is a remedy for that. That is the judicial review. I recognize that it's not an inexpensive process, but it is certainly an available process. And certainly there is a less expensive process, and that is going to the Ombudsman of Ontario. Now, the Ombudsman of Ontario is an office of last resort and might say, you know, if you haven't gone through the judicial review process, then I can't entertain your grievance. However, I do know that I can't speak for the Ombudsman of Ontario, but I can say that where a complaint has gone to the Ombudsman, where the complainant has raised some serious concerns on process, the Ombudsman has looked into it. So I guess what I'm saying is the report stands on its merits. The second point that I'd like to state is that, you know, a resolution to to not involve a senior member of staff in a particular file does not override the requirement to let that senior member know when there are matters of work that involve his or her staff. And I think it's a little convoluted to say that this was not made clear. There are several of you before me, and there are several staff people who I've spoken to. And if it was so abundantly unclear to everyone, then you would all be scratching your heads saying, I don't get it. I think we're clear that there were certain elements of that file, and I recognize it's ongoing, that were contentious to an individual in particular, and the individual respondent was not pleased. But the resolution to not involve the particular staff person was clear, and the other previous resolution to make sure that that member of staff knew what her staff or his staff was doing was very clear. And to at this point confound it by saying it was unclear, as I said, the report speaks for itself. And finally, with your indulgence, I'd just like to state that the complainant and any complainant that brings forward a complaint to the Integrity Commissioner is courageous. To sit and have a member of council, you are members of council, you are leaders of your community, and there is a disequal level of importance. No matter how subject matter expert your staff is, you are members of council. And so for a member of staff, senior or otherwise, to bring forward a complaint, to have it objectively reviewed, to be told that you held things back, that you didn't tell members of council this, that you defamed, that you did all these things, how likely, members of council, is it that any one of your staff will ever feel comfortable using this process? And maybe that's the goal. Maybe the goal is, let's shut it down, it's too costly, it's too much of an annoyance, we don't need this process, because if we speak to someone and they say, I can't give you that, I'll just not talk to them anymore. So let me be very clear. Be very, very clear. I believe that the complainant in this particular complaint was very courageous. And I believe that anyone who comes forward with a complaint, knowing that I could very well say, this is frivolous and vexatious, dismiss it right away, is very courageous. And I believe that if you feel that anything in this report is untowards or unfair, there is a process to bring that forward. Otherwise, I would very, very much recommend that council send the message to your staff that there's a process in place, and you should feel free to come forward if you believe there is a harassment complaint involved. And if you bring that forward, you will not be paraded in front of everyone to the point where you will never again make any comment otherwise. I spent 5 months on this complaint investigation, members of council. I certainly worked very hard on this, and not for the dollar, to be clear, because there were times that I didn't even write down how long I was looking into, talking to people, and reviewing, because this is so important to your town. And I know this because I was your integrity commissioner before. Then I took a leave of absence for family reasons, and you had another integrity commissioner, and then I came back because I truly believe in what I do, and I know that all of you are elected officials who do your job because you love what you do and you love your community. And I would just ask that you give this process seriousness, and you just recognize that I did not take this complaint and just willy-nilly say, yep, I think so. And if that's what you believe, there is a remedy for an unfair process. And I would ask that you undertake that remedy instead of leaving the message to staff, don't say anything or we'll come after you.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton.
I'd just like to pick up on one of the things you just said, I see, Craig. You're focused on helping staff be comfortable that they're not going to face recrimination. You did make a comment that previously about me where I said I haven't spoken to the complainant about things. I'm not avoiding the issue, I'm just avoiding a complaint. And I think what I'm observing here is, and I think Peter or Councillor Cooper has framed it effectively, weaponizing the process. I don't want staff to feel uncomfortable about feeling that they have been mistreated. And I think there needs to be a forum for that. But I can tell you that even though you found me not worthy of punishment, this has been a horrific process for me as a councillor. And I can tell you that I'm on the verge of basically saying, screw it, I don't want to deal with this anymore. Like, this is unfair to put me and Councillor Cooper through this process where the evidence that I've heard is totally different. I hear one picture and I hear another picture. And I'm not sure I really have been able to make up my mind. I've read through the report and I've read a bunch of things and I've said, that doesn't sound to me like it fits the criteria. But to the point that I was trying to make earlier, this is a controversial process and we have to stop this. I want to be able to work with all of our staff. I don't want them to think that I'm a bad guy. I don't want me to think that they're the bad guy. And we've got to find a different process because this process, in my opinion, is broken. And to have what I'm seeing here as not really significant complaints elevated to a very significant code complaint, where there are personalities, there are styles. I mean, we all went to personality style training back in, December or January? And a whole bunch of us, including the CAO, came out of there with, we're all a red profile. What that means is direct. Don't beat around the bush, tell me directly. And I would submit that a lot of what I'm reading in your report of examples of the complaint are direct communication. Direct communication from a personality to a receiver a personality. And I think that kind of fits the mold of how we were taught in this training to interact with each other, direct to direct. So I'm very frustrated by the findings of this report. I'm very frustrated that Councillor Cooper had to go through this 5-month window, because I know what it's like to be thinking all night long when I'm supposed to be sleeping about, oh my God, what's going to come back in the report? Is the IC going to believe me?
Councillor Hazelton, we're concentrating on Councillor Cooper's case right now. Some of what you're saying is relevant, but some of it is far too personal.
I'm transposing my experience on him. So, anyways, I'll stop for now.
Councillor Bocek.
Again, I'm going to thank you for the report, and it was very informative. Our code of conduct was presented to us, and as a council, we voted on that code of conduct. And if I remember correctly, and somebody can correct me if I'm not, that it was unanimous that we accept the code of conduct the way it was written, not the way it was weaponized. We had time to analyze it, study it, and agree to it and approve it. And I tend to think it's well written and it's not weaponized and it serves the purpose that allows a hassle-free workplace. And I'm not going to address any other of the allegations that came out of this report.
Councillor Jarvis.
Again, I'm going to, as with Councillor Hazelton, I'll try not to talk too much about Councillor Hazelton here, but I think all of this has been brought about by this one specific file that seems to have gotten significant personalities inflamed, rightfully or otherwise. I was not on council prior to late 2018, so some of this is not under my purview in some regards, but though I did participate as an audience member on occasion. I think it's very unfortunate, but I think that's what's happened, is that the file in question has created an atmosphere of hostility over time between councillors in some regard and staff. I read this report twice quite thoroughly, and I'm unfortunately in agreement with Councillor Cooper in some regards, in that the evidence presented to me appears wrong. And in my mind, that casts doubt on it. I think that's unfortunate. I know you've gone through a lot of work on this. I see Craig, and a lot of effort has gone into it. I realize this is not a judicial inquiry, so evidence doesn't get handled the same way. I think it's unfortunate, but in a way, and I don't even like using the term, but it almost seems to me that the code of conduct has been, in a sense, subverted in order to get back at somebody, and I don't like that at all. That's all.
Councillor Douglas.
Well, thank you again for the report, and Peter, thank you for your response. I really like to thank you, I.C. Craig, for your last comments. I think that we need to be able to reinforce that our staff has a safe environment and a method of going through whatever they need to go through to get if they have a complaint. And I think without having our code of conduct in place, and I think it works quite well for us, I think that would create a difficult spot for a lot of employees to come forward. I think this hasn't been a pleasant process for anyone, and I don't think any one of us want to be sitting up here even dealing with this, but we are, and I find it quite disappointing, to be honest with you, that we are having to deal with this and deal with comments such as vexatious and harassment, and to me that's just something that we shouldn't be hearing in the workplace anywhere. We do hold a higher standard for counselors. I myself have been under fire and know it is not a nice place to be. But when you say things like it is your personality to be sarcastic and condescending, that is not appreciated by some people and maybe not taken the right way and is probably considered unwanted. It seems to me when I read through this report, it's not just our past employee that was making complaints, but other staff members. So I find that if that's a common thread, then perhaps there is some merit to what's being said. Not to mention that I do have faith in what our IC and her abilities and her background. You know, she is to be objective, to find grounds on the face of what is being presented to her, investigate it, and report out, not to take sides. I'm not going to really comment on which, who's right, who's wrong, but I would say that the evidence that has been presented to us, I personally feel that the report has come out on the right vein. And just on a last comment, I'd like to ask you, Peter, you sat on the performance review committee with myself and the past mayor. I don't remember in 4 years you ever bringing anything up during those meetings that you had any problem with our CAO. Out here, there were some comments made. But I think that would have been the perfect platform for us to know at that time, and perhaps we could have, at that time, addressed it. And to have all this come out here at the very end with all these allegations, personally, I just don't know why that wasn't brought up through the performance reviews. I don't know if you'd like to respond to that, but.
Sure, I can respond to that in this way. Performance reviews I was involved with were ostensibly for a 4-year period, not really since in the new term of council. I'd rather not comment on the dynamics of that review process, but there were some dynamics that were not to my liking, but I sat through it. But what I will say is this, that what we're talking about here is not about a performance review. We're talking about my actions, supposed actions. And what I'm talking about here is facts matter. And you know, and I know, that there are some things that I've presented to you today that do not line up with what is coming out in this report. And as far as comment about, I never said that I'm condescending. I said I'm sarcastic. There's a difference. Condescending is a very different matter. And as far as harassing employees, I contend that that may be the case. The complainant felt that way. That's unfortunate. And I do feel badly that that was the way that person felt. But I think condescending is not correct. So thank you.
I just like to respond to that. I will agree, you did not say that. But I have witnessed myself some comments being slightly condescending, and I don't think that's welcomed. So I apologize, you did not say condescending. I think the performance review platform would have been a good place to bring it up personally, and I understand you felt there were some dynamics there, but perhaps some of this would have been avoided. I think the personality conflict and how this has unfolded is very unfortunate, and I just don't think there's any excuse for staff feeling that way. Not just one, but more than one, according to this report. So hopefully going forward, we can find a resolution where we don't have to deal with that in the future. Find a different way of communicating. As I said to Councillor Hazelton, perhaps there's some things that we can put forward as how we can deal with our staff so that they are not feeling like they are being harassed, or whether that is just their feeling or you don't feel you're doing that, but they're feeling that. So there must be some ways that we can start communicating as to how we deal with speaking to each other or process so this doesn't happen in the future, because this amount of money, and no disrespect, but to have our integrity commissioner have to come here consistently is not something that I think we look forward to. I have not been looking forward to this day any more than probably you have, or the complainant, or the rest of my fellow councillors and mayor. I would prefer this doesn't happen any further, and let's find out how we can behave in the future so that whatever it's gonna take. So maybe perhaps your behavior has been not accepted very well and not welcomed by others. So let's find out what it is that we need to have happen in the future so this does not continue on. And I do realize that you are very concerned about transparency, as I think all of us are. Let there be no mistake. Some of us are a little less passionate in being vocal about it, but I think we all have the same goal for our township. So I thank you again for your response and for the IC's report.
Was there a question there?
No?
So that was a statement. I thank you. I think I already answered the question. You're dealing with something that happened supposedly 3-4 years ago and up until 2018, but we're not talking about that. This report is about the last 6-9 months.
And I think that's what my statement's about as well, is moving forward.
Thank you.
Councillor Yanko.
Thank you. Like the other councillors, I'm quite concerned that we continue to have a integrity commissioner come here. This is a difficult one because I know the complainant quite well. And many a times we've had conversations on this and other issues that related to council and so on. And it's been stressful for a lot of staff on this particular file and on this particular individual. And what I heard this afternoon in your presentation, Councillor Cooper, is basically doubling down. You basically went over the whole thing. If I was a complainant sitting in the audience where she is right now, she would have relived this whole thing through your presentation this afternoon. You said some, I consider, inappropriate things this afternoon. Something maybe the Integrity Commissioner can look at again. But the point is, I don't think some of that stuff you indicated or said this afternoon was warranted. When Councillor Hazelton went up there, I think there was some lessons learned with his situation. So I'm going to ask you, as a result of this particular application, is there any lessons learned from your point of view that would change your behavior going forward?
Thank you, Councillor Wianco, for your question. I happen to believe that, there may be some ways that I could phrase things so that people don't see my sarcasm, but I think there's a high level of sensitivity that may be a bit over the top, and that can stem from a variety of different reasons. But what I would like to see, and what I would like to learn from this, is how our council is going to move forward with a code of conduct, procedure, and practices that are more appropriate. That's what I'd like to see. Thank you.
Just to follow up, and maybe you can help me out here, Councillor Douglas. Did we not bring a resolution to council a couple of months ago suggesting that councillors reread the code of conduct? There was something, I think.
I think there was something that came, but I don't remember
Yeah,
exactly
and
what that was.
you indicate, yeah, there was a resolution that came that Councillor Douglas brought, that we should all be reviewing the code of conduct.
Yeah, you might be right.
Anyway, I know you voted against it, so obviously, that in itself is problematic. But the point is, to blame the code of conduct or to blame the integrity commissioner for their actions in this whole thing, I don't think it's appropriate. We can take a look at the code of conduct, but Ours code of conduct for our township shouldn't be any different than any other township and so on. So to make it easier to get away with more stuff, I would be concerned about that. I think we need to understand our code of conduct a little bit better and try to abide by it as much as possible. Say, I've been around a long time and I get along with staff, and with good staff, I get my work done, I get my questions answered, I get all the information I need because I get along with staff. But if you piss them off, it's going to have an impact on your ability to get things done. And I hope through this process we can start anew and build our relationships with our staff again.
I'm going to jump in. First of all, I want to start with 4 completely separate comments. And these aren't directly about you, Councillor Cooper, but I want to get this out of the way before I move on. One is, if I can just go straight to what Councillor Wianco just said, I'm thinking the word effectiveness. And I think council wants to be effective in what they do, staff wants to be effective in what they do, and I think we can get sidetracked when there's ill will or perceived ill will, or people are uncomfortable or what have you. And I can't help but think a little bit, when we talk about conflict of interest, and I know that's not what's in front of us now, but when we talk about conflict of interest, we often talk about factual versus perceived. And I can tell you, in some professions, they determine that perceived conflict of interest is equally important to actual conflict of interest, because it significantly harms your effectiveness. And I think that part of the challenge we have in some of your behavior, and some of your behavior too, and I'm bringing you into this because you brought yourself into it in this discussion, is perception is different than intent, and I think you have to be conscious of that. And that's my little bit on that. You have to be conscious, try to be conscious of how the individual is responding to the statements you're saying. One of the things you mentioned was that the report made reference to a harassment charge, and the Integrity Commission report made, and you said, well, you weren't here in 2012. I just assumed that was a report from 2017 that was being referred to, that there was a 2017 case, and the individual is sitting in this room, and I think I just assumed that was the case you were referring to.
I don't think that through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't think that I'm disclosing confidentiality. It was a public report, and I could have been clearer in my report, but I was referring to the 2017 report.
Okay. So the third thing is you were quite concerned, which I can appreciate, about a presentation made in another municipality that made reference to you, your wife, and others. Sorry? And the township, yeah. I think that as much as you may believe that that presentation was ill-advised, and I was not in attendance when it was made, so I cannot comment on what the words said. But when I heard about it, I immediately looked up what was posted on the website, and what was posted on the website were publicly available records. And that is one of the consequences of integrity commissioner reports, is they're posted. We have, I don't know, half a dozen or more on our website going back the last half dozen or so years. And they are available to anyone who chooses to use them. So I just wanted to make that comment that, that, you know, if somebody is presenting something that's publicly available, it technically is not offside, even if you may not appreciate it, and, which I can understand. So I'm not being critical of you being upset about it. Don't misunderstand me, but I think it just has to be said that they were publicly available. I'm finding this very difficult, to be very honest with you. I've lost far too much sleep over this. And I don't like that, because normally I don't lose sleep over things. I can categorize them. But when you wake up at 2 in the morning and you can't get the damn things out of your head, and I'm sure a number of you here understand this all too well, it's a pain. And part of the reason it's a pain is that I believe that this report contains important truths, and I believe your defense contains important truths. This is not black and white. This is absolutely gray, in my opinion. And on a go-forward basis, and I commend the counselors here because that's clearly what they are thinking. On a go-forward basis, we have to find a way to work better together without causing such offense that the Integrity Commissioner is called in. And I hope you took no offense to my suggesting earlier that we don't want you to prepare these reports. What I said is I'd much rather that gets resolved before it gets escalated to you, but I also think it's very important that there is this protection for various employees, counselors, the general public, applicants, all those categories. I think your role is very important. And the job you do. I just hope we don't have to utilize it. I'd much rather use you in the advisory capacity. I know I personally have done that, and I appreciate your responses. I find that very useful. So please, I hope you didn't take any offense.
Mr. Mayor, I don't take offense. I don't take it personally. I think when I gave training, some of you may not have been elected to office, I said that I don't take what I hear personally, though I take my work very seriously. Nobody likes the Integrity Commissioner who writes a report where there's a finding of fault. But I always say I would much prefer you come and talk to me, and I would much prefer you don't see me. And in another jurisdiction I'm referred to as the Maytag repair person because they never see me. And that's the way I like it.
Thank you. Council, for your information, before I go next round here, is there are 3 resolutions in front of me that at some point I will read. The first one is receiving the report. The second one is reprimand, and the third one is penalty of 30 days pay. So just so you know, that's how it's structured, 3 separate motions. But before we do get that far, Councillor Bochuk, you had your hand up, and I think everybody will get one more round. Councillor Hazel.
Yeah, I think taking everything in context here, and I'm just going to reflect on everything I've heard today. I've been a member of council with Councillor Cooper now for almost 6 years. He represents his constituents very well. If I was in front of this board with the Integrity Commissioner, there wouldn't be a single person in this room. I'd be standing by myself. The fact that these people have showed up to show support to Mr. Cooper, obviously he represents his constituents very well. I would not want to be in the position of Mr. Cooper, having this group of people in my ear every day. My constituents don't have the same concerns that his constituents have. My constituents might not like that the grass is a little long on the side of the roads, or that there's a pothole in a road. They have a lot of planning, a lot of issues that are very involved, and I think their modus operandi is the environment, to tell you the truth. And they want facts, and they're demanding that Mr. Cooper, their counselor, give them the facts. And they may push him to a point where he's not getting what he needs to get, and he has to resort to other methods to get them. I wouldn't want to be in his position. I wouldn't want the scrutiny that he's put under on a monthly basis or a daily basis. In saying that, I take code of conduct very seriously. Very, very seriously. And I take workplace harassment very seriously, being a business owner that has many employees. And when that line is crossed, it is crossed. And there's no going back from it. And if you can be penalized for it, if you can learn by it, and you can move forward from it, I think that's a tremendous accomplishment by what we're doing here today. Peter, I empathize with you because of the scrutiny that you're under today, but at the same time, I feel there's more to you and you have more to offer to your constituents by listening to the advice of the Integrity Commissioner, listening to the advice of your former councillors and the mayor, who we've all stated our way of thinking, and move forward from this. I want you as a part of this council. You're vital because you're opposite to me in a lot of ways, right? And we need that in a democracy. So while I don't read into what you've said 100%, I think our Integrity Commissioner and the people that lodge the complaints have no other form or no other avenue to deal with it than what we're doing here today. So unfortunately, I've heard Mrs. Craig and her investigation. We've read what the complainants have had to say, and unfortunately, we probably stepped over a line here. I've done it. I haven't been drug up to in front of an Integrity Commissioner about it. I made changes so it didn't happen to me. And I really hope moving forward that the changes are made and we're not in this position down the road, because you're vital here. That's it.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton, you had your hand up.
So I was gung-ho agreeing with you all along the way, and then I stopped.
That's why we're a democracy.
I'd like to highlight something that the mayor said, where he talked about perception and intent. And if we can leverage what Councillor Bochek was talking about with the demands on Councillor Cooper, I fully believe that his intent was clear and honorable and not intending to annoy, harass, or anything. But I believe that the perception was perhaps different. And so I think from a township standpoint, we have to figure out, do we really believe that Councillor Cooper intended these perceptions, or if they were just perceived? And I come back to, we need to find a different process to deal with these kinds of things. To your point, Councillor Bochek, the information demanded by the community, by Councillor Cooper, is immense. And this township historically was not being transparent as we have as one of our strategic initiatives. So I get it. The intent is to try to drive out that and get the township on side and be a better township. And so I think that we have to, I think we need to focus on this difference of perception and intent. I don't think the intent was to achieve the outcomes that this complaint surfaces. I also believe very strongly that, to the mayor's comment a few minutes ago, he's had sleepless nights. Well, I can guarantee you I've had sleepless nights. Councillor Cooper and his wife, and probably many of the members in the community have had sleepless nights. And for me, it's like, that's enough. Let's just stop it now and move on. Thank you.
Councillor Jarvis?
Echoing the sleepless nights policy, yeah, I think we should probably have a motion to make sure that we don't allow for that anymore. Having said that,
Are you making a motion?
the later meeting. I want to be clear that I don't like to malign anybody's personalities. I've known Councillor Cooper for a number of years. I think of him as a very honorable person, and I think he likes to have his facts, and I think that's part of the passion of the job, particularly for Councillor Cooper. I think it's really important, and that's sort of at the root of this to a certain extent. The complainant is somebody I have not known as long. The complainant is somebody that I got along with very well. The complainant is somebody I had no problem with. So this is where I have real trouble on this. Again, I'm going back to the report itself, and I find that there are factual inaccuracies, and I have real trouble with that. I think that Councillor Cooper perhaps could adjust his behavior at times. Even I take offense on occasion. Fortunately, I'm able to let him know. I think that's a way a relationship should work. And echoing Councillor Hazelton's comments, again, there's got to be a better way for us to work through these things. That's it.
Who wants to go first?
I have a couple things to say. I do believe you have a lot of pressure from your constituents, Councillor Cooper, and it probably pushes you much further than some of us that do not have that kind of pressure. But I think we have to somehow draw a line on when it becomes too much pressure for our staff to take it as their job to be able to deal with that. And so we do have to find another way that maybe would be a little more cohesive with the staff. And perhaps the information would flow a little easier. And I'm not saying that that's the perception from them is correct or not correct, but that is their perception. And so to me, I agree with my fellow councillors. We need to find a better way to go forward here to work together with the staff, keep the transparency for the constituents, but not get into a situation where this involves an integrity commissioner in this whole. I'm not sure whether I see Craig can tell us, or maybe she could enlighten me on this, if we had an opportunity to do some mediation work between some disagreements on how things go. Is that a part of your preview?
Pardon me, through you, Mr. Mayor. Part of your code protocol states that there is an informal process. If the parties agree, they can either decide between themselves to informally discuss it, or they can have an objective third party or the integrity commissioner act as a mediator. So certainly it's part of your process, and you can strengthen that by stating that there shall be sort of like a pretrial. You'll have that case conference before you move to the next point. I think it's really important that, regrettably, when I deal with harassment complaints, and it's important to note that it's certainly not just your jurisdiction. Most of the complaints that integrity commissioners receive are either allegations of harassment by members of council or some form of insertion into the professional subject matter expertise of a staff person. What usually happens is by the time the staff decides to file a code complaint, there's no appetite for mediation. So entirely up to you. The discretion is at council to mold your complaint protocol the way you see fit. I believe that it was, it may have been Councillor Hazelton, or maybe it was Councillor Wayanka, who said that all of the code protocols and codes out there look the same. The template was the Provincial Code of Conduct, the Members Integrity Act, and then the City of Toronto, and all the others followed. So more or less, they all look the same. So you may change your code protocol, and you may embed a mandatory mediation, and it can be a third party. It doesn't have to be your Integrity Commissioner, but at the end of the day, the Municipal Act states that the Integrity Commissioner does not have to give full disclosure to everything that she has said, seen, done. That is not Suzanne Craig saying that. That is the Municipal Act saying that. That is courts that have decided on the appropriateness of particular Integrity Commissioner reports. So even if you do that, the way I do my business is to follow my confidentiality requirements, which is to ensure that if a person feels that they do not want to bring forward their name and all information, I will not. I will give sufficient information for the member to be able to respond. And if the member feels that that has not happened, I state again, there's a process and a remedy through the Ombudsman or judicial review.
Okay. Thank you very much, and I appreciate the fact that we have this process.
Councillor Yanko.
Thank you. I don't have much more to say, but I think moving forward, if you're looking for a way to move forward, this whole Macy Bay project is very difficult to, I know we're all under pressure. I've had my projects where I'm under pressure. I think we've all been under pressure for a few projects and so on, and some of them didn't go so well. But I never sent emails to staff or even had phone calls with staff that would have put me in such a position that I might be close to violation of code of conduct. When we come to talk about remedies going forward, I think some of the communications that come in from councillors on Macy Bay maybe should be maybe vetted through the mayor office. Maybe you can help out in making sure that some of the information coming in or some of the requests coming in are business-like, if you want to call it, a different word. Something that's respectful, business-like, and are meaningful. And maybe between you and the acting CAO, maybe you can determine what is acceptable and what's not acceptable. If we're not accepting vexatious emails from the public, why are we accepting them from our own councillors? So I think there's an education in there and some reviews to go, and maybe some mediation is required on some of these things, but this particular project, Macy Bay, shouldn't be killing this township, this council. And it is. And it's going to get worse. It's going to get much worse before it gets better. And there'll be all kinds of accusations flying around, I'm sure, after the judicial review and so on. So I think we're just at the tip of the iceberg of this whole thing. So I think we need to get maybe, I'm looking at you, Mr. Mayor, that you may want to get involved. And so maybe we can have all the communications of Macy Bay, or at least maybe from these two individuals, go through you to get some kind of just to make sure that they're more business-like and so on. But we got to nick it. We've got to nip this before it gets to our staff, and more of these issues are filed.
You know, it's already been suggested that maybe I should be named after a company called 3M. Mayor, mentor, and mediator. I'm willing to give it a try. Having said that, Councillor Bocek, I'm going to disagree with you. I don't think these people here are to pressure Councillor Cooper. They're here to pressure us. That's my opinion. They're sitting out there watching us, not Councillor Cooper. Not taking away from the fact that they're on his back, most days of the year, or encouraging him would probably be a much nicer term. But they're here, I think, to pressure us. Anyway, we had good discussion. I'm going to repeat myself, but I'm going to say what I appreciate in the last 3 hours. There's been more positive than negative. Yes, we have negative issues. Yes, we've heard definite concerns. But there's an attitude here, I think, about going forward and trying to make things better. And I think that's absolutely what we should be doing. And I think that has to be our focus. And I think we have to think about that as we go through the 3 motions in front of us. The first motion, Councilor Yanko would like a recorded vote on all 3. And I will read each motion, but then there can be a discussion before we actually vote on them. I'm not going to go ram them through, just for everybody's information. But the first motion is similar to the prior case. Be it resolved, the council receives the Integrity Commissioner's report dated December 4th, 2019 regarding Councillor Cooper. Does anyone wish to discuss? Councillor Hazelton.
It's been said a few times by other councillors that there seems to be a difference in fact. I'm wondering if we receive this report, do we also, given that it's published, do we also enable the respondent to publish his response so it too can be on the website? Because one of the things that I've seen in the past is we go through a process, we publish something on the website, somebody coming to the township website just assumes that that was all true in fact, whereas there are other facts. And I'm not sure which are facts and which are alternate facts in the US terminology. So I'm wondering, does it make sense for us to provide a vehicle to publish the other set of facts? Like, in other words, receive the report, which is one set of facts, and publish another set of facts? Or do we just not receive it? But if we can't, either way, it's going to be published.
I'll make one comment, and then I asked for the professional clerks to comment on this. The reports prepared by the Integrity Commissioner are published. The responses have been recorded, and therefore anybody who wants to follow up on the responses, that will be available for some period of time. Whether or not we want to go any step further, I'd like the professionals to comment, please.
Through you, Your Worship, what we can do is put a link to both responses to both reports in the minutes. That will be on our website.
So that, in other words, we would give the respondents the opportunity, if they so choose, to put a report out there saying, this is my response.
No, not anything additional from today,
Oh.
what they've actually been reading from
Okay.
today, because you can't insert things into the minutes after the meeting.
Fair enough, sorry, yes. I appreciate that clarity. You know, the new kid again. Okay. Any other comments? Do I need to read this particular motion again? You're going to call the vote then, please, because it's a recorded vote.
Councillor Wanko requested a recorded vote. Councillor Wanko, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Bochek, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Douglas, how do you vote?
Yay.
Councillor Hazelton, how do you vote?
Nay.
Councillor Jarvis, how do you vote?
Nay.
Mayor Kutsier, how do you vote?
Yay, yes.
Let the record show 4-2, the motion is carried.
The second resolution that's in front of us, and of course, these are straight from the report as based on the recommendations. Be it resolved that council hereby reprimands Councillor Peter Cooper for breaching the Township of Georgian Bay Code of Conduct as outlined in Integrity Commissioner's report dated December 4, 2019. Discussion. Could you call the vote, please?
Councillor Wanko requested a recorded vote. Councillor Wanko, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Bochek, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Douglas, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Hazelton, how do you vote?
Nay.
Councillor Jarvis, how do you vote?
Nay.
Mayor Kutsier, how do you vote?
Yes.
Let the record show 4-2, the motion is carried.
The third resolution is be it resolved the council, as per the Integrity Commissioner's report dated December 4th, 2019, regarding Councillor Cooper applies the penalty of reprimand against the respondent by way of suspension of the remuneration paid to the respondent in his capacity as councillor for a period of 30 days. Discussion, please. Councillor Bochek.
I think a lesson learned is a lesson learned. Obviously, there's two very different sides to this story. I have no reason not to believe what Councillor Cooper has said to me. I have no reason to believe that what's in I.C. Craig's report is inaccurate. So I'm left a little dumbfounded by this whole process. I don't think a month's suspension of remuneration means anything to any of us. It's not effective. It's for naught. And so, you know, I don't feel it's, you know, if that's the only avenue you have is to penalize somebody financially, I think there's something wrong with the process. Because it's not going to make a difference to me or to anyone to lose a month's remuneration for being a councillor. We're not here for the money. If anybody's here for the money, they're in the wrong business. Because I'm not paying my boat payment with what I make as a councillor. So to me, the money means nothing. The suspension maybe is just proving a fact or letting everybody know that we're, you know, we agree that Councillor Cooper did something wrong, so we're going to take his money away. So I don't think that's the appropriate action, to tell you the truth. I really don't. I don't think penalizing somebody financially for wrongdoing has any resolve at all. Thank you.
Anyone else who wish to comment? Councillor Yankum.
Well, I didn't bring up this issue, but how do we handle future communications on the Macy Bay project? I don't want another staff member to take offense to emotional emails that might come forward in the future. I don't know how to handle that. We can't afford to lose any more senior staff. If losing one month's pay is a penalty to get rid of senior staff, let it happen, right? And so I was going to go the opposite. I was going to go 2 months because second offense, 2 months sounds like a good round number, but it doesn't sound like that's going to be supportive. But the point is, I think we need to look at how we're going to communicate with this Macy base going forward, because it's just going to get more emotional as we get closer to the final decision. And I think these people out here is a good example that the people are upset about this. So I'm upset about it too, but I maybe control my emotions differently. But I think we have to take a look at that somehow going forward. And I don't know how to do it.
Councillor Hazelton, followed by Councillor Douglas.
So, just to point, Councillor Rienko, in our closed session minutes, you will read a resolution that was passed back in June or July that will deal with Macy Bay and make our staff not have to deal with it. So we don't have to worry about that. So
I don't agree.
Well, we.
Councillor Douglas.
Thank you. I personally feel that, we should take the recommendations of our IC. I think it's appropriate. And I also agree that our communications from councillors in regards to particularly Macy Bay, I think we're all perhaps in the same vein of thinking, and it's very stressful, but we communicate that differently, all of us. I'm personally would like to see the mayor vet incoming emails from our councillors on the Macy Bay situation, to keep it hopefully in a more professional vein and less personal. That would be my recommendation.
Councillor Wojcik.
Don't disagree with anything that anyone's saying. It's just, I know that I got a speeding ticket in Barrie. And instead of paying for it, they offered me some guidance and help. And
would you be so kind as to elaborate? You now have us very curious.
Okay, in Barrie, if you get a ticket, you have the option of paying the ticket or getting retrained and some consultation on what you did wrong. I think, because this resolution is saying we're going to take away his remuneration, I don't think that's going to do anything. In my workplace, we had breaches to our code of conduct, and there was sensitivity training given to our employees. They had to report, they had to go through it, and they had to understand what they had done wrong. And I'm not going to talk about this any further, but fining somebody for doing something wrong does not make things right. And if a councillor wants to pay a $1,500 fine or whatever it is and move on and continue in the same vein and do the same thing, what have we accomplished? Unfortunately, there wasn't a recommendation, or there's not the ability to have a recommendation to educate and come up with a way that this doesn't continue. Because I take it very seriously. And I don't know, we're going to go to a recorded vote on this, but I personally think that we're not given enough options or the correct options to discipline or to make change. I think we're simply taking money away from somebody, which to me means nothing. And I'm sure to the rest of us it means nothing. So whether it's 1 month's pay or 2 months' pay or 6 months' pay, I'll reiterate, we're not here for the pay. We're here for the township, and we're here for our constituents, and we're here to work with senior staff to get things done. And if all we're going to do is take away money, things aren't going to change. Case in fact, haven't we been through this before? Councillor Cooper has lost remuneration for his actions, and yet we're here again today. So I really think moving forward in our code of conduct, there needs to be more prescriptive penalties for acts that are done other than just taking money away. And I'm sure that the floor will have lots to say about that.
Councillor Jarvis, you changed your mind.
Yes, Councillor Wojciech almost made me lose my train of thought when I was thinking of those lovely training camps in China that we might be able to send Councillor Cooper to. I think I'm in agreement with Councillor Wojciech with regards to remuneration not being much of a punishment anyway. But over and above that, I think both Councillor Cooper and Councillor Hazelton have already served their sentence by virtue of the fact they've had to live through this for 5 months, which if anybody was losing sleep over it, it was them. I can only imagine what the emotional toll was for them, having not been through it, and I think that is more than enough punishment as it is.
Who had their hand up first? Okay, Councillor Douglas.
Okay, I think we have the ability to impose other penalties, do we not? We do. So I am inclined to agree with you that, just giving a penalty of financial repercussion is probably not going to do anything for Councillor Cooper because he's been down this road before. However, I might suggest that the penalties stay in place and the money is used for some sort of counseling, sensitivity counseling perhaps, or communication counseling. That would be my suggestion.
Councillor Yanko.
That was going to be my question, Suzanne, is what options do we have when it comes to further education?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm sure your acting CAO or clerk can identify that, but I will just state that your protocol states that I can determine that there is the penalty of one of the two penalties in the Municipal Act, which is a reprimand or suspension of pay. And in addition to that, there are what are called remedial actions, and there may include in your protocol. So it may include an apology. It may include giving back a gift if that was the finding. But I think what I can't speak for Mr. Mascaron, but what most code protocols state is remedial action is just what Mr. Wojciech stated. How can you make this situation help the township and the councillor and the complainant? And so it only states what it may include, not what it must include. And so you, as decision makers, can come up with remedial action as you see fit. I've made recommendations on penalties. As I said, when there's a penalty, you can accept, amend, reject. And that includes rejecting the monetary or increasing and adding remedial action, or rejecting.
But is there educational?
It's certainly it's not stated in your code protocol, sir, but your code protocol says may include. So it may include apology, return of the gift, or what you deem appropriate as remedial action, which may include education.
I mean, I want to add that I know that our acting CAO is thinking about further education for this council, and I'm sure she's been taking some notes today. So I imagine there'll be further discussion in that regard, because I think we all could benefit from, we all got lots to learn. I will not be supporting this, because I think we've gone through enough crap. And I don't say that in any offense to anyone. I'm exhausted. Mr. Cooper must be exhausted. Mr. Hazelton must be exhausted. I'm sure lots of other people are. And we're looking at the budget tomorrow, and 1 month's pay isn't going to balance our budget. So I'm not going to vote in favor of it, but unless anybody has any other comments, I'll ask Councillor Douglas.
I'd just like to point out one thing, not that I want to penalize Councillor Cooper, because I really don't agree that it's going to do much for him, but I wonder what the optics are for the staff. I mean, I agree. I think everybody has suffered enough. Honestly, everybody involved in this, including our complainant and, at any rate, but I think we have to think about what's the staff gonna think about this if we do not take some sort of action? And this is why I'm saying I'd like to put on the table that the remuneration being taken away from Councillor Cooper in the face of it alone really doesn't make sense. But to take it away and put it into training, bringing someone in here, I think does make sense. And perhaps in the face of the staff, that would make more sense. I mean, we can't just, my opinion is that there are staff members here that are watching this. And if I think that we have to take into account their feeling on this. So that's why I'm recommending that, but.
I'll just respond personally as opposed to the rest of the council. They can respond or not. That's one of the reasons I voted in favor of the reprimand, but I'm not going to vote in favor of the docking of the pay. Call it a middle ground thing, because I do think that Councillor Cooper sometimes stepped over the line, but I also think that this has been a continued learning experience for everyone. Not that Councillor Cooper wanted to be the teacher in this, but that's part of the role I'm afraid you took on. So that's my explanation. Might get away with it.
Are we calling the roll?
Let's call the vote, please.
Councillor Wango requested a recorded vote for the motion. Councillor Wango, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Bochek, how do you vote?
Nay.
Councillor Douglas, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Hazelton, how do you vote?
Nay.
Councillor Jarvis, how do you vote?
Nay.
Mayor Kutsier, how do you vote?
Nay.
Let the record show 2-4 vote, the motion is defeated.
Okay, I'm thinking we can either pass a motion to extend this meeting beyond 4:30, or we can simply close it and continue tomorrow, and I'm proposing the latter. I'm not seeing anybody object, so the motion would read, be it resolved that council is now recessed at 4:27 p.m. until Tuesday, December 10th, 2019, immediately following the Committee of the Whole meeting. In other words, tomorrow. All those in favor? We are now adjourned. Thank you.
This.